What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Friday, September 15th, 2023. A very happy Friday to you and yours. On today's show, we're getting you set for Game 3 of the 2023 season as the Texas Longhorns welcome the Wyoming Cowboys to town. We will preview that game. We will preview the rest of the college slate. We'll also talk about the Cowboys hosting the Jets and the Texans hosting the Colts. Some baseball conversation, and we are jam-packed with guests. Jeff Howe of Texas Sports Unfiltered and Horns 24/7 will be joining us at 8:30 to give his breakdown of the Longhorns and the Wyoming Cowboys. And the red-hot Lee Sterling of ParamountSports.com will be joining us at 9:15 to give us his winners for the weekend. He went 10-3 last week after going 5-0 during week 1 of the college football season. So you do not want to miss our chat with Lee Sterling coming up at 9:15. Buck, good morning. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, BK. And good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us all over this wide world. Thank you so very much for what you do. It is appreciated. Thank you very much. And please be safe out there.
Absolutely. And as Jay Ward says, make sure you hit that like button early on. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet, although I got a hunch everybody watching 2 minutes into the show is a subscriber already.
Algorithms.
Make sure you like the video. Yep, we're all about the algorithms. Buck, I've got a question and an answer to start off today's show, okay? You don't have to answer this for me because I have somebody else who is going to answer the question I'm about to send your way, okay? You ready?
Yes.
Who has the worst record in the National Football League?
Minnesota! My Uncle Joe's there answering questions this early in the morning. How did you get him out of bed at 8 o'clock? Are you kidding me?
Thank you very much, Sleepy Joe, for answering the simple question of who has the worst record in the National Football League. There is only one team in the NFL that is 0-2 this season, and it is your Minnesota Vikings. Congrats, Buck.
Yeah, that was not good last night. But you know what? It wasn't bad either. Except for, hey, you got to hold on to the ball. You can't keep giving the ball to the other guys. That's not what the game is all about. You're supposed to keep the ball, get it over the goal line, and then hand it to the ref, not continually hand it to the guys in the opposite colored jersey. Let's go.
Yep. The
Let's
Vikings
go
beat
there.
themselves last night. The Justin Jefferson fumble out of the back of the end zone, which resulted in an Eagles touchback. What do you think of that rule, by the way? That's like one of the most controversial rules in football, where if somebody fumbles the ball out of the back of the end zone, it's a touchback and the other team gets the ball. There are a lot of folks who hate that rule. They think the ball shouldn't switch possessions. It should stay with the offensive team. And everyone was obviously riled up last night after it happened in a nationally televised primetime game. What's your stance on the fumble touchback rule near the goal line?
Well, if the opposing team doesn't get control of it themselves in the end zone, you should still have control over the football wherever it went out. I mean, if you dropped it at the 1 and it went out the back, you still get the ball at the 1 yard line. I don't know why is it a change of possessions. I've never understood that rule anyway. You didn't lose the ball. I mean, you actually did lose the ball, but your opponent never gained control of the ball either.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I'm the only person in the world who likes this rule. Like, it just puts an added emphasis.
You're the only one in the world. You're right. You are.
Yeah, it just puts an added emphasis on ball security near the goal line. Like, that's the goal, is to score points. That's the most important area on the field, and you got to protect the football. Don't be fumbling that near the goal line.
That's our ball. That's our ball. That's not your ball. Don't be fumbling out the back.
Yeah, so that's where I'm at.
Receiver guy, come on now.
Yeah, but most people are on your side there, and obviously it becomes a huge storyline every time it happens. Once again, especially in a primetime game like that. But yeah, Kirk Cousins played pretty damn well. The Vikings couldn't run the football, and they couldn't stop turning it over. So Philadelphia, who hasn't looked super sharp, which I think is a little scary because they're 2-0 despite, I think, playing a couple of like B-, C+ level games. They are 2-0. They've got the best record, of course, in the NFL, as one of the only two teams who have played 2 games to this point. But the Eagles get the win. Minnesota does get the backdoor cover, though. Sorry about your hook. If you had 6.5, you and your cousins out there.
Oh, yeah.
6-point win for Philadelphia. All right, Buck, let's talk Texas. Let's talk Wyoming. Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock at DKR Texas Memorial Stadium, the first Longhorn game since their massive victory in Tuscaloosa last Saturday. Texas now the 4th-ranked team in the country. And, Bucky, before we hear from Steve Sarkisian, I want to hear from you.
Okay.
Line opened up at 28 at the start of the week. And I kind of thought people would be betting on Wyoming, right? Like, oh, hangover game, trap game, whatever you want to call it. I sort of thought people would view that line and be like, that's a little bit too big, considering this Wyoming team beat Texas Tech a couple of weeks ago, and considering what Texas just did last weekend. Maybe some money will come in on Wyoming, but that has not been the case. Matter of fact, the opposite has been true. The line is up to 30 right now in favor of the Longhorns. So we'll give our official score predictions during our pregame show live at Covert Bee Cave tomorrow. But right now, 30 points, too much for Texas?
I think it is. I think that's a lot. That's a lot of points. And, who knows what the weather is going to be like, except for me. Tomorrow you could have a slick weekend this weekend, with the turf and the ground being just a little bit slick. This is the first time all year the guys will be handling wet balls, if you know what I mean. Yeah, that's right.
I don't.
There's a possibility of some precipitation through the weekend, and look out. I mean, quarterback center exchange, quarterback running back exchange, wide receiver holding on to balls after the catch, and this will be one of those deals where weather can be friend or foe. It all depends on how you make it. But the importance of ball security is going to be important, possibly on Saturday night. What are you shaking your head like there's not going to happen? We're okay. It'll be.
Why are you doing that to the people, man?
I mean, I'm not saying it's going to rain upon them. I didn't say it was going to rain but it could be still a little bit wet and damp from the possibility of rain this evening and a little bit of rain early on Saturday morning. It'll still be damp, and those guys their balls have been dry that they've been juggling around over the last couple of months. Mm-hmm. So you get a quarterback and a center with wet balls and a running back, and the jerseys and all that. Ball security, as you said, is important, whether you're going into the end zone or whether you're just at midfield in a handoff. That could be a problem. And I see some turnovers, and I hope it's on the other end that Wyoming's turning the ball over. I think the line is high. I think this Wyoming team is a good football team, solid. They got solid quarterback play. They don't turn it over a lot. They're going to want to run the ball. They're not going to want to drop back and pass on this Texas defense. Mm-hmm. They want to shorten the game too, and they've got the ability with the run and the pass to do just that. So I don't see Texas. It would be nice if the Horns got out to a lead and just continued to lengthen that lead out as the game goes on. But I think this is going to be a really good, solid football game. And I mean, you win by 17 or 21 points, that's fine with me. You win by 10 points, that's fine with me. You're 3-0. I know about your cousin. I know how disappointed your cousin would be, and if they won by 10 or 17. But that's a good football win. I mean, that's a good football win over anybody. You beat them by 17 points or you beat them by 3 touchdowns. I want to see a good football game. I want to see a game that's going to prepare them for Big 12 play, for a championship run from this point on.
I don't want to see a good football game. I want to see a beatdown tomorrow night. That's what I'm looking for. Like, I want this Saturday to be a continuation of the party that started last Saturday.
Oh.
When you think of parties, you don't want any stress, right? The best parties involve no stress. You can focus on having a good time.
Just having a good time.
Yeah. So you don't want to worry about the cops showing up and shutting the party down. You don't want to worry about your ex-girlfriend showing up and ruining your night.
No,
you don't care about this one anymore, but you don't want to worry about running out of booze.
You don't want to drink from a bottle that some guy's put his chew in.
No. Oh God. Have you done that before?
No, but I've seen guys who have.
I have too, man. It's disgusting. Oh my God. You don't want to drink any tadpole piss water.
No,
these are things that you want to avoid. You want to avoid stress, and I want to avoid stress. I want tomorrow night to be a party with the new light system at DKR, with all of the excitement following that win over Alabama. I want tomorrow to just be a continuation of the party that started last Saturday, which means no stress, no worries. Texas takes care of business.
Okay, then you get your special teams to work tomorrow. You go in there and you block yourself a punt, you block a field goal, you take a punt return to the house, you take a kickoff to the house, you cause a fumble on a kickoff return or a punt return. That's how you get rid of the stress. You let your special teams do some work tomorrow and let them score and let them be involved in about 14 to 17 points themselves tomorrow. And that'll take the stress right off your offense and your defense.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Texas special teams has been fine, but they haven't had that big explosive return yet this season. No punt block or field goal block yet this season. So maybe that is in the cards for tomorrow night, and we shall see. Let's hear from Steve Sarkisian, who met with the media yesterday down on campus. The latter parts of his opening statement talking about what is at stake for this Texas football team tomorrow.
But also looking forward to watching our team improve. You know, we talked about early in the week, and we've been talking to the team all week, that championship teams improve and get better as the season goes on. And we didn't come into the first couple ball games of the season as a finished product. We've got plenty of room for improvement. And I think that the veteran leaders on our team have done a nice job this week of getting everybody kind of recentered, refocused, and getting back to work. And so looking forward to the opportunity to, like I said, to get back on the field here Saturday night and in a great environment at DKR.
Yeah, still green and growing, not ripe and rotten. That's exactly the way he's putting it. They're still green and growing. They understand each week, each practice, they have to get just a little bit better. And I think they will. I think this will be the game that you show your run game, you show your passing game, you show your special teams, and coach shows that he's still calling some great plays like he did in the fourth quarter last week. This doesn't stop. It's not a finished product, as he says. They've got conference play coming up after this week. This is the last of the tests before your conference play, and you don't want to come out sluggish, having a hangover from what happened last week in Tuscaloosa. You know, you're still excited about the win last week. That should have been gone probably about Tuesday. You know, Monday you're going to come out still feeling good about yourself when you take the field and you run around and you jog around. That adrenaline's still kind of pumping in you. But by the time Tuesday football practice starts, BK, that's all over with. What's the task at hand? What do we have to look forward to for the following week? And I think this team I'm seeing it as you go a more mature football team. You know, and when there's some difficulties, they just, they take the bull by the horns and let's just go. And I like the way the coach is talking about what they're looking forward to doing. They understand what's at stake now. It's not just a Big 12 conference championship. Expectations are very high in Longhorn land. I mean, extremely high now. You don't, as a football player and as a football coach, you don't want to let them down because there's something that you missed out on talking to your players about, or there's something that you didn't take care of on a week where you should beat a team at home in front of 100,000,
Yeah, Sark's been saying all the right things. The players have been saying all of the right things, but actions speak louder than words.
Yes.
And it's easy to say that the Alabama game's behind us, but show us that the Alabama game is behind us, right? And you go do that with a four-quarter dominant performance against an inferior Wyoming team tomorrow night. And let's call a spade, Buck. If Texas plays the way that it did last weekend, they're going to win out. They're going to run the table in the regular season, and they're going to win the Big 12, and they're going to make the college football playoff. But as you said, and as Sark said, there are areas of improvement, right? The red zone offense can get better. Ball security can get better. I know they didn't have any turnovers, but they did put the ball on the ground a couple of times last week. There were a few defensive breakdowns. You still have some issues with dropsies from the receivers on this team.
Yep.
Like, there are things Texas can clean up. Hell, if they played a better game last week, they win that game by 17 to 20 points.
Sure they
shoot
do.
Themselves in the foot a couple of times. So, yeah, I mean, if they can right some of the wrongs, and there weren't many, of course, in a 10-point win on the road in Tuscaloosa, but if they can clean a couple of those things up that Sark's been talking about this week, then, yeah, the expectation should be as high as they are.
Yeah, I'm going to establish my run game in this third football game against Wyoming. I'm not playing against Oklahoma in game 3, not playing against K-State's defense in game 3. I'm going to get my run game established on Saturday night. And it's not like I'm going to run it every down, but I'm not going to give up on it. And I'm going to average more than 2 yards a clip. If I'm Sark, I got to prepare my team for conference play, for, as he said, championship play. He understands he understands what's at stake now from this point on. It's about championship play. And you can't go in the championship play with a 2-point whatever yard a clip average. You've got to establish your run. So I'm not saying, once again, I'm not saying beat your head against the wall, but you need to be able to run when you want to run. You need to be one dictating the run game. And I think they're going to establish that this Saturday.
Yeah, well, let's hear from Steve Sarkisian because he was asked about that yesterday. Coach, what do you want to see from your run game this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, for us, from a run game standpoint, I want to see consistency. And with consistency comes a level of physicality. We have to move people off the line of scrimmage, and I just don't think that we've been quite consistent enough in that aspect of our game. Again, I love the fact that we were able to run the ball the way that we did with 7 minutes to go and run it when Alabama knew we were going to run the ball. But I sure would like to have that mentality in the first quarter of a game and to go out and run the football the way that I think we're capable of. So when you talk about making improvements, that's definitely one of them for us where I think we can improve as a football team. But that goes hand in hand with our ability to pass the football as well, that we need to find that balance on our offense because that's when we're at our best.
Yeah, you've got that balance, Coach. You can throw the ball. We know you can throw the ball. Can you run the ball when you want to run the ball? When I'm dictating to this defense, I'm going to move their players around in position that I get them off balance. I mean, if it's bone on bone and we're not as strong and we're not as physical as we think we are, then your job is to move them around, motions and everything else, encounters, misdirections, to make the defenders move in a spot where your guys can get a little bit of leverage on them and run the ball, and you dictate the run to the team that you're playing against.
Yeah,
absolutely. And that's got to be early. As he said, I'd like to see that happen in the first quarter.
Yeah, that was the perfect answer from Sark right there. Man, sure. I love that guy. God, he's the best, isn't he?
Oh no, he's special when he starts when he's got the gift of the coach speak now. He's got it down.
Well, I always say, when the team wins, I don't give a damn what the coach says. It's when the team loses, everybody psychoanalyzes everything the coach says. So, Sark could be talking all sorts of BS this week, and I don't think I'd care too much. But now I do agree with that answer. I mean, everything you said there was perfect. The C word, not that C word, kids, but consistency is what we need to see from this ground game. Like, we know they're capable of running the football. We saw it in that final drive against Alabama that Sark alluded to, right? If you're able to do that against that defense and bleed out 7 minutes and change off the clock to preserve that victory, then yeah, you've got the ability to run the football. But we haven't seen it consistently over the course of a 4-quarter game yet this season, and that's what I would like to see. And you're right, yeah, they could throw the football. The passing offense has been there, but to get this offense to where we want it to get to, I mean, Buck, I want Texas to average 40 points per game this season. They haven't gotten to 40 in either of those two games. At Alabama, tough to get 40 on them, but obviously against Rice in week 1, they couldn't get 40. I want them to average 40-plus this year, so I would really like to see them crack that 40 burger tomorrow night, and the best way that happens is if you can give Wyoming a steady dose of the run game and then have the ability to take the top off the defense through the air too.
Yeah, and I don't care how you run it. I don't care if you get around the corners. I don't care if you fly sweep it. I don't care. To me, the extension of the run, as I said, is that little swing screen out to your running backs if they catch it and run with it. And I would expect Jonathan Brooks to be, carry the workload tomorrow in a game that's the weather's going to be nice. There shouldn't be any I need a break. Shouldn't be any tapping of the helmet like I need to come out. It's too hot. No, the weather will be just fine tomorrow night for you to play that game. You need to play a lot of series. He needs to be the primary ball carrier. I don't know if the young guy is going to even get in the game, CJ Baxter, and it doesn't matter to me. I need to find my primary ball carrier before I enter the Big 12 conference, and they should be able to do that. And I mean, and then along with like Jaden Blue, get him in the game. If he's a guy who can stretch the perimeter, get him in the game. And if CJ Baxter needs to take off a week to prepare himself for the Big 12, then so be it. How many running backs do you need? You only need 2. You don't need 4. And if a guy's banged up, I know this, you can't make the club in the tub. So if it's going to be a weekly thing, stay in the tub. I need the rest of the guys on the club, so it's a big time. It's a big time for Jonathan Brooks to really assert himself as the number 1 running back on this football team this week.
You can't make the club in the tub.
No.
I like that. Yeah, CJ Baxter is a game time decision according to Steve Sarkisian. But yeah, look, if he's not 100%, let him sit.
Oh.
You shouldn't need that guy tomorrow against Wyoming, a game that you're a 30-point favorite in. Let him rest up for the Baylor game next weekend. And like you said, you've got enough horses in the barn in that running back room to where you should still be able to run the ball effectively tomorrow night. But I will say this, look, Wyoming's run defense has been good.
Yes, it has.
And they haven't given up 100 yards rushing in either of their first 2 games. Now, last week they played against an FCS team, but we all know in week 1 they played against Texas Tech.
Texas who? Texas Tech?
Your Mark U. Sorry,
they got defense. That. They have a defense.
Yeah, well, they couldn't stop Wyoming and a bunch of white boys in that game, and they couldn't run the ball either against Wyoming. I think it was like 33 carries for 93 yards, something like that, for Tech in their double overtime loss in Laramie to open up the season. So the run defense for Wyoming has been pretty good. They're only giving up 2.5 yards per carry, but still, this is Texas. That's Wyoming. It'd be disappointing if Texas had a similar rushing stat line to what Texas Tech put up a few weeks ago.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. But as I said, it's their number one priority is to win the game. And if you got mismatches in the secondary and you throw it more than you run it, so be it. And if you throw for 300, 400 yards and you rush the ball for 90, what can you say? Hey, we're 3-0.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if that was a rhetorical question or if you were going to answer it.
We're 3-0.
3-0.
Going into conference play 3-0 and looking for the Bears the following week. So maybe I get my run game going then because they can't stop anybody.
No, they're giving up like 180 rushing yards per game, right? Their run defense has been twice as bad as Wyoming's to this point. But, hey, they did have to play against Texas State, so very tough.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right.
Game.
Green Hall. They did play Green Hall.
Yeah, sorry about that, Chip and JoJo. Sorry about Green Hall coming to town and beating the brakes off of y'all in game 1. Hey, a couple of texts to get into. 512-222-9328. That is our text line. Working on setting up a phone call system as well.
No. Please don't ever say that word blitz on this particular show. No.
It's the Bucky Blitz. You don't want the blitz?
No, don't even start getting them to think that they can do that.
Oh, okay.
That's bad direction.
Well, a lot of folks have asked, so customer's always right. You know what they say. The text line, though, 512-222-9328. Somebody says, ask Buck to stop the rain. We are traveling to Austin for tomorrow's game.
I can't stop it. I'm second in command. Remember that. I'm not the captain. Okay. I'm just a co-pilot. So I can't stop it. If it starts, I'm sorry about that. You've wanted that. You've asked for it. You've got that. And you got plenty of it yesterday. Yesterday at drive time, by the way, as I was attempting to get over to Berger Stadium for a high school football game. Thank you, flashing red lights. Where were the cops yesterday? Or were they just attending to wrecks all over this city? I know people, it's tough on them when it gets a little wet. The folks here driving get so panicky.
Oh, it's just like people don't know how to drive once it starts raining here.
The panic, it was just unbelievable. And can we go through, I know it's flashing red. One goes, you go, then you go. Can we every once in a while get 3 go there, 3 go here, 3 go this way, 3 go there? There's always have to be 1, 1, 1, 1, because they never pick up the rhythm of that.
Yeah, it's always 2. 1 at a time. Were you trying to go 2 for 1?
I was trying to get a 2 for 1er in there yesterday.
Arby's? What are you doing here?
Circle C area, flashing reds. There was tons of lightning yesterday too. But in your area, you know what? Now, the number one man brought down the beautiful rainbow in Oak Hill. But yesterday afternoon, there was a beautiful rainbow. The co-captain doesn't have anything to do with rainbows. I don't do rainbows. I just do rain. You know what I mean? I don't do rainbows. Yeah. But the main man brought in a beautiful rainbow in the Oak Hill area. And I know the folks down there must have just loved it. I don't know about Doc out there in Leander or wherever he lives. Where does that valley or that little hamlet that he lives in, my Doc?
Cedar Park.
Cedar Park. Yeah, I don't know if they got rain, but it looked like a little bit of everybody got some rain last night. I know the high school game was delayed. Oh, my goodness. That thing starts at 8:45.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that was.
What time did you get home last night?
Around 11.
Oh, boy. You went to bed when I went to bed.
Yeah, that's not like me.
No, it's not.
No, I go to bed when the sun goes down.
If you don't get your 11 hours, you're in a bad mood the next
Oh,
day.
let me tell you, that was quite a trip last night. But you know what? I thought the kids handled it well. The 11, 12 people who were at the game last night enjoyed the football game. Aiken's Eagles, who have not scored any points in a football game this year, gave it they have 35 kids on their football team, and it was good to see not one of them quit playing Lake Travis University. I mean, they didn't quit, BK. It was good to see that. That's hard for me to believe that you can go out there and these guys kids show up to practice with the heat the way it's been this summer. You get 35 dedicated players and they show up for a game and they know they're going to get pounded. They already know what the end game is going to be in the football game, but they don't sit on there. They don't throw helmets. They just stand on the sideline, cheer their buddies on, and get hammered.
They're drinking?
No, not that hammered. Just get hammered by the opposing team. And it was good to see the camaraderie. It was good to see those kids play hard last night. And to those schools that aren't as good as some of the schools, just keep playing. Just keep battling.
Man, they haven't scored a point. Haven't scored a point this season, huh?
No.
You know what? I'll suit up.
Dude,
I look like I'm still in high school. I'll get out there.
They would hammer you. The first hit you took in the ribs, that would be it, CJ.
You don't think I could lead Aikens to a touchdown?
I wouldn't want you out. I wouldn't want to see it. It was a little damp on the field. I wouldn't want to see you slip and fall and hurt something without that non-contact injury.
Yeah,
I don't want to see that.
I'd look like Aaron Rodgers out there.
Oh yeah, he'll make a comeback.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will. All right, one more text to get into, 512-222-9328. We got a thank you for the rain, Uncle Buck. We've got a question. Has Keelan Robinson been on special teams? He had several blocked kicks last year. I don't know if we've seen him on punt return this year.
I don't know. I agree with you. I haven't seen him attack any punter yet. I haven't seen any pressure on any since the Rice game. I haven't seen any pressure. Yeah. I really haven't. This is the week. I mean, you're at home. I'm saying you got Wyoming. You want to take advantage of the fact that your special teams last year was pretty special at blocking kicks. This changes everything. If you can go in there and block a punt, BK, you just know what that does to that entire stadium. Especially if you get a short field and you score. You get in a scoring zone where you're not kicking field goals, you're scoring touchdowns. This is the week to get after them. Yep. As I said, especially if them balls are slick.
Yeah, you know a lot about slick balls, don't you?
I'm just saying, if it is, this is the time to get after them.
Yeah, perfect start for me tomorrow night. Wyoming gets the ball first. Texas forces a 3-and-out, and then Texas blocks the punt and returns it for a touchdown.
That is a great start.
We start like that, then
the 21 or 28 or 30 point. 30? Did you say 30?
The line's up to 30 now. Yeah,
man, that's just a tough one. I'm watching the Wyoming quarterback against Tech, and that guy's a tough physical. That's a tough dude.
Yeah, he is. He played well in that game. He made some big plays. He took a couple of cheap shots too after the whistle.
He did.
And he got right back up. Got right back up like it was nothing. So, it's Andrew Peasley is the name of the Wyoming quarterback. It's his 6th year in college football. He started for a few years at a few different places, so he's been there, done that. He's not going to be fazed or scared by anything. Texas is the better team, so they should make Andrew Peasley look bad. But no, that's a tough kid who's got a little moxie to him, and he plays with a little swag. At least he did in that Texas Tech game a couple of weeks ago. So we'll see. We'll see how he fares against the Longhorns. And hey, Jeff Howe of Horns 24/7, and of course of Texas Sports Unfiltered. He'll be on with Trey this afternoon from 3 to 5, but he'll also be on with us here in a couple of minutes. But before we get to Jeff Howe, let's give some love to some of our great sponsors. Bucky, our newest sponsor, or I should say one of our newest sponsors, the great folks at Texas Orthopedics.
Yeah, I love those folks for sure, and I love the two doctors here. Now, if you're seeking specialized, patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Now, their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and, how about this, non-surgical. Not everybody needs to be operated on, so they're looking at non-surgical ways to help you out for children and adults. Spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, and of course, rheumatology and more. Christopher Danny, who's a surgeon there, and Chris Stockton, former kicker at the University of Texas. They are dedicated orthopedic specialists and surgeons, and their goal is to get you back to good health. And folks, they want you to have a great quality of life. Visit them at txortho.com. Texas Orthopedics is one of the largest independent orthopedic practices in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com and get in touch with those guys.
Absolutely.
I love the fact Chris Danny has been so involved, with me. I mean, he's involved in my golf tournament. He's always wanted to know how my life is going. He's not just a former player, but he wants to know how my life has been. And I think this dude has like 5 boys. So good luck to him in the future. 5 little dudes playing all types of different sports. They're playing. He's got soccer players. Dude's got hockey players, and it's hard to get hockey time. So that's an orthopedic surgeon that has to be on call for all kinds of surgeries. That sometimes, that getting hockey time, skate time around here, It could be at 11 o'clock at night. It could be at 4 in the morning so that you get an hour or two for your teams and skating. Don't let your babies grow up to be hockey players.
Yeah, hockey's expensive too.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah, Dr. Danny's going to be working on feet until he's about 120 years old.
He'll be operating on those feet, when he's 70. I love that.
God. So shout out to Texas Orthopedics, and also shout out to another new sponsor here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. You see the Jack Allen's Kitchen logo at the bottom of the screen? Dude, I freaking love this place. I've been 3 times in like 3.5 weeks since I moved back to Austin. Jack Allen's Kitchen. If you've been here, you know about these guys.
Famous Jack Gilmore.
Oh, absolutely. The famous Jack Gilmore, who also has Salt Traders as well. Definitely check them out. But Jack Allen's Kitchen serves up comfort food with a Texas twist 7 days a week. Their mole verde shrimp tacos, the smoked barbacoa quesadillas, the chicken fried New York strip smothered in that gravy. God, I love that. Jack Allen's, they've got that Lone Star state of mind. They use the best dang Texas ingredients out there. They've got a patio, which is perfect for relaxing with the cold margarita. So come hungry. They've got 5 locations all throughout Austin, Round Rock, and Cedar Park. Dine friendly, the Texas way, with our friends at Jack Allen's Kitchen. If you're looking for a place to watch some football this weekend, go see them. Jack Allen's Kitchen. They are legit. You're going to have a first-class dining experience every time you go in there.
I guarantee you're killing the place down at Oak Hill.
Man.
I know you're just loving the place that Jack Allen and Jack Gilmore and his staff have down there. And they've got a wonderful staff. By the way, they have Allstat beer there.
Yes, they do.
They're serving Allstat. I've saw it for myself. That blonde beer just sitting there. And of course, I can't touch it, but it sure looks there. It looks tasty. It really does.
Just take my word for it. Don't try it. Just take my word for it. All right, it is a little after 8:30 on a Friday, which means it's time for one of our favorite segments of the week. The great Jeff Howe of Horns 24/7 joins us right now. Jeff, how we doing, man?
Doing well. How are you guys on this fine football Friday morning?
Oh, it is. It certainly is, Jeff. And are you enjoying the rain that the Buck has presented to you?
Yes. I don't know, you did your naked rain dance or what out in the garden, but we got some much needed rain. Hey, by the way, shout out to a couple of our wonderful sponsors here that serve 2 very different purposes for me.
Okay.
Texas Orthopedics, Buck. I'm in the Texas Orthopedics family. My rheumatologist is over there, Dr. Martinez. So
awesome.
Enjoy the Texas Orthopedics family, keeping me right. But then 7-Eleven serving the different purpose because they carry the double-decker oatmeal pies.
Oh, of course they do.
Oatmeal pies.
Shush! Don't tell everybody. We don't need. They've got. I don't. You know what? I think they only have double deckers. I've not seen a single.
I've not seen the single either, Buck. Only the good stuff.
I'm not allowed to do double deckers. I can do singles, and this is me. This isn't from the boss downstairs saying you can only do singles. I can only do. I can't do doubles. If I do doubles, there's going to be a problem. There's going to be some kind of global phenomena in my head or something, I believe. So I got to do only single.
You got enough going on, Buck. Diabetes might be the last thing.
No, diabetes for me. No. Oh man.
Wait, what are y'all double-decker oatmeal cream pie? What are y'all talking about?
Little Debbie's, man.
Hey man, if Nick Saban can eat like 4 of those a day, then the rest of us can jump on that train.
Man, I didn't realize the double-decker thing even existed.
Oh, it
I
does.
didn't either until the fine
Wow.
folks at 7-Eleven. I stumbled in there one day and saw him.
Sheesh. Thank you, my friend. I saw him yesterday, as a matter of fact. Hello to our friend.
Yep.
I saw him at the store. I didn't have my newspaper. I don't know where my Austin American Statesman was. I know it's always 2 days behind with the news, but where was my hard copy? He said he's going to get after the paper guy.
You can get you any fine publication at 7-Eleven, Buck. It's like
Yes, you can.
they got like a New York Times or
Wall Street Journal is there.
Washington Post or
The one with the pretty pictures, USA. I saw the pretty pictures, the colors and stuff. They've got that there.
Maybe
Dallas Morning News.
a National Enquirer, find out about
Of
some
course.
alien probe, some celebrity getting probed or something.
Yeah, of course. You'll see how Buck makes it rain in the National Enquirer. Yes, of course. They've got it all.
Oh, my God. All right, Jeff. Texas and Wyoming. I'm a little
there's
surprised.
there's a football game coming up tomorrow.
I know. Like I almost don't even want to play another game after last week. Like that was so much fun, and I'm worried that I'm gonna have to start stressing about football again. But the line has been going up in Texas's favor. Opened up at 28. It's now up to 30. Where are you at with this team right now? I mean, hangover game, trap game. That's the verbiage that a lot of folks have used who are maybe a little fearful that this game could be a little tougher and tighter than we'd like to see. With Texas and Wyoming right now, do you think this is a close game where Texas fans have to stress, or do you think the Longhorns just kind of picked up where they left off and take care of business easily tomorrow night?
Yeah, we can get granular on it here in a minute, but I think just in the macro, I just don't think Wyoming can score enough points. That's just not how this team is built, and especially look at the way Texas is playing defense right now. I just don't think Wyoming's built like that. But is this a game where I think offensively, if you're Texas, if you're putting the ball on the ground, if you're getting yourself behind the chain with penalties, I mean, this is a Wyoming team. Craig Bohl's got a team that's very, very disciplined. They're one of the nation's leaders in fewest penalties right now. I think right now they're on through 2 games. They're only averaging like 19 penalty yards a game. So they're not going to beat themselves. So if you start putting the ball on the ground, which Sark has mentioned ball security as one thing that he's not been too happy with through the first 2 games, there's a situation where you could be in an uncomfortable position in the second half, which I think for this fan base, coming off of the way you played against Alabama, if you're in a contested game with Wyoming in the second half, I think a lot of people would feel like, okay, yeah, they ate the poison cheese and they're a little full of themselves, and everything we heard during the week, especially the later part of the week about this team being locked into focus, maybe that was all for naught. But that's where I am, BK. You could be sloppy enough to where this is something you're sweating in the second half, but I just look at this Wyoming team. Defensively, they'll present Texas with a nice challenge. I just don't think they can score enough.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jeff. They offensively, they're not going to put up 30-some points against Texas. It's just not going to happen. They want to have this game. They want to be able to throw the ball, mid-range stuff. They're not throwing the ball down the field. They want to try to run and try to find out if Texas really is for real. But I think everybody that's run the ball against them over the last 2 years now understands that defensive line is for real. So you can't spend a lot of time doing that. They like to run some clock, and shorten up the game. But I just got a feeling there's too many big plays going to be looking at this team on the road against Texas. They got a lot of good experience on their defensive side of the ball. I think this is an opportunity for Texas to show its strength on special teams. You're going to have 100,000 people still going nuts about last week's game. The players don't know that. They just feel like it's about this game. 100,000 here on Saturday will be still rooting for what happened last week. And you get them into this game. As a football team, you get your fans away from last week and into what's happening right there in the present by getting on special teams and doing some special things on special teams. I think a punt block would suit this group well on Saturday.
Yeah.
Couple turnovers, knocking the ball, forcing turnovers on defense will do this team really well. Make your opportunities and make it quick too. This shouldn't be one of those 4-quarter deals where you're in the fourth quarter and they turn the ball over and you come out with a win. This is something you need to start right from the get-go.
Yeah, anytime, and Bucky, you know this, having been in this position as a coach, the last thing you want to give an underdog team is you want to give them hope.
Right.
So the quicker you take that away from them from the outset, the better off you're going to be. I could see this being a game where, Jeff Banks has played it really conservatively through the first 2 games.
That he has.
And I wouldn't be shocked if this was a game where maybe they tried to just get some juice early and maybe come after a punt or something like that. I will say this, and it's kind of a catch-22 type deal. It's the double-edged sword. Well, Wyoming has one of the better kickers in the country. Yep. And I mean, kicking at altitude can help you out. The problem is, if you're Wyoming, this isn't a game where you want to settle for field goals. Now, where that can help you is if you get kind of in that no man's land territory, you're like at the plus, 35, plus 40, where maybe you can attempt one from 45, 50 plus. But if you're in the red zone, if you're Wyoming, if you get down there, you can't settle for field goals in this game.
Yeah, that Wyoming kicker drilled a 56-yarder against Texas Tech a couple of weeks ago, and he had a few yards to spare. That thing would have been good from 96.
Oh, he hit it. I know.
As the TV announcers always say when they over-exaggerate those damn kicks. Jeff, you were a part of the Sark Zoom yesterday, and I think the biggest takeaway for a lot of folks was the fact that Quinn Ewers apparently called a players-only meeting before practice on Tuesday just to make sure that everyone's mindset was where it needed to be. When you heard that, now that you've had a little bit of time also to digest that, your thoughts on a players-only meeting following the biggest win Texas has had in a decade plus?
I think some of that's PTSD. Like we've as especially us in the media, we've been conditioned to think players-only meetings are bad. Like because usually the only time we hear about them is when bad stuff happens, right? Mm-hmm. But I think this one is a little bit different, especially with it coming from Quinn Ewers. I think this is Sark really putting it out there that, hey, I like the way my quarterback is leading right now. We've heard all throughout the offseason about Quinn, these various stories about him taking steps forward as a leader. And I think this is another one of Sark just saying, hey, I'm liking what this guy's doing right now. I like the way my quarterback is operating, because that we talked about it for years when Texas didn't have that guy. That position, whether you want it to be or not, it's a natural leadership position by default. And we've seen some guys at Texas be able to handle it. We've seen some guys at Texas that couldn't handle it. I think Quinn is the guy that can handle it. And I think this is Sark's way of saying that, hey, I like where my guy is. The other part to that too, BK, I don't think the more kind of you hear behind the scenes, I don't think necessarily the vibe in practice earlier in the week, especially that Monday practice, was maybe necessarily up to the standard Sark wanted it. So I think this is just everybody getting on the same page saying, all right, especially Monday for these guys, it's a little bit different because now you're going back to class, and that's really when everybody's patting you on the back, and you can hide out on Sunday, like in the facility, and get away from everything, but you're out in Gen Pop come Monday. So that's when you're really going to hear about it. So, hey, everybody got that out of the way on Monday. We're done with it. Now it's on to Wyoming. No more talk about Alabama. Let everybody else talk about that, but it's all about Wyoming. But again, like I said, we can say that and it can sound great right now, but if this team, especially offensively, comes out and they're in a lot of 2nd and 15s, 3rd and double digits because of penalties, or they're putting the ball on the ground, or Quinn just has a couple of throws that make you go like, what the heck was that? What was he even looking at? That then, it's going to be all for naught. But I think right now, to me anyway, I look at it as a positive thing that your quarterback is stepping up and taking on that leadership role, that he's willing to do it.
Yeah, I like it too, Jeff. I don't like player-only meetings. As you said, I'm so geared into when there's one of those, when the players don't say, hey, listen, there's nothing we have to hide from you as coaches. Come in here, but we're going to talk today. I've been in one of those before where players had what they called a player-only meeting, but they actually invited the coaches in to come sit down. But the coaches weren't allowed to say anything. They couldn't be a part of – the only part of the meeting they were was to sit in the front row and listen to what the players had to say to the players. And it wasn't a bitch session. It was just, here's what we need to do. Here's what we need to focus in on, and let's go. Yeah. Because some of those things can be, this guy from over here starts talking, that guy from over there starts talking for his group. People start representing, certain little units on the football team, and the message gets scattered within that meeting. If it's right. One of those, as you said, on a Monday, everybody's patting you on the back, and nobody probably got patted on the back more than Quinn Ewers. So if he has the maturity to understand, if I'm getting this is kind of crazy for me as I go through campus and talk to people. Every time I move, somebody's thanking me or saying you did a great job. He understands that there may be younger players that people are saying that really didn't have much to do with the game. So they go out to practice and they just kind of lollygag around, still in the ozone about what people have been saying to them. So it can be good and it can be bad. I've been in both, because I've been into those shitty ones where it's a players only meeting, and then you come out of there and players going to tell their coach what the hell just happened in there, and they come out saying, dude, this was awful. We were just bitching and screaming at each other. One guy saying, well, I saw this guy do that. One guy doing it. Well, he's not running the way it just becomes a mess. It's like your business, how it can become a mess, if somebody's not leading the deal right.
Yeah, those things could turn into Festivus real quick, where it's just an airing of grievances.
Yeah,
right? And that's all it is. I heard about one of those, Mac Brown, that 2010 season. I heard one of those that went like that, and then the one that it's ruined my opinion on players only meetings. There was one during Charlie Strong's second year coming off of that loss to Oklahoma State, which shocker that team played the way it did against TCU the following week. I'm yeah, considering some of the stuff I heard early in the week, I'm not shocked you lost 50-7, and it could have been 70-7 if Gary Patterson wanted to run the score up that high. So
it sounds like a mature player at the right position.
Right, yeah,
is calling the meeting just to let everybody know that game was last week. This game is this week coming up, and I know how excited everybody is about being patted on the back and told them how great they are, but you have to get right back to work, and that's why. By the way, that's why those guys are making $200,000-$300,000 to be assistant coaches. That's a part of their deal too, is to get everybody back down to earth.
Yeah, last I checked, Festivus was not in the second week of September. So save that for later in the calendar.
We're not going to hear Sark in the post game saying, "I have a lot of problems with you people," and now you're going to hear about it.
If you're a head football coach in the Power 5 today, I'm pretty sure dropping a "you people" during your press conference is a really
he's got to do that.
Really good way to get canceled.
Come on, man.
We saved that for Texas Sports Unfiltered. We'll take those bullets for everyone. Jeff Howe, Horns 24/7, and of course Texas Sports Unfiltered with us here on Bucky and BK. A couple more for you, Jeff. The run game. Sark told us yesterday, CJ Baxter's a game time decision. Your thoughts on that? But also, look, Wyoming's run defense has been pretty good through a couple of games. Texas Tech couldn't run the ball. It's a big part of why they lost in Laramie a couple of weeks ago. And obviously, Texas's rushing offense hasn't been to the level that Sark or really any of us, I think, want or expect to this point. So what's your confidence level that Texas can figure something out to make the run game a little bit more consistent tomorrow night?
Well, let's go with CJ Baxter first. I think if this was an NFL-style injury report, I think he would probably be questionable. Now, I wasn't too optimistic, probably late Wednesday, early Thursday, really before practice yesterday about him playing. But, the way Sark made it sound like, okay, maybe, but I would probably go questionable at this point. I get the feeling that if it's anywhere close to, if there's any doubt in Sark's mind, I don't think we'll see CJ Baxter on Saturday. In other words, I think if you see him on Saturday, then there's not going to be any restrictions on him. They've got enough juice in that backfield that they can hold him out and make something of it. It's interesting, BK, when you talk about the run game. We did our staff roundtable, posted that last night over at Horns 24/7, and that was basically our topic. Like, what gives you confidence that Texas can spin this Alabama win forward and turn this into a special season? And mine was, it was going to be something about Sark calling a really good game, which that was the best game he's called since he's been here last Saturday. I think it was his best game plan. But to me, it's the optimism I have with the run game. I'm maybe overly optimistic about it because I just look at the way they schemed it up against Alabama, and a lot of the stuff I've been calling for a while now. Like, look, when you had Bijan Robinson and Roschon Johnson, you didn't need that dynamic of a run game, right? Those guys can operate pretty much any system, any scheme. You want to be a gap scheme team, you want to be a zone team, whatever, they can operate in it. But I think now that you've got inexperienced backs, you need to help your offensive line out a little bit more, create some angles, naturally create leverage with your blocking schemes. I just like the way they schemed it up, and Sark credited a lot of that to Paul Chryst. It's interesting. I love kind of studying football and kind of where things originate. If you look at Paul Chryst and Sark, they both worked in the NFL for Norv Turner, right? Norv Turner learned all of his, like the knowledge base of his offensive knowledge comes from Ernie Zampese, who learned football at the knee of Don Coryell. So basically you can kind of trace Sark's offense, the roots of his offense, all the way back to Eric Coryell. It's just fascinating the way you can do that. But I mentioned all that to say Sark and Paul Chryst speak the same language. So when Paul Chryst wants to come in and say, hey, let's scheme up this run game, it's not like nuclear physics for Sark. Like he can understand Paul Chryst and they can vibe together like that. So I love some of the stuff I saw against Alabama. If you can continue to do that, attack the edges and really just be smart with how you run the football. Bucky, that to me is what it all boils down to. Are you being smart? Like they weren't gonna have much success trying to play Alabama in a phone booth and just saying, we're just gonna try to smash Alabama and impose our will. That wasn't gonna work. You're pissing in the wind at that point. So just be smart with it. This Wyoming defense, again, they're top 40 defense nationally against the run. They're only giving up 2.5 yards a carry. So they're gonna make you work a little bit. It's not gonna be that much different from what we saw from Rice, just from the standpoint of, do they have a bunch of NFL players up front? No, but they've got experience. They're really well coached and they're really fundamentally sound. So you're going to have to sweat a little bit to bust some grapes in the run game.
Oh yeah. Well, you've got to create some angles for your running backs. I'm not quite sure that I mean, Sark just hasn't liked vacating areas and pulling people and leaving gaps open.
Right.
He just hasn't done that since he's been here. But misdirection and some things like that, and trying to get to the perimeter with your speed to force them to think Texas are going to try to beat us outside with their speed. I want to just to open up and soften up some of that stuff on the inside. I mean, Sark can move and motion guys to get just guys off balance, whether it's on the defensive line in the linebacker area. He's got the ability to do that. He and Paul Chris have ways to run, counters any way you want to. It's just a small edge you need to do with the kind of offensive line that you have. Because I'm looking at this offensive line. That was just a matter last week of it was the fourth quarter. And by the way, guys from Alabama get tired too. Their defensive line got a little tired and a little gasped too, because they knew they were going to have to chase down balls that were thrown over behind them and chase that down that way. So if he can create some angles on this defensive front, I think he can have things and create a way that Jonathan Brooks understands you are our ball carrier. You are the guy. Make him feel good about the way he's running and give him some opportunities this week, whether it's outside or inside. Somebody's got to be the main ball carrier. You can't keep talking about C.J. Baxter once again, can't make the club in the tub. You know what I'm saying? And I understand that dude has never been hit like this. He's never had practices like this. He's always been the biggest guy, the fastest guy, the strongest guy in the backfield, where at this level, when they hit you for keeps. Like they do at the next level, they hit you for keeps. It's totally different. But you've got to give a guy confidence. And I think right now, Jonathan Brooks is a guy that needs to continue to have that confidence. He was fantastic last week when they needed him to be that ball carrier. And I think he can carry a load. That guy can carry the ball 20 sometimes if he has to.
Yeah, I'm optimistic too, not just with the backs, Bucky, but about this offensive line. I always view execution on offense as it's effort plus intent is what leads to good execution. And like you look at that offensive line against Rice, the effort was there. I don't think they played with poor effort, but sometimes I don't know if it was the heat, if it was first game jitters, whatever it was, the intent just wasn't at an optimum level the whole game. But last week against Alabama, you saw intent. Now that you could have intent, but when you're playing against like talent, you can still lose some one-on-ones. But like I go back to the 5-yard touchdown Brooks had right after the Jaron Thompson pick, where they had the ball at the 5 and it's a one-play drive.
Yep.
You look at that play and you look at the backside of that zone play, like DJ Campbell got to the second level pretty easy and ends up blocking two dudes. Like he blocked the linebacker. He drove the linebacker back into the safety.
Yep.
And Christian Jones, Bucky, like as the backside tackle on a zone play, when you got to scoop that 3 technique or that 4-eye, it's a really hard block for that backside tackle to make. When you look at the way Christian Jones did it, I mean, he was fighting his ass off to make it. I'm like, that's one of those effort plays that like, even if you watch the replay, if you're just watching the ball, like you really don't see it, but then you look at it and you're like, dude, anybody that knows anything, even the smallest idiom about or iota about offensive line play, that's a really tough block to make. So the fact that guys are willing to do stuff like that, I feel a lot more. It's not just that last drive, but stuff like that, those little things that you can find. Right. And again, maybe it's just me trying to look for little bitty things about this offensive line to feel better about it, but I do feel more optimistic about this group getting it together, much more so than I did after the Rice game.
No, well, there's no doubt. The Rice game, there was some hustle involved. There were guys in open gaps, but once again, I think this group can create some angles that they can get their running backs into that second level. They should be able to this week. And I still would love to see them. And I know how good Wyoming can be and physical they can be. I would still like to see them get outflanked by the speed of Texas. Get some guys in the game who can get out there. Jaden Blue can bounce a ball outside and go. I mean, he's the kind of guy that can set you up to get outside. If your end isn't anchored down there, he can bring you inside, but he can then beat you on the outside. So that's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see them try to beat them to the perimeter a little bit too.
My biggest, and that falls into maybe my biggest complaint right now, Bucky, with the run game, is the way Sark uses Keelan Robinson.
Yeah.
He used him last week in the red zone, like on an inside zone. I'm like,
that's not his deal.
That's not where I want to be using Keelan Robinson. You want to use him in the screen game. You want to use him on a stretch play. Put him in a slot, get him on a jet sweep where he's getting the ball on the move. Right. That's stuff where you can use Keelan Robinson. So we talk about Keelan. This could be a Keelan Robinson game, Bucky. Could when you think about it. Between what you're saying on the special teams, maybe you need to go after a punt or something, or get something in the return game, and then using his speed on the perimeter. Look, I don't think there's anybody on that Wyoming defense that can handle him one-on-one in space. So, man, just throw him a swing pass or something, or a little bubble screen, and see if they'll let them try to tackle him. So I wouldn't be shocked if we're sitting here on Monday saying, wow, hey, man, Keelan Robinson played a hell of a game on Saturday.
I wouldn't hate it. Jeff, we know you're on with Trey this afternoon from 3 to 5, so we don't want you to waste.
Too bad. That is too bad.
Yeah, for Jeff, right?
Yeah.
We don't want you to waste all of the good material on us, but we'll let you part with this one. You know, your Texas State Bobcats play Jackson State tomorrow. Are you a little bummed that Coach Prime is no longer a part of that game?
Yeah, I am. But you know, Prime, and I'll say this, man. I like Jay Norvell a lot. I really do. I got to know Jay a little bit when he was at Texas. Good dude. But man, why would you poke the bear? Like that's like, hey man, the rattlesnake is dangerous on his own. The last thing you need to do is go over there and try to poke it with a stick.
Yeah, get him rattling
it off. Yeah. Just leave well enough alone. So I wouldn't doubt if Colorado tried to hang 70 on Bucky. You remember back in the day, BK, you're probably too young to remember this, but back in the day, that was one of the better preseason games we get in college football.
Oh, yeah.
Was Colorado against Colorado State, especially you go back to kind of Bill McCartney, those Rick Neuheisel Colorado teams when Sonny Lubick was still at Colorado State. There's some really, really good games between. That was a really, I guess it still is, just from locally. If you go up to the Denver metro area, it's still, or Fort Collins, people probably still talk highly about that game. It probably still is a big deal. But I remember nationally, it's one of those games that, man, if you could get a late game on, some shady cable channel or something, I want to peek in checking on Colorado State. I might have all the lines on the TV watching it, but I want to check in on Colorado State.
Yeah, there was no reason for Jay to go there. There was no reason to bring in what about his childhood and what his mama taught him. That was coach. That was really unnecessary. All that add is about another 17 points on this beat down, I believe. Right. That's going to happen on Saturday.
But BK, on Texas State, the fact that they went down to the Alamo Dome and played UTSA tough, coming off of the Baylor win, that's got me really optimistic about what this team can do. Now, I would encourage all my Texas State people to remember this. When you get into Sun Belt play, I don't think you're going to have any issues with Jackson State. That's clearly not the same Jackson State program we've seen the last few years. But you get into Sun Belt play, you start talking about your G5 leagues, man. The Sun Belt's one of those leagues that we don't talk about a ton, but you start thinking about Troy, App State, Marshall, some of the teams that are in that league. That's a damn good G5 league, the Sun Belt is.
And it has been, and it's been growing every year. It hasn't gone backwards. It's actually growing. Ask Texas A&M how it feels.
Oh, so, I'm sorry. The Fun Belt.
There
the
it
Fun
is.
Belt.
Oh, and your group down here, Green Hall, is just getting it done now. Let me tell you.
Green Hall University.
Green Hall University's got it going on. I love it.
Jeff, you're the man. Always appreciate you joining us every Friday, and I look forward to listening to you with Trey this afternoon.
Hey, Bucky, somebody in the chat wants you to do the jet sweep sound. I don't know what that's all about, but
the old yeah, I want to see that again. I would like to see that on Saturday. I want the right person with it. I want Jaden Blue. I want that dude with that ball in his hand doing a little jet sweep.
On that note, I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys next week.
Jeff.
Yeah, man.
What was it? It sounded like you were at the dentist, dude.
Who used to do that to Texas every year, the jet sweep? Oh, was it Maryland?
Yeah, it was
Maryland. Was during the Maryland days, the jet sweep?
It's Friday. We're having a good day.
And I brought to bring back Maryland.
Year. Don't be talking about Maryland right now.
Do you remember Maryland? Do you remember the days of Maryland, the Terps football? Really?
Like the Ides of March. How could I forget?
Wow.
How could I forget? Oh, man. Great stuff from Jeff Howe of Horns 24/7. Hey, if you're not subscribed at Horns 24/7, what are you doing? Jeff's a part of their team. Chip Brown, of course, who is a part of our team, is also a part of the Horns 24/7 squad as well. Great insider coverage of your Texas Longhorns 24/7, 365. Let's play the audio and videos of Jay Norvell and Deion Sanders, because there might be a few folks who have no idea what we're talking about here. By the way, in 15 minutes, Lee Sterling of Paramount Sports is going to join us to give you his winners of the weekend. Yeah, we're like Mike Singletary. We want winners.
Yes.
Lee Sterling, 10-3 last week, 5-0 the week before. This dude is red hot. You do not want to miss this segment. If you like money. If you don't like money, that's fine. Go somewhere else. But if you like money, you're going to want to be a part of this thing. But Buck, how about a word for the place we'll be at in a couple of hours, our friends at Covert BK.
And we love Covert out there. Since 1909, the Covert family has been selling cars and trucks in Central Texas, and nobody does it better. And we'll be at the location out there in Bee Cave, the beautiful Bee Cave location, where they have 3 unbelievable dealerships out there carrying 7 brands: Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and of course, the Ram is out there just for you. And if you need more information, because they have a car or truck for anybody or everybody, the Jeeps are spectacular out there, as a matter of fact. So they've got a car or truck just for you. Their service locations, 86 service bays throughout. And folks, your time is money. I understand that, because on a Friday, you want to get back to work, right? Afternoon? No? You want to go home? Okay, so you want to go out to Covert BK, check out a car, truck, make that purchase, and then go home or go dove hunting or get ready for this big college football weekend. But they can get it done for you. For more information, visit covertbcave.com. While you're out there, do say hello to the folks out there. Please say hello to Dan and Mike and Stacy and the whole gang. And don't forget Covert Ford in Hutto. And, of course, they got Covert Ford and Chevrolet out in Hutto. And, folks, they also have Ford Lincoln right there in Austin. And nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. We'll see you out there at 11:30 this morning. Free lunch just for you. And the world-famous Casey Studdard, the offensive lineman of the decade, will be there.
Yep.
Well, let me just say this. The offensive lineman of the century, Casey Studdard, will be joining us today.
Wow.
Not of the decade, of the century. He'll be their national champion, playing for the Texans. Just a fantastic, fun guy. You're going to enjoy him. Some Smoky Moe's barbecue. Of course, they'll be there. Verdes will be there. And it's a free lunch. I mean, free. I'm talking really, really free.
You're crazy if you don't show up today.
Yeah, 11:30. Come on out there. Spend some time, talk some football. Casey will tell you about offensive line play. And he'll tell you about yourself, too. So get out there and join him. You know, Michael Griffin was out there last week. Casey Studdard this week. All the stars will be out there when we have home games for meet and greet. And, of course, we'll be doing our pregame show out there 2 hours before the game tomorrow.
Yes,
and
indeed.
so we give you plenty of time to get what you need to have done. But come join us for lunch. Bring your pal, bring your wife, bring your daughter, bring your girlfriend. Come on out there and visit us this morning at 11:30.
CB, ask Studdard about CDC. He has strong feelings about him. CB, you show up and ask him. Come down from Seattle. Come over here.
That's right.
Get here by lunchtime.
Absolutely.
And you ask him, man. Come on now.
And one of these Fridays, I am going to bring you Ricky Williams. We'll be out there out at Covert, out at Bee Cave. Yeah.
Whoa.
Mike wants that to happen. General Manager Mike wants it to happen. So Ricky is going to join us for lunch one of these Fridays. We just don't know which one. We'll be on Ricky. We'll be on Ricky time. So we always know that.
Ricky Watch.
Yes, we'll be on Ricky Watch.
Way. Yeah. Shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Absolutely. I do too. And also shout out to our friends at Olipop. Love this stuff. My God, this has gotten me back into soda. This is my new favorite drink. Olipop, their slogan is a new kind of soda. That's exactly what it is. You're getting the same great soda taste that you've loved since you were a kid, but this stuff is actually good for you. Inside the can, you get a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics, meaning you're getting benefits of digestive health support every time you drink an Olipop. That's right, 9 grams of fiber in every can. There's only 2 to 5 grams of sugar in every can. What other soda can say that? Not a lot of calories either. This stuff is actually good for you. They've got so many great flavors like the classic soda flavors, cola, root beer, lemon lime, Dr. Goodwin, which is their version of a DP. And they've got grape, they've got cherry cola, cream soda, and a few other flavors as well. I'm telling you, Olipop tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of digestive health support and microbiome support as well. Pick it up at H-E-B, at Target, at Walmart, Whole Foods, Costco. The next time you're at the store in the Austin area, Houston, Dallas, wherever you're tuning in from, get you some Olipop. This stuff is going to change your life because it changed mine. All right. Ready, Buck?
It's changed your life, huh? It's made you a believer. Has it got to you mentally? Has it done something for your global, whatever you've got going on up in your globe?
I don't have any global anything. We're good. We're good over here. Just got to make sure you're good over there.
Yes, my global transgender is going well.
Hey, one more time. I got to ask a question to somebody. Who's got the worst record in the NFL right now?
Minnesota!
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
You know, we like to
Appreciate
win
that.
a lot of close games. We play a lot of games and we win a lot of close games. We just didn't win that one last night, but we covered. Did we not?
Yeah, you
We
guys,
covered.
y'all like didn't lose a one-score game last year, and then this year y'all are 0-2 in one-score games. You lost to the Bake Show, Baker Mayfield, last week in a one-score game, and then last night you lose to Jalen Hurts, another Texas native, in a one-score game in Philly. Yikes. All right, I promised it before the live reads. Man, Colorado State used to be a big rivalry. I'm sure up there it's still a decent-sized rivalry, but look, neither team has been very good as of late. So I don't know how many people outside of the Rocky Mountain State give a rat's you-know-what about that matchup, but it matters a little bit this year, right? College Game Day is in Boulder this weekend. Fox Big Noon Kickoff is in Boulder this weekend. Now, more of that has to do with Deion than anything else. Colorado's a 24.5-point favorite right now, but there's a little bit of extra added juice to this matchup because of something former Texas assistant coach Jay Norvell said on his coach's radio show earlier this week in Fort Collins. Here was Jay Norvell first, and then we'll play you Coach Prime's response as the back and forth is getting spicy in Colorado.
And I sat down with ESPN today, and I don't care if they hear it in Boulder. I told them I took my hat off and I took my glasses off, and I said, when I talk to grown-ups, I take my hat and my glasses off. That's what my mother taught me. So,
Funny man. Ha, ha, ha. Funny guy.
Yeah, that
Really?
felt like a sincere laugh for you. So that was Jay Norvell, once again, on his coach's show, clearly taking a shot at Deion. I mean, he said it. I don't care if they play it in Boulder. He told you exactly who he was talking about. Everybody knows the hat, sunglasses look that's Deion's look right now. Well, Deion, in a video at practice yesterday, responded to those comments from Jay Norvell. Check it out.
Yes, sir. I'm minding my own business, watching some film, trying to get ready. Trying to get out here and be the best coach I could be. And I look up and I read some bull junk that Dan said about us.
Talk to us.
Once again,
talk to us.
Why would you want to talk about us when we don't talk about nobody? All we do is go out here, work our butts off, and do our job on Saturday. But when they give us ammunition, they done messed around and made it what? It was just going to be a good game.
And made this shit personal.
They done messed around and made it personal. It was going to be a great test, a battle of Colorado, but they done messed around and made it personal.
You what happened to them last security guards?
That's Jimmy. Talk to him, Jimmy.
That's right. What Jimmy? Jimmy,
talk to him, Jimmy.
Y'all know what happened to the last Y'all know what happened to the last security guard.
Come on, Craig. Y'all know
what happened to the last
You don't even know.
Hey, buff on me, buff.
Yeah, I mean, that was unnecessary, and they went and made it personal. No reason to make it personal. Made it personal. It was supposed to be a good football game. Two teams in the same state, but you know, I'm just not. I don't. Hey, there's a $5. Thank you, Matthew.
For the Bucky Load Management Fund.
Oh, now we've got that personal load management fund. No, I'm just keeping on moving. It was with Trey yesterday for an hour. I don't understand why Jay Norvell would do that. Nobody cares how. I mean, I understand, Jay. Your mom raised you right, or what you thought was right, but there's no reason to get after another man. Don't even mention anybody's mom within your conversation. My mom, his mom, the way your mom treated you. There was no reason to even do that. That guy's coaching football. He's not bothering you. All he's doing is getting a lot of attention. And the way you get that attention away from him is to have your team go up there and beat them and not make it personal, not talk about the way Deion wears his sunglasses or his hat or whatever he does. That's not about you. That you should be worried about your team going there and playing their team. And then you can change the narrative about how they're talking about Deion's football team and Deion Sanders. But now it became personal, and those players are going to take that personal. You're talking about their coach. You know, there's no need for that. There's really no need for Jay Norvell. Deion Sanders didn't say anything about Jay Norvell or his team. He's just coaching his football team. And whether you like the way he presents himself as a football coach and as a mentor to those football players, right now they're playing pretty well. Whatever he's doing is working for his team. And so to take that outside of the realm of football It's okay, but you got to, now you have to back that up now.
Yeah. Well, anybody who says Deion's a bad role model, I think is completely wrong, right? We're talking about a guy who doesn't curse. We're talking about a guy who doesn't drink, a guy who doesn't do drugs. Like that's compared to some of the other coaches and the stuff they're getting into right
and
now.
have been into.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think Deion's actually a pretty good role model, but I don't understand why people are surprised by this. Like I heard Hardge talking about this either yesterday or Wednesday. Like this is who Deion is. This is who he always has been. It's not like he's changed now that he's had some success as a coach. This is who he was at Florida State. This is who he was in the NFL. This is who he was in Major League Baseball. This is how he's always been. He's always carried himself this way. And I'll say it's worked out pretty damn well for him because he's one of the most successful people in the world right now. So
yeah, this is his life. This is the way his life has been. So
I don't know why people, I guess it's different strokes for different folks. I get it, but I don't know why people are like so surprised by some of the stuff that Coach Prime is doing right now. And I also like you said, I mean, what are you doing taking personal shots at people like that? Like that's unnecessary. That's below the belt. It's not going to help your team out at all. And it just makes you look weak. Like Jay Norvell's 60. Like he's older than Deion. He should be the more mature guy in this situation. And for him to do something like that, like, come on, dude, that's pretty sorry from Jay Norvell.
Yeah, to me, it's you have your team and you back that up by doing a good job of coaching your Colorado State team to go to Boulder and beat that team. And then you may have some, you may throw some flowers out to their head coach, or you may not. But your team now has to play that group that you've done all that talking about their coach. Do you think their players are saying, hey, Jay, you're absolutely right. I can't believe Deion wears a cap and sunglasses to interviews. And when he talks to people, he has that on. You think the players are saying that? Jay Norvell's players are saying, hey, coach, you're right. We'll teach him. They're going, oh, shit. What did our coach just do?
Just poke the buffalo.
How did he make that? How did he make that better? Now we're going to have to back you up, coach. You better do a pretty good job of coaching us to go and play that team that's now undefeated and scoring an awful lot of points.
You know that Jonah Hill gif where he's in the crowd at the Oscars? He's just like, no. That's what I think Colorado State players are thinking about their coach. Like you said, there's no way they're like, hell yeah, coach, way to go. I'm glad you said that. That's no trash talk. It's like, what are you doing, coach? Like that's just dumb. It's just dumb. And look, Colorado was going to win that game going away anyways. But yeah, now they made it personal, and it feels like Colorado minus, I don't know if there's a number you could put on it to where I'd be betting on Colorado State tomorrow.
Yeah, they just fueled the buffalo right there. That's exactly what they did.
That might be the most watched game of the weekend, Buck. Like, there's no such thing as a bad college football Saturday because it's college football, and we love it. And I'm going to be glued to my TV when I'm not in Temple celebrating the Jewish New Year all day long.
There you go.
That might be the most watched game tomorrow because there are no ranked versus ranked matchups.
It's a light weekend.
It is a pretty light weekend, and there's only one ranked team that is less than a touchdown favorite tomorrow. That's Tennessee going to the Swamp to take on Florida, and I don't think Florida is very good.
No.
So it's a below average slate, meaning that, hey, there's a chance Colorado versus Colorado State, the Rocky Mountain Showdown, is the most tuned into game this weekend, especially because of all of the trash talk now that we have.
Yeah, I mean, it just fueled the fire. That the fire is there because you're in-state rivals anyway. No matter how bad your record is or how good your record is, that's your in-state rival. You're going to have a good game. Now, I don't think I'm going to see a good game.
Yeah, bought the line down to 21 and riding the Fighting Primes.
See, there it is.
Weekend, yeah.
If it gets any lower than that, I may have to make a cousin call too. But I need a little bit lower because I'm still not buying into the Buffaloes or all that because they've got some Oregon teams to play and some Oregon states and in a conference that's playing pretty good football right now. A conference that we all thought was, man, this thing is just going to go to shit. Well, it hasn't. The teams are right there, right in the thick of things and nationally. So there's some teams that they're going to face down the road. And believe me, Oregon's coach is not going to be saying that. Lincoln Riley's not going to say that about Deion Sanders. He's smarter than that. He's not going to drop that kind of stuff on Coach Prime. He won't do that.
Oregon's coach did take a shot at Colorado in the offseason.
Oh, yeah.
Not at Coach Prime, but when Colorado announced they were moving to the Big 12, which, of course, Oregon decided they were leaving like 2 months later.
Yes.
Dan Lanning, the Oregon coach, was like, yeah, tell me what Colorado has done for this conference. I don't remember them doing anything for this conference. So maybe that's the motivation for the Buffs next week as they take their talents to Eugene. But yeah, it's Colorado, man. Big couple of games. They should win this one pretty easily. But yeah, they play Oregon and then USC in back-to-back weeks following this one. Our buddy Lee Sterling of Paramount Sports will join us here in a moment. But before that happens, Buck, how about the great chair that you're sitting in right now?
Yeah, my messed up back, folks. I've had a messed up back for over 20 years, and the right support has always been super difficult for me, but nothing gave me the comfort my back needed than the people that I love at Relax the Back. This has been absolutely pain-free. This does something to my back. I don't know what it is about the way it sits or the sturdiness of this chair. I just know this. When I sit in this chair, I feel a whole lot better than sitting on your average couch and just sitting back and trying to stick a pillow behind me or whatever. Relax the Back has a chair just for you, whether it's for your office, whether it's for your home, whether you need a Tempur-Pedic mattress, they've got that for your stand-up desk. Anything that you need for home or office, Relax the Back, they've got it just for you. And when you see the folks over there, it's not that you're going to look at the chair, sit in it for 2 seconds. They're going to move all the moving parts, whether it's for your elbow, whether it's for your thoracic back, whether it's for your lumbar area. They're going to move that chair around so it fits perfectly for you and you get the kind of support that you need. And I've done the same. 2 locations at BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods. And once again in Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Absolutely. Shout out to Relax the Back and shout out to our friends at syntextickets.com. If you're looking for last-minute tickets to the game tomorrow, they've got them on site right now at syntextickets.com. We really do appreciate their support of Bucky and BK and Texas Sports Unfiltered. And speaking of guys we appreciate, oh, man, this dude has made me and my cousin some money over the last couple of weeks. This guy is hotter than lava right now. The great Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com joining us for his weekly visit. What's up, Lee?
All's great here in Miami. All is great.
Oh, your Hurricanes are on fire, Lee.
Yeah, well, do I think we're a top 10 team, Bucky? I don't know about that. But I will say this. I think for the first time in about 20 years, I think that we are headed in the right direction. So also helps that they won the game. I think they got a potential 5+ star recruit yesterday to commit. So, you can be a great coach, but you also got to have the horses. We're going to find out Texas A&M can turn it around.
Man.
I mean,
is that a mess? Lee, when you was that a mess watching that game on the Texas A&M side?
Well, I will say this. I think Connor Wegman's even better than I thought. I think he's a NFL starting quarterback. I think he is that good. He makes some throws and some reads that are at a really high level. If he was going on the draft this year, I would take him top 5.
Wow.
And I'm not an A&M fan, but I'm telling you this right now, he is that good. That's what, if you're an A&M fan, that's what's frustrating for you. You got to be thinking, we have a quarterback, maybe the best quarterback, and Johnny Manziel was a great college quarterback, but we have a next level NFL quarterback. We have maybe 7-8 guys potentially on the defensive line that can play in the next level, 3 or 4 receivers that'll play in the NFL, and we're not winning games. That's what's frustrating. They got a lot of good recruiters on the coaching staff, but as you know, you've been there before, Bucky. You got to have everything. Got to be able to coach and recruit.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, Lee Sterling has been red hot over at ParamountSports.com. 5-0 in week 1, 10-3 last week. We'll see if he can keep it rolling. He was also 4-1 on our show last Friday as well. And Lee, we'll start with that A&M game. The Aggies trying to bounce back against Louisiana Monroe. They are 36-point favorites. Do you think they can, or does somehow, some way UL Monroe put up a bunch of points against that weak Aggie defense?
So there's 3 programs in college football that just not spending money. Their budgets are so small. I think they have a rental car. They got to take like a compact car to go visit recruits. And it's Monroe, Nevada Wolfpack, and Hawaii. And they just don't have players. I just think that this score is anything A&M wants it to be here. And I think like New Mexico, I think they can name the score. Those receivers for A&M are scary good. Evan Stewart is going to be a number 1 receiver in the NFL. Their next three guys, I think, will make the team and be maybe as good as number 2 receivers on a lot of teams. So I think the mismatch is there. They just don't have the weapons also on offense here. They got to get that offensive line going for A&M. I mean, the pressure that Miami put on them and how many hits that Wegman took, incredible here. I think A&M's the right side. I think they win this game here 55-7.
All right, Lee. Coming up, another team in the Big 12 now. Oklahoma State playing South Alabama.
Yeah.
I mean, playing – and that South Alabama is a Fun Belt team, is it not? And they're favored by only 7. Oklahoma State, the Cowboys are. That looks like that should be a little bit higher.
It looks like it should be higher, but let me tell you something about South Alabama. South Alabama can play. They return 18 starters. If they don't lose week 1 against Tulane, and everyone picked them around the country, this game might be a 4 or 5 point line. So I think this is one of those games where Oklahoma State's going to have trouble. They rotated in 3 different quarterbacks. In the game last week, Arizona turned the ball over. I mean, Arizona State left and right. Arizona State is not a talented team here. I think this might be the worst Oklahoma State team I've seen maybe in 10, 12 years. I mean, they coach these kids up, but, if not for getting the running game going a little bit in the third quarter, Arizona State should have won that game. They were playing, Oklahoma State got to play against a true freshman quarterback. What South Alabama does is they will take shots down the field. They will take 6, 7 shots. We're talking about bombs down the field. And they usually hit on 2, maybe 3 here. I think they're going to have some success here against Oklahoma State. I think Oklahoma State escapes here. Remember, South Alabama almost beat UCLA last year, lost 32-31. Game they should have won here. So I think they're under the radar. I think you can even get 7.5 if you shop around here. I think Oklahoma State escapes here 24-23, but I'm taking the point Jags.
Wow.
All right, Lee. One of the most intriguing matchups tomorrow is a Big 12 SEC showdown. Former Big 12 rivalry, Kansas State going to Columbia to take on Mizzou. Both teams undefeated. K-State a 4 to 5 point favorite. How do you see this one playing out?
So the question here is, do you believe that Missouri has turned the corner? We know Kansas State has. So Kansas State is coached well. Their schemes are good. Eli Drinkwitz was brought on. He was thought of as this great offensive mind. And so far in year 4, I'm not seeing it. They dink and dunk underneath left and right. They have a couple decent running backs. Brady Cook is like a game manager, in my opinion. They have one weapon, Luther Burden, returning punts, and a wide receiver. Other than that, they don't scare you at all. Kansas State, 2 games they played so far, 375 to 76 rushing edge. They rotate like 2-3 guys at running back. Already 5 different players have caught touchdowns, and I love their quarterback, Will Howard, running and throwing the football. He's a leader also. Kansas State plays well on the road. Only lost 3 times in the last 2 years, and they even beat LSU in the bowl game last year. I just don't think – I know this line's coming down. People are betting Missouri. I just don't see it. Usually I can see what they see, but I think Kansas State's still the right side here. I think they're at the next level here. Missouri's not there yet. Kansas State 30-20.
All right, good call, Lee. The game that everybody will be watching here in Austin, Texas, and around the nation, actually, because there are not a lot of big premier games this weekend, but Texas and Wyoming. Texas coming off a great victory in Tuscaloosa, a Texas team that looks like they can do it in all phases. We know they can do it on defense. We've watched them. We know they can throw them bombs down the field and get it done that way. Run game's been kind of suspect so far, but the Cowboys, boy, this is a big line. And I'm not expecting, Lee, the Texas team to come here and lay an egg off of that victory, but that seems like a pretty steep line right there at some people trying to get it up to 30, 30, 31 points. That's a lot of points.
It is. And you got to give Wyoming credit. That game against Texas Tech, I even had some friends over. When it was 17-0, like, okay, we can turn this game off. Let's go to another game. Like, no. They got some gutsy kids. They play hard, well coached. Craig Bohl, one of the best coaches. I think one of the best 10, 15 coaches in college football. But I don't think they have the talent to hang here. their defense, I think their safeties. I think unless they play a lot of too high, they are in trouble here. So I think Texas is going to hit on some big plays. I think they'll get the running game going. Wyoming just doesn't have the depth here and the team speed here. And they're down to their fourth and their fifth string running backs. DQ James, remember, and it doesn't stand for Dairy Queen, I don't think. DQ James, little kid, he's 5'7", about 165 pounds. He's the toughest little running back you're going to see in a long time. This kid gets hit and keeps bouncing up, but he was projected to be a four-string running back. The fifth-string guy they bring in from Saddleback Community College, they didn't even think. I don't even think in the fall camp. I don't think he had reps the first 2 weeks. He's now thrust into playing here, so they have not turned the ball over. I think this might be the week where the wheels fall off for Wyoming. I think Texas wins this game here, 47-10.
47-10. All right. That would be the cover play for the Longhorns in that one. One NFL game to get to, Lee. Kansas City and Jacksonville. The Chiefs coming off that surprising season opening loss to Detroit. The Jags coming off of a win over Indianapolis. Chris Jones back for Kansas City. Maybe Travis Kelce back for Kansas City. Did the Chiefs bounce back, or did the Jags hand the defending Super Bowl champs another loss?
This could be a fun game. This could be one of the games like the Chargers and the Dolphins last week. Trevor Lawrence is incredible. I mean, he is really good. But the two things I always check for every single game, this is important as a handicapper. Weather, number one. Let me give you an example. The Boston College, Florida State game. It's going to be rainy, and they're expecting 25 to 35 mile-an-hour winds. If I had to throw the ball in those kind of winds, I don't know if my ball would reach 20, 25 yards. So that's a big factor in the accuracy. So both teams, I think, are going to have to run the ball there. Here's the game injuries. They're projecting right now that 2 starting offensive linemen for the Jaguars will not play, and also their best swing guy in the offensive line. They only took 8 offensive linemen on their trip last week to Houston. So if their top 3 of 8 don't play, anyone gets hurt, they're playing practice players. And how good and how underrated is the Chiefs' defensive line with Chris Jones? When he's been in there the last 5 years, they give up 20 yet less yards per game rushing. So we know about his pass rushing skills, but as a run defender, he is very good. He frees up a lot of guys. And then Travis Kelce, how important is he? Well, Patrick Mahomes was 10 for 22 thrown to the receivers last week. That was the worst percentage he had ever had thrown to his receivers since he was named the starting quarterback. So Travis Kelce, by far the best tight end in the NFL. They're projecting he's on schedule to play in this game. He's a big factor. And I think Jacksonville's right there. I think if they had everyone healthy, they got a shot. But without those 3 offensive linemen and Kansas City with the extra 2 days to prepare and the fact they're 0-1, country's going to play Jacksonville. Right side here is the Chiefs here. I think they win 31-23.
Wow. All right.
Yep.
Lee, before we get to your free play, hold on. I got to ask about did our guy Bill Cohen make the trip out to Coral Gables last week?
He did. So here's what happened. So I figured I was going to roll out the red carpet. You know how they do in rushing? When you were in rushing, we rushed you, you know what you, and now we're going to you know what to you. So I took him to Joe Stonecrap, and it was packed. So I have it in there, met someone, and we literally showed up and walked right through. And there's 150, 200.
Oh, you gave him the you know who I am deal, did you?
No, I had an in. Now, the number one guy of all time walking into Joe's used to be Jim Mandich, former Dolphins and Michigan tight end. The joke was he didn't break stride. He knew the 2 guys, the 2 major Ds. So what you do at Joe's, you don't tip them on the way in. It's the handshake on the way out. So that's where you take care of them. But so I had an in, and all I had to do was report to the stand. They said, we've been waiting for you, Mr. Sterling. Walked right in, had one of the best tables. I took my daughter, my oldest daughter, and her fiance and my wife, the 5 of us. Let me tell you something. Food was incredible. The stuff's even fresh. I don't know what they do to freeze them, but they were great. And he was in love. They have what's called tomatoes with spinach and cheese on top of them. Whenever I go alone, my wife tells me, listen, if I'm going with a friend, just bring back like 4 or 5 of the tomatoes. So he even looked up the recipe. He was eating the tomatoes with the spinach and the cheese on top like they were candy. So he was loving it. But it was a scene there. It was the biggest dichotomy of different types of people there. So half the restaurant was Texas A&M fans walking in their overalls and their cowboy hats, looked like, they just came in from a tough, hard day's work. And every time they walked by, Bill was like, gig 'em. And you're in a nice restaurant. I'm just laughing, he's having the best time. And then you have the Miami crowd. You have the guys with their sugar daddies, with the plunging necklines, and the women with the high boots. And you've never seen two different, the ripped jeans, never seen two different groups of people there. But we had a great time. In the game, I had a connection also. My high school coach, his son is a Golden Cane. They have seats between the 30 and the 50 where you sit in these padded seats. I mean, they're huge. I'll post a picture on my Twitter. And you have 4 TVs in front of you. So you can put your feet up. You can watch all the replays. And before the game for 2 hours, they have a buffet. We're talking about a carving station with roast beef, corned beef, pastas, desserts, open bar. For 2 hours before the game, we had, what else we have? You had dessert bar at halftime. You want to go down in the middle of the game and get water, sodas, a drink.
You guys are you're killing their NIL deals there. What are you doing? I mean, that's supposed to be for the players. That's not supposed to be for all you guys. You're crushing the NIL deal.
I know. But then what he loved was the A&M players, Jimbo Fisher, the coaching staff, and the players before they came out walked by. They even had a rope to rope us off for those 5 minutes. If you haven't finished eating, your 4th meal by then, you got to wait as they come by. He is videoing them, and Bill is yelling, "Okay, TJ, okay, John, this your day, John." And he told me before the game, this is the greatest day of my life.
Wow.
So he still had a great time.
Awesome.
He's never had he put me on the 50-yard line when we went to College Station, but he's never been treated like that. So we had a great time. He went to the Tito's tailgate beforehand.
Awesome.
It was a memorable day for me. Before the game was memorable for him, but it was a lot of fun.
No, I know you're busy, but I got to ask you about this. Former quarterback. Aaron Rodgers going to go through all of this at 40 years old and try to come back, Lee, or is he going to get to a part of his rehab and go, no, I don't think so. I just want to be able to play pickleball with the neighborhood kids and stuff. I mean, is he going to get to that part, or is he coming back for real?
I think he's going to come back, but do I think that he can come back and play at a high level? No. I mean, I went through an ACL, and that's tough enough. But, I've seen guys, I play basketball, I've seen guys have the torn Achilles, and they never come back the same. And even Dan Marino was talking about how he couldn't get up on his toes to throw the ball when he was releasing the ball. It was never the same for him. And that was like at 32 years old.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers is going to be 40 when he comes back. So, no one was shedding any tears for my Dolphins when Jalen Ramsey got hurt. And I shed no tears for Aaron Rodgers. So, sorry, Jets. We don't call them the New York stinking Jets for nothing.
There you go.
Lee, last thing before we let you go. How about a free play this week? LSU, Mississippi State. And I'm going to iterate and reiterate. You are 15-3 to start the football season. If folks want to get that free pick and also get in on all of your picks this weekend, how do they do it?
Well, just call 800-400-9741 first. 10 callers will give them the game for free. 800-400-9741. For our clients last week, like I said, we hit our 45-unit best bet in the NFL. We're off to an 18-8 start for our clients. So you want to hop on board. You don't have to sign up for the year. We have a special. It's called the world's famous Baker's Dozen. 13 games, just $97. It's right up Brad's alley here. You know, he's always on a budget here. 13 games, $97. And as soon as you purchase it, a window pops open with all 13 games. So you don't have to call me back on Saturday or Sunday. So world's famous Baker's Dozen. We have UFC. We've got 3 fights going, $35. And we have a 40 to 50 unit selection there. We're 15-2 on the 40 to 50 unit best bets there. So Brad's eyes are lighting up. You know, Mr. Freebie, I'll make sure I get those to you, Brad. So,
Hell yeah.
Brad, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If you went like 10-0 for a week and you were going out on a date on a Tuesday and Wednesday night, we know those are your only days that are available, where would you take your date?
Well, those are only available until the MAC starts on Tuesday. Then we go to Wednesday only. But I'd probably take her to 7-Eleven.
Wow.
Brad,
how about that?
Not even Outback?
Not even Outback. Oh, no.
You know what? He's probably those guys. I had a friend. He's probably one of those guys that tells his date, any appetizer on the menu, that's yours.
That's right. Anything you want, it's an appetizer. It belongs to you. Now, he's doing pretty good there, Lee. He'd be at Jack Allen's Kitchen. That's where he'd be. Believe me. That's his first spot. And we got to get you back down here to Austin, Texas here for a big game here soon.
Sounds good, guys.
Lee,
you guys have a great weekend. Be safe and go Horns. Go Canes. Well, we already played. Canes already played. And Dolphins, Cowboys, Texans. Let's keep rolling.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Lee.
You're the man, Lee. We'll talk next week.
See you guys.
All right, there he goes, our buddy Lee Sterling. And by the way, the Lee Sterling segment is brought to you by our friends at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers, right in the heart of downtown 6th and Congress. These guys are the very best. Hey, they always say you have to have a good doctor, a good lawyer, and a good jeweler. Bill Cohen, the guy Lee was talking about, great dude. I'm telling you, the Cohen family, they've been in this business for more than 140 years here in Austin. A lot of stuff has changed in Austin over the years, Buck.
Not those dudes.
Family, nope, they have not. If you want to deal with someone who, without question, is going to give you the best service and they're going to treat you right, their business is based on honesty, integrity, and service and value. Go see our buddy Bill at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers right there in the heart of downtown. They've got free parking too. Downtown, free parking. Are you kidding me? Their selection is amazing, but most importantly, they will treat you right every single time you go in there. Check them out online at joecohenjewelers.com or go see our buddy Bill down there in downtown ATX. Okay.
Right, you got anything from you? Got me some AB consultations. Do we have Tom McKay and Camilla? Because I love hearing that. I got to hear that today.
Right on cue. Here we go.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay.
Kid, what time is it?
Old man, it's back to sports time. The hockey and football seasons are upon us.
And baseball is winding down to the best part.
And what about basketball season?
I'm 5'2". Who the hell cares about basketball?
Yeah, we're talking about watching, not playing. And in that case, you've got everyone covered, right?
That's right. Audiovisual Consultations has been providing awesome systems and service throughout Texas for over 30 years.
Installing home entertainment systems and livening up restaurants with incredible audio and video systems.
We're talking multi-screen video walls.
And home entertainment that puts you in the best seat in the stadium.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Hey, aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. Hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch a game with your friends.
And make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. Go Stars!
Go Bruins!
Kid.
Go Stars.
You know what I thought I heard him say the word? I thought I heard him say baseball. And when we talk baseball, who do we talk about? You know who we talk about. We talk about the captain. That's right.
It's not 1920 anymore, all right? Your Yankees suck.
We talk baseball. Get that ball over there. Dive, Jeter, and now get it over the first. Make it a tough play that really isn't a tough play. We know how you went out, but that's okay. We still love you.
You do realize Jeter doesn't play anymore, right?
Yeah, and well, he's down. He fell yesterday off the desk. Somebody pushed him off the desk here. I don't know what it was, but he went down. He's got a little ACL, but he's still going to fight. You know, do you remember seeing Jeter go into the stands and got a little boo-boo on his head and came back to play in championship play? That's what he does. And that's how the New York Fighting Yankees do it too. We're fighting our way out of last place. That's what's going to happen. How about the Rangers? What are they doing lately? They have a day off?
Dude, they 4-game swept Toronto. The team that they're fighting with for playoff positioning. They went up north of the border and swept the Jays, and they beat the brakes off of them in every game. So they're now only a half game back of the Astros, who did have the day off yesterday. But the Rangers right now, yeah, they are in a playoff spot, the second wild card spot, as a matter of fact, in the American League. So,
well, that hurts the Jays. They lost 4 in a row.
4 in a row to, once again, a team that they are fighting with for playoff positioning. Yeah, huge series for the Rangers, who have.
So you say there's a chance for my people in New York.
What, black people? Who are your people?
my Yankees, my other people.
Oh, no chance for your Yankees.
Okay.
They're out. Somebody asked, Lupe is asking, what's Lee's number? 800-400-9741. 800-400-9741, or go to ParamountSports.com, Lupe, to cash in. Dude, I'm telling you, like, we're not lying. His picks are all documented on site. My bank account is not lying either. Lee has been getting the job done early on, so you do not want to miss out. All right, shout out real quickly to our friends at Top Gun Equipment, Lawn Equipment and Rentals, excuse me. We'll get to Steve Sarkisian here in a second, but our friends at Top Gun can help you tackle any job that you need to tackle. Small home project, large construction job, it does not matter. They've got all the tools and supplies you need to get the job taken care of. Whether you're renting, whether you're buying, they've got it all. 2 Austin area locations to best serve you. One up north in Anderson Square, one down south on South 1st Street, or check them out online, topgun.net. They will shoot you straight. Bucky, maybe my favorite thing that I heard from Steve Sarkisian yesterday, he was asked about keeping that same mentality, right? Texas clearly had the hunter mentality going on the road at Alabama last weekend. And look, now this team is kind of the hunted. I get it. Texas is usually the hunted, but they're even more of the hunted now because of what they did last week, because they're the number 4 team in the country, and because they're 4 touchdown favorites this Saturday. So Sark was basically asked about the importance of keeping the hunter mentality. I thought he gave a great answer. Take a listen.
Well, I think that's exactly why we want to have that mentality. I think naturally, we're the University of Texas, which I've talked at length about, and we naturally have a target on our back week in and week out. We know we're going to get everybody's best shot. Now add that with you end up in a top 5. Now there's just more added incentive to attack us. I think that the key to the drill is we have to make sure that our opponents feel like they're being attacked by us. And I love that our players have adopted that and have bought into that mentality. Because that's the mindset that you have to have. We have to ensure that our opponents get our best shot. And if that's good enough, great. If it's not, then back to the drawing board. But as long as we work with that mentality and then go play that way, I feel very comfortable and confident in our ability to go into a game and play at a high level.
I like that from Sark. I mean, it's been a while that you hear that kind of talk from coaches at the University of Texas. That it's always, oh no, they're going to give us their best shot. We're just going to play as well as we can. He sounds like he's saying, bring us your best shot. It's not going to be good enough. His group is now, they're still hunting. They're not going to be the hunted. You know, everybody will say, well, we know you get your best shot, you know, from teams that play Texas, you're going to get their best shot. Okay, so be it. I mean, it sounds like he's going, okay, so be it. You're about to get your ass kicked when you try to bring us your best, because we've just got a little bit more. That's who we are. We're Texas. We just got just a little bit more than you got, and we remain the hunter. We're not going to be the hunted. You can come in here and give us the best shot you can give us, but you're going to end up going home with a defeat. I like that kind of mentality by Sark right there.
Agreed, 100%. If you go into every game the same way you went into Alabama, you're running the table, you're winning the Big 12, and we'll see you in the college football playoff.
Sure.
You've got to have that same mentality week in and week out, and I like that. Yeah, be the hunter. And I'll tell you what, Buck, Texas's toughest opponent on its schedule is Texas.
Sure.
That's it. Like, they are better than every team that they are going to go up against between now and the end of the regular season.
Well, they got to continue to work at those little things that get you beat. Yep. You know, they've been the communications last week was fantastic. You know, you think of going in Tuscaloosa after a game that you played against Rice. You're thinking of going there and you're going to have some false starts. But they really took care of their business. Their leader at quarterback made sure the guys weren't jumpy. They weren't nervous. That's the part I liked about seeing this Texas team, where you go into a game like that and everything is, the communications is fantastic. So now you come home, 100,000 people are expecting you to play well. They're not expecting you to be jumpy. Now you show your real true maturity in a football game like this when you come home.
Yeah, it was weird, right? The communication was better on the road at Bryant-Denny than it was at home against Rice in week one, right? Like the O-line couldn't pass off a twist or a stunt against Rice, and they looked a little lost at times, but on the road in a hostile environment with 100,000 people screaming while you're on offense, they were able to look really, really sharp.
Right.
And yeah, the discipline of this team, like they have not been shooting themselves in the foot. If they did in week one, that game would have been a lot more interesting than it actually was. If they did in week two, well, they probably don't win that game in week two. But 0 turnovers through a couple of games. Is that sustainable? No, but still, it's been awesome. And only 4 penalties last week after just 5 penalties the week before. And 3 of those 5 penalties against Rice came in the fourth quarter when Texas had all the backups in.
Yeah.
So this team has not been making those mental mistakes. There have not been those self-inflicted wounds that have just plagued the Longhorns in years past. So far, it's been very clean. If that continues, it's going to be a special season.
Oh, I believe so. And once again, the Crimson Tide ended up shooting themselves in the foot with 10 penalties again, back-to-back years where they led the game in penalties and looked sloppy. The Longhorns looked like they had all their communication down on the sidelines, substitutions. Things went really, really well. But this is not the time to let your guard down. And certain things happen in games. Oh, no, every once in a while, yeah, you're going to have back-to-back penalties. Those things just happen. But you can't let that snowball continue to go down the hill and get bigger. You had to put a stop to it. And I think this is right now, so far in 2 games, this group looks like the mature group that can handle some things that will happen during the course of a game. How they handle adversity will be important, because once again, Saturday, adversity is going to come. Are you going to shake it off and not be mature enough to handle it and just continue to let that snowball, or are you going to stop it when it happens? If you jump off sides, are you then going to make a play the following play? Are you going to have series where you get stupid and silly penalties? You can't have it. And I got a feeling that this group is kind of, taking it upon themselves, because now when you're having, once again, when your quarterback is holding player meetings after a big win, not a big loss, but a big win where he's saying, let's all get on the same page, guys. We're coming home. Everybody loves us right now. Keep getting the love. That's what you want. You want the love. You don't want us talking about you on Monday going, what a shit show that was. That's not what you want. You want to have people patting you on the back, or you got to continue to play good. You got to earn that.
Yep, that's way more fun than the alternative.
It is.
Yep. And we haven't played that audio yet. This will be the last cut we play from Sark today. But you talked about it. I think every Texas fan knows about it at this point, that Quinn Ewers did text Steve Sarkisian and ask about a players-only meeting before practice on Tuesday. Let's actually hear Steve Sarkisian talk about it. Sark was asked about which players had stepped up this week in terms of making sure the Longhorns were preparing with that same mindset that they had going into the Alabama game. Here's Coach Sark.
Yeah, what I thought was really cool this week, we did our traditional Monday morning meeting where we recap the game. And, I show, about 18 or so plays to the entire team, coachable moments, teachable moments, or things that we did well. And then I turn the page in that meeting and I get into what I think it's going to take this week to play well. And interestingly enough, I got a text from Quinn later that day. Do you mind if we have a players only meeting Tuesday morning before we start? And so of course, so the fact that, Quinn, that leadership committee wanted to have a players only meeting to make sure that they were reiterating the message about getting refocused on what we need to do this week, I thought was a great sign for us.
Yeah, nothing negative about it. Probably nothing negative from Quinn. Probably just the fact that let's continue to be on the same page, guys. It's not because we won and we're worried about how we're going to act and how we're going to react in a football game. But what we want to do is we want to react in a positive way through practice this week, not in a silly way. Oh, we beat Alabama. Isn't that great? Here we go. Oh, we're playing Wyoming. We'll take care of that business. No, but in a positive, mature way of, hey, let's just all be on the same page. I mean, that's the right way to go about it. And it sounds like their coach very proud of the way they're handling this.
Yeah, I am too.
I am too.
Obviously, we'll see how it goes tomorrow night, but that's the mindset that you want Texas to have. They're saying all the right things this week. Now we'll go see if they can put it into action tomorrow night at DKR. We will have a pregame show from 4:30 to 6:30 tomorrow, live at Covert Bee Cave. A reminder, we'll be at Covert Bee Cave at 11:30 today.
Free
with
lunch.
our friend Casey Studdard. And yeah, free lunch too. Hope to see all of you out there. The Fire the Cannon gals are going to be in attendance. Trey and I will be doing our show out there. The Buck will be out there. Should be a great turnout. Hopefully you will be there as well. And once again, if we get 40 people to show up today, I'll have something pretty special to give away to one lucky fan. So, you show up, but also tell your friends, tell your family, tell whoever to get there as well. So you'll have a chance to cash in on a pretty cool prize.
Tip for kids in the car line on a Friday. Free lunch.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, kids. You're
hey,
leaving
kids,
school.
hey, kids
We're
buy
going.
cars. Kids buy cars and trucks.
Yeah, they do.
There you go.
Come on, they're
Come on
about to
now.
turn 16. They'll be 16 at some point. Go
That's
get them a
right.
car out at Covert Bee Cave.
Absolutely, man.
You know the deal. Hey, before we leave, a couple of orders of business we need to take care of.
Okay.
We need 1,000 unit play. Don't we need a Bucky's Gold Star lock of the week? You got
Yes,
anything
you
for
do.
the people?
Yeah, and I'm going to give it to you. It's Kansas State over Missouri. That's right. Sorry, Mizzou. You go to the rest of the dregs of the SEC so far this year before you get to that good conference play. You go down to the Wildcats this weekend. 5,000 unit play. Take K-State. All over it.
1,000. Okay, so you're down 1,000 units.
Yes, this is a 5,000 unit play.
Okay, so we're going to get back up to 4,000 in the green.
Oh, it's easy enough to take the Colorado Buffaloes and what they're going to do to Colorado State. But this may be some kind of game itself. But K-State, I still think they have the best coach in the Big 12, and I think they get it done over the dregs of the SEC. I'm not quite ready to go SEC. Down goes Missouri. Take that, BK.
Okay.
Take it to the bank.
K-State -4 on the road at Mizzou.
Yes.
Bucky's Gold Star lock of the week.
I can see the phones ringing now. I can see them, and everybody scrambling to their guy, to their cut. Hey, what do I need? How much can I put on this?
Yeah.
Can I put the kids? Can I put that first semester or they're already in school? That second semester tuition? Can I do it? Can I do it? Should I do it? Well, hell yeah, you should do it. Do it now.
They're thinking, how much can I put on Mizzou to fade the Buck?
Oh, no, they're not going to fade the Buck. Nobody's fading the Buck on this one. Gold Star. That's what this is.
Gold Star play.
5,000 units.
Hey, we haven't talked a ton of NFL, but the Cowboys and the Jets on Sunday. Dallas a 9-point favorite. Does Zach Wilson make this game interesting, or do the Cowboys roll?
Cowboys, if it's staying at the 9, I think Cowboys will win by 10 or more. Mm-hmm. So I like the Cowboys in this. Zach Wilson's going to be running for his dear life. I know he's popping his mother's girlfriend or something like that. I remember the day when he was trying to date his mom's best friend or whatever. But I'm just saying this. Sorry, Zach. It's not happening this week. This Cowboys defense is chasing that guy all over the field. Plus, they're going probably 3-step, 5-step, 7-step drop. Let's drop him back. No chance. No chance.
What do you mean he's popping his mom's friends? Like little Ray Rice pop kind of thing?
No. Bang, bang, bang. That's what's going on right there. So
Ray Rice only had one, but it was I'm not sure what you're talking about here.
He was dating his mom's best friend.
Oh, that type of
time of bang popping. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
This is not going to happen for this young guy. I think the Jets will be okay. I don't know if they're going to the Super Bowl with Zach Wilson, but they're not winning this game against the Dallas Cowboys.
That'd be a bad loss for the Cowboys, losing at home to the Jets with Zach Wilson. It'll be a test for Dak, though. Like, the Cowboys offense didn't have to do anything last weekend. They could have stayed in Dallas because the defense and the special teams were dominant.
Yeah, Jets will bring their defense too, by the way.
But yeah, exactly. Like, the Jets have one of the best defenses in all of football, so it will be a little test for Dak and Tony Pollard and company. Brandon Cooks might not play, too, for the Cowboys. He's dealing with an MCL sprain right now, so they might be a little bit shorthanded there. Texans against the Colts in H-Town. couple of rookie quarterbacks selected in the top 5. Houston, a 1-point favorite in a game that, well, if you don't root for either of these two teams, there's no way you'll be watching. Who do you like?
I like the Texans.
Okay.
C.J. Stroud getting his first victory underneath center. I think this is his game. The fans will understand this is the one they can get. This is one of the ones they can get because they're not going to get a lot of them this season. But this will be one of the ones I think they'll have a nice crowd out there for the game. And I think the Texans win this football game.
Okay. Yeah, this is one of the more winnable games the Texans have on their schedule this year. And they obviously don't want to be one of the worst teams in football again because they don't have their first-round pick next year. The Arizona Cardinals have that pick. So, the Texans are tired of losing for a number of different reasons. If they lose this one on Sunday, then, there's going to be people panicking a lot down there in H-Town if they aren't already. Other NFL games of note, Dolphins-Patriots is your Sunday night football game this weekend. You've got Chargers-Titans. You've got Chiefs-Jags. How about the Ravens-Bengals game, Buck? Baltimore 1-0. They beat Houston last week. Cincinnati looked awful against Cleveland. The Bengals 3-point favorites at home. Feels like the two best teams in the AFC North. You got a pick there?
Well, I'm not liking Cincinnati to bounce back. I think the Ravens, I think Cincinnati, they're gonna take a couple losses in division to some teams early in the season and start to gather that momentum after about game 4 or so. I think Joe Burrow's still a little banged up. I don't think he's as healthy as everybody thinks he is. Well, he certainly wasn't last week throwing the football. And I think that continues. I think the Ravens get a win.
Wow.
In Cincinnati.
Okay. Wrong team favored.
Wrong team favored. I like the Ravens this weekend.
There you go. All right. And finally, the Longhorns. We'll give another pick during our pregame show tomorrow. Yeah. But where are you at right now with this Texas-Wyoming game, Buck?
I'm looking at a 21-point win in this game, 17 to 21 points. That's it. I don't think this is just a whip-ass game where you put 60 on a group and they score 17 or so. I think the Cowboys physically can hang with Texas, and it all depends on what they do with the ball. Can't turn the ball over. You got to win the turnover battle, obviously, at home. And as I said, it's going to be a little slick. We may get some rain on Saturday morning or even in the Saturday afternoon. So I think this is going to be a little different from everybody when it comes to ball handling. Communications has been good with the Longhorns, but I don't think this is where you just go throttle this group. I don't think it is. I think if you win 17 to 21 points, that's a good victory for the Longhorns.
Yeah, I'll take the win. I tend to lean with you right now. I don't know if I would take Texas with the points, but I don't think we'll be sweating things too much tomorrow night at DKR. A few more shout outs to a few more sponsors. Altstat Beer. I'm ready to roll. My fridge is stocked for the weekend. Hopefully yours is too. It's the best beer that you can find all throughout the state of Texas. Got to hang out with one of the Altstat guys yesterday. Great people in charge of the brewery, but more importantly to you, great beer. That's what they do at Altstat Beer. Go get you some Altstat Beer. No impurities, no regrets. Please drink it responsibly. Of course, shout out to Woods Comfort Systems as well. Buck, you've got the Woods Comfort Systems
AC I do.
Unit in your place, and you absolutely love it.
I do, because it keeps me cool in the summer and nice and warm in the winter. And if anything goes wrong, which it very seldom does, I got Dave, I got Travis. They're out here in a jiffy. They're in my home and out of my home, and everything is all fixed up. I'm not making that weekly call to them to come fix something. Once it gets fixed, it stays fixed with Wood Comfort Systems.
Yep, woodscomfortsystems.com. Check them out. They are the very best at HVAC and plumbing services as well. And shout out to our friends at Last Stand Hats. We're working on getting some gear for you people. Yeah, I said it. You people.
There you go.
There, thanks to Last Stand Hats. But you don't have to wait for that. You can go buy some stuff, some really cool stuff on site right now at laststandhats.com. Buck, I know Rodney and Wags are in the waiting room right now, so I want them to see this one more time. Who has the worst record in the NFL right now?
Minnesota!
I wasn't necessary, President Biden. No, thank you.
Joey Buckets is against you this morning, calling out your 0-2 by Queens. Buck, great stuff. I will see you out at Covert Bee Cave at 11:30, my friend.
I'll be there shortly, my man.
Absolutely. And coming on right now, Chaos Theory with Adam Wagner and Rodney Rodriguez. Gentlemen.
Hook 'em, boys.
Hook 'em horns.
Hook 'em. I shouldn't have shown that damn bird to Bucky because they lost last night, and hopefully they got something they can right the ship tonight, man. Because the Rays, man, 1 game behind the Orioles, trailing, breathing down their necks. That damn Captain Jeter.
What?
Where's that guy at?
Damn
Where is that dude?
There's that dude right there.
Yeah, now we got good luck.
There's that
good
dude.
luck, Buck.
You've
There
seen
it
too
is.
much of that guy. He's still around.
Bucky, I said yesterday, I said it's going to be Kirk Cousins falling on his ass that's going to cost the Vikings 4 lost fumble. What in the hell is that, man?
That was that group. Kirk Cousins played pretty good last night.
He
It
looked
wasn't
really
about
good.
him. It was about the rest of them not holding on to the football.
Mm.
I mean, and you two have not thanked me for the rain yet. I haven't heard any, hey, Buck, thanks for the rain yet.
I
either.
actually told my wife that you were the one that brought the rain. I
Thank
said
you.
Bucky was out there in the blue bonnet.
Oh,
doing a
look,
rain dance.
there's the book.
I knew
There
it was
is.
coming.
That's
I
right,
knew it
Rodney.
was
You
coming,
said you
my
knew
man.
it was coming. That's right.
You guys are the best. Excited to listen. Chaos Theory, Wags and Rodney. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you. And there they go. Rodney, how you doing, my friend? Everybody watching us on YouTube and listening to us all around the bend. Thank you for listening to Chaos Theory. You can find me on Twitter, Not the Fake Wags. You can find my co-host, Rodney Rodriguez, the double R, at the Rodney R, and on Instagram at the _Rodney R. I'm on the gram at the Wagner Wire, but also I'm on this thing called Linktree too, where you can get all my socials as well. It's Wags _0356.
Oh, Wags. I have seen the link tree. Isn't that where you find like OnlyFans? Do you have that as well?
You can put you can put an OnlyFans link in there, but you don't have to put my OnlyFans link.
Okay.
But yeah, so Linktree, it's just one link that takes every social media platform that you have and puts it all in one spot where people can find you. It just consolidates stuff essentially instead of having so for me, I'm not the fake Wags on Twitter and then the Wagner Wire on other social medias. It just kind of keeps everything all in one place instead of having a whole bunch of crazy names. Unless you're like you and you've branded yourself properly and you're like the Rodney R on all the other social media networks. But anyways, brother, how are you? How was your Thursday night football experience?
Dude, I loved watching Thursday night football. I mean, a good night of football, I guess. I mean,
I had the Vikings as wrong team favored. They still covered, but I mean,
barely. Yeah, back in.
But if
you right there,
if you took them to win, as the wrong team favored, then you kind of went down there. But anyways, man, they still covered. If you took them with the points, they still covered.
I'll tell you what, man. Philadelphia. I mean, how about that? 200 and what 259? I think on the ground. I mean, what? And here's my thought with that, Wags. How about when that rushing attack meets the Dallas defense? Ooh, man, that's going to be a lot of fun.
The Dallas defense is so potent on the ground and through the air too, man. That's the thing. Diggs will snatch them through the air, and then Micah Parsons is just going to pound you to death on the ground. So. I mean, they hit you on many facets. The Dallas Cowboys defense does, brother. What do we got going on today?
So pretty cool conversation, I think, that's going to happen right here. So coming up, where are we at here? Maybe in about 7 minutes or so, we'll talk to Cody Stevenhagen, and he is from The Athletic. And he actually wrote a piece about Deion Sanders. And it's not the pieces that you see about Deion Sanders. It's primetime, Coach Prime versus Deion Sanders. And gotcha. he's an MLB writer. So it's a really cool conversation. I think it'll tie in really nicely to, obviously, when you've got, the fascination that we're seeing with the Colorado football team and Jay Norvell only adding fuel to the fire right here. I think a lot of what Cody's going to talk about will really explain why people buy in to what Deion Sanders talks about. So looking forward to that. What else, man? What else we got going on? Yeah.
Growing up, so there were two really pivotal athletes and just athletes that I saw solidify themselves or differentiate themselves that stood apart from everyone else in the 80s and 90s. And that was Deion Sanders and Bo Jackson. Yeah. And they were two-way players. I mean, they played multi-sports. And to me, I didn't really see Deion until later after Bo Jackson. I just knew about Deion Sanders in football. I wasn't that avid of a baseball player to know the roster or the depth of the Atlanta Braves to know that Deion Sanders was playing outfield for the Atlanta Braves. I just knew them as having, probably one of the best rotations in 5 years as the Atlanta Braves, as they dominated the National League. But then I read a little bit of this article, and the memories that you have about the flashy Deion Sanders with him throwing water or ice on reporters and whatnot, and how media national pundits hate him. But you always heard how his teammates loved him and raved about him and talked about, oh, well, that's not locker room Deion, man. So I can't wait to see what we untie here in this article, man. It looks, and of course, there's a lot of hype with Deion right now with the Colorado Buffaloes 2-0 and how much success, how fast the success has came for Deion and that coaching staff. When on the other side, in comparison, you have Matt Rule, who's had established success all around the college football. Essentially, although he has had a lot of success in the National Football League as positional coaches. You know what I mean? He's been a positional coach with the New York Giants. He knows a lot of positions for the football team, or on the football field rather, but he still hasn't been able to translate that success everywhere he's gone. Now, he's had great success at Baylor, but people can say that he's underperformed as a coach at the Carolina Panthers in the NFL, and it's not really happening as fast as he wants at Nebraska.
Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of this is with Deion Sanders or Prime, whatever you want to call him, is that, and I think we hammer on this so much more than any of the other shows that you're going to find here on TSU. Wags, you and I always talk about mindset, buying in. I mean, all of these different things that you and I dive into right here. And I think when you really get to know or really get the feel of Deion Sanders, not so much the primetime persona, because that's the crazy thing right there. I mean, you see that so much, whether it be an athlete, whether it be an actor, actress, whatever it is, you've got the real person, then you've got the persona. And I have always been, when you talk about mental health and all that shit, I mean, not shit, I mean, stuff, it's like, how do you balance?
You can loop it all in there. It turns into shit.
It does. I mean, how do you balance that? It's like when people start, they can't figure out their own way. It's like, okay, because I don't know if I'm A or B, and which way do I go?
Right.
And I think that's a really, and Deion Sanders has found a way. Coach Prime has found a way to get people to buy into whatever the fuck he is saying, and it seems like that's what's happening with the Texas program now. I mean, so great. I mean, I love it. I mean, I think it'll be a great conversation, but looking forward to that. Just kind of some nuts and bolts right there. I think folks are going to be surprised if they haven't read the article about how the dude's just a dude, just like you and me, man.
Right on. And it's funny how you say, you talk about, the mantra, the man and the mantra, because we all kind of have them, right? We all, for me, I don't know how much I elaborate on this, but when I left the Marines, I struggled to find an identity. I didn't know if I was supposed to be Staff Sergeant Wagner, or where I could take down any problem, but I was very over assertive and talked to people like they were still in the military, talked to people in the civilian world like they were in my military, and it doesn't work like that. You know what I mean? You got to find a real common balance, dude. And for me, getting outside of my gated community for the first time in almost 2 decades, it was tough to try and find my identity back in the real world here. So, and again, that's probably way different than it is to be a professional athlete or walking the line of an alpha, that's making multi-million-dollar contracts and deals and stuff, playing 2 sports. So I'm sure those are real fine lines in how you tote those different types of personalities here. But yeah, I cannot wait to break down and dissect what goes down inside of the locker room with Deion Sanders here. It's going to be a really good conversation. I can't wait to have that. But we also, after we have our guests, we got to break down a lot of the lines for college football, and we got to break down a lot of the lines for your NFL, man. A great night. We just talked about a little bit of Thursday night football. Kirk Cousins and the Vikings, or Vikings, as BK likes to call them, turning the ball over a little bit, giving a lot of opportunities to the Philadelphia Eagles, who do not need multiple opportunities to beat you. They can beat you on their own. They don't need any help from you.
Oh man, you give them the football, they're going to punish you, and that's exactly what happened to the Vikings last night. And that's kind of the thing that you look at that. I was talking to some folks this morning. I had to get out and about, and they were talking about the score. They didn't watch the entire game, and it's like 34-28. That must have been a hell of a football game. I'm like, no, it really wasn't. It was something that kind of did itself at the end of that contest right there. But you can't do that against the Eagles. And here's Minnesota again, but this is the backside of what they did in the past. It was always to come from behind wins, rallying to win, down by 7, finding a way to win. They're kind of going bass backwards right here. And now, we talked about that Norris division right there in the NFC. They're 0-2 now. They are 0-2, and like we saw, they have the worst record in the NFL. They've dug themselves in a hole now.
Yeah, and I mean, I know we're only 2 weeks into the campaign, but Minnesota does. Or hell, we'll have to see, the remainder of the turnout for week 2. But I'm pretty sure Minnesota's the best 0-2 team so far.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, I mean, they look, you want to rave all you want about Kirk Cousins or beat him up all you want about primetime Cousins. Cousins look fantastic. He looked a little too conservative in the initial part of the game. But during the latter part of the game and towards the end of it there, he was out there, he was attacking, getting vertical, threw a really nice ball to Hawkinson on a nice little drag route across the field in the red zone there after everybody cleared out. But look, I mean, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions from Cousins last night. The problems that came from the Vikings were a little bit out of their backfield and through their wide receiver room, man. Alexander Madison. Where are you at, dog? Like, you were fantastic in spell of Dalvin Cook. You put the full payload on your shoulders. Now you're supposed to carry the team, man. We'll see if you can do that. Minnesota's got to find an answer for their rushing attack because it's been lacked their luster. Let's put the pause on the NFL talk and bring in our guest. If you'd like to, Rodney, you want to introduce
Absolutely,
ourselves?
my friend. Absolutely. Let's dive in here as we bring him on to Texas Sports Unfiltered. Looking forward to this conversation. One of the things, obviously, we talk Texas football, but how do you not talk about Colorado football, Colorado Buffaloes, Coach Prime, all of that stuff that's happening right here? Cody Stavenhagen, am I saying that right, or Stavenhagen? You tell me.
Stavenhagen, yeah, you got it.
Stavenhagen. I've been saying it right the whole time. Follow him on Twitter.
He'd be very British. He'd be very British if it was Stavenhagen.
Yeah,
right?
German.
Well,
we're in Germany.
Exactly. I tend to indulge in a cold beer or two, so that's kind of why I fell into that portion. Man, thank you for joining us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, the Chaos Theory. Man, your article on the Athletic, man, and of course at the Athletic, you can follow there, and you're an MLB writer there. You kind of hone in on the Detroit Tigers, but you write about just baseball, just everything there on the Athletic. So
now, can I ask a question before we get started, Rodney?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cody, are you a Detroit Lions fan, or are you just forced to write about the Detroit Lions?
Well, I don't write. Yeah, just do MLB, and I'm a Texas native here. So how about the Cowboys?
Cool. All right. Well, I was wondering if you were a Detroit, if you were a Detroit Tigers fan too, because you had to write about them and you had the assignment on them. But yeah, man, that could be a tough team to cover. I know because I'm an Orioles fan and we just now had success come back to us, man. So
yeah,
Tigers baseball, that can be a little rough, man.
Yeah. No. Hey, we're always grateful here because we got Justin Verlander from the Tigers. So always a good thing right there. Cody, let's dive into this thing. I think with all the conversation about Deion, Coach Prime, all of that, this piece that you put together, it really does signify the two different personas. When you look at Coach Prime, you've got that. And then you've got Deion Sanders. He's just a regular guy. And what you're talking about here, this time period that you're talking about, he's coming off of Super Bowl wins with the 49ers and all this, but he's just a regular guy. Talk about that part. It really makes sense with the piece, why people buy into what he tells them to do.
Well, yeah, I think I learned so much about Deion Sanders throughout the course of reporting this story. And it started with a conversation John Smoltz was having with my colleague, Ken Rosenthal. I think it was week 1 and Colorado was pouring it on TCU, and Smoltz goes, man, Deion, he was just such a great teammate. He was just such a great guy. He was the opposite of what you would think. And a lot of people don't know that or haven't heard that. I hadn't really heard that before. And that kind of sparked the idea that, okay, let's talk to some more of his former teammates. Let's see what this guy was like behind the scenes. And me tell you, everyone we contacted, just first words out of their mouths, great teammate, great guy. You go on to learn more about the man behind the loud, brash persona. Could be very quiet. He would sit in his locker. He would read the Bible. He had a cat named Precious. He was very different than the character he created. And if you go back and look and read about Deion, he says, he was sitting in his dorm in college. He looked at how little cornerbacks got paid at the time in the NFL, and he created the primetime persona as a means of getting paid. And I think over the years, obviously a lot has happened. I think that's kind of blended together where sometimes it can be tough to tell, okay, what's Deion, what's prime, what's real, what's not. So he's a complicated guy, but you talk to the people who knew him, and there's a very different side of him that exists when he's away from the camera.
So Cody, my question to you is, what are your first memories of Deion Sanders?
Yeah, I think I'm in a weird age bracket there. I'm 29, so I remember. Yeah. I
got 10 years on you, man. You're good. I think Rodney's got 20 years on both of us, but we're all right.
Yeah. So unfortunately, wasn't really had no idea what was going on throughout most of the 90s. But I remember, when I was starting to get into sports, probably 99, 2000. I think Deion was probably still playing on the Reds, and I think my dad just kind of told me, hey, this is Deion Sanders. He used to play for the Braves and the Cowboys. Those were the two teams I grew up a fan of. And so it was really just kind of hearing, hey, here's this guy and here's what he did. And you just think, oh, like that's really cool, And then I definitely do remember he had that persona. You think of him, dancing, you think of him being braggadocious, and like that's definitely the preconceived notion I had of Deion Sanders for most of my life until I reported this story.
Yeah. Well, Cody, your article is a breath of fresh air, because I do remember those moments, those flash in the pans, those personas that Deion did tout out there, rather. And it's funny that when reading this, you kind of had an idea that he was doing this to create a market for himself, right? Because you go back. You can go back to almost one of his earliest interviews, and you always hear Deion with one common denominator, and it's his faith. He's always talking about how, I couldn't do this without, the grace and praise of God. And he always hones back and goes back to that. And still to this day, he attributes his success, and he attributes to a lot of the success that he has for his son with his faith in God. You heard him talk about that with his wins in Colorado, man. So a lot of people talk about the brashness there, but I still think he's always had that intimacy, that level of just camaraderie-ness, and deep down inside, just always had a finger on humanity. You know what I mean? Got a little bit of a sound issue there, but you good?
No.
I think he's good now. Lost a little bit. Can you hear us, Cody?
Oh man, and that was a loaded question.
Cody, if you can, let's try and have you drop out of the call and then come back into the call.
Yeah,
if we can.
Ah, man. Okay.
All right, Rodney, if you can kind of send him another link, if you will.
Yeah, we'll get a message over to him. Yeah, man, and that was a great question right there, because that and I think the one thing that we're finding right here is that you do have, like we were just talking about, Wags. It's like the two different personas, the regular dude, and then what you have built for yourself, and that's unbelievable. Okay,
so Cody, it looks like it says your mic is muted. Did you mute your mic by any chance?
Oh man, okay.
Unless he's got a freeze, maybe he's got a bad connection.
I think he's frozen up, dude. He's in Detroit. So,
yeah. All right. Well, let's give him a call, Rodney. Let's see if we can get him back on here, or maybe
we'll dive him back in.
A little message.
Yeah, we'll dive him back in.
All right, there. Looks like we got him now.
Boom. There we go.
Cody, sorry you good? About that, guys. Don't know what happened.
Right, you're good, okay, man. Yeah. You're good, man. Were you able to hear any of my question?
No.
Okay.
Go ahead, Wags. Right. Do it again, my brother.
So it to me, you see with your article, it was a breath of fresh air, because there was a lot of, you saw the persona and you saw the flash of Deion Sanders outside of the locker room, but inside the locker room, you really did see how really good of a teammate he really was. And I think that kind of attributes that just to his intimacy level, right? Always being able to keep, I guess the type of person he really is from growing up back in his mind, right? Not letting prime time kind of get the best of him. And from what I've seen and what I've heard throughout, some of his earliest interviews, he attributes a lot of his success to his faith. And he still talks about his faith a lot, through the Colorado Buffaloes. He, says, the success that he has for his son, comes from a lot of, praise from God as well. So to me, I think it goes to show you the type of character that Deion actually was the entire time, instead of just the entire flash and the mantra that he throws out there to try and create the market that you were talking about that he was for cornerbacks and stuff. And it's really cool to see, or I never really heard Smoltz say that about Deion too. And then to have somebody follow up on that, and then just to get a feel for this guy as such a good teammate that he is. It's a really great article that you wrote there. I just, again, thank you so much for writing it, dude. And my question is to you, do you think maybe some of his faith had a lot to do with maybe keeping himself so much grounded going through all of his success? I know it's a long roundabout way, but I just wanted to thank you for the article as well.
No, well, I appreciate it, and would be remiss if I didn't shout out my colleague C. Trent Rosecrans, who I worked on this with. Clearly, Deion's a faith-driven guy. I think that in itself is an interesting, complex dynamic. You talk to the teammates. He didn't drink. He didn't smoke. He doesn't curse. All this stuff. At the same time, he titled his autobiography "Power, Money, and Sex: How Success Almost Ruined My Life." So he'll talk, and he's talked about that. Like, this is a guy who dealt with a lot of expectations and a lot of temptations, and he's far from a perfect human being. He's been arrested on a couple of assault accusations, earlier in his life. Like, far from a spotless background, but at the same time, he does attribute in his autobiography his faith for getting him through some of the darker times and the darker periods of his life. I do think it's fascinating the type of leader and motivator he has become. I think that does make a lot more sense when you go back, when you talk to his teammates. Like, this is a guy who, despite the look at me persona, is actually he understands group dynamics. He understands how to create a team and how to get the best out of others, which probably, again, isn't what you would think when you think Deion Sanders. You think prima donna, you might think the Terrell Owens type of locker room cancer or something. And it's the opposite, which is fascinating. Like, it's kind of mind-blowing just to hear all these guys talk like that.
Instead of being divisive in the locker room, he's very much galvanizing instead, to be the opposite there. What's one of the most fascinating things you've learned in covering Deion Sanders?
Oh, wow. I mean, there's a lot. I think it's also his ability to connect with people from different backgrounds. One of his best friends on the Atlanta Braves was Steve Avery, a kid from suburban Detroit,
very quiet Steve Avery.
Yeah. Quiet. Deion mocked, not mocked, but made fun of the way Avery dressed, was like a very basic white guy,
had straight bangs, like long hair, like the mullet, and like straight bangs, if I remember, man.
So Deion went and spent $5,000 of Steve's money plus another $1,000 Steve didn't ask him to spend, and bought him a new wardrobe, which is hilarious.
$5,000. I love that part.
Hold on.
That was awesome, dude.
He got the money out of Steve Avery's account. And
Avery gave him the money.
Gave it to him.
Avery shot.
Gave it to him. Yeah.
Wow. So that anecdote's in the story, and as well as some other stuff. Like, Deion and Avery were tight friends. So again, I think that tells you, okay, part of being a strong leader, part of being someone who can get the best out of a group, you have to be able to connect not just with people who are like you, but people who are different from you. And it seems like Deion had an ability to do that as well.
Yep. Cody, after reading this and looking at the success that he has had, as a college football coach, and again, you get a great coach, you're going to run through the wall for them if they tell you to do it. But looking at this and after reading this piece on The Athletic, it really seems like to me this is a perfect fit for Deion Sanders with college football, because you go in when you're recruiting, you're Deion Sanders. You show mom and dad, you show grandpa, you show the aunts and uncles or whoever may be mentoring that kid. Okay, this is how genuine I am. This is really me. Then you get him on campus, you get him signed, and you turn into Coach Prime, and shit, it's after reading that, it's not surprising why this dude is why he is Coach Prime.
And let me piggyback on that real quick too, Rodney, because it also seems like he can take a lot of the pressure off the kids too.
Oh, absolutely.
The negative pressure off the kids, right? If he makes the prime mantra, in the coaching spot, hell, he's taking a lot of the pressure off the kids on the field, right? Because he's bringing a lot of the limelight to him. The national pundits are going to ask him negative questions instead of the kids, and he's going to be able to take that onslaught on for himself and keep that pressure off the kids. So I think he's doing tremendous stuff. And after reading the article, to know just how much of a team player he actually is, and we've seen how he's been able to motivate Colorado just in the 2 short weeks, or hell, within the preseason in the 2 short weeks, up there in Colorado. But I mean, to be able to have all of this and make it to where he can just be a shield basically for those students, I think it's fantastic. I think one, you talked about his marketing strategy back in the days when he was a collegiate athlete. I think he's actually foreseen this and probably thought about it and kind of wanted to be the shield for the college football players too.
Yeah, well ahead of his time there, of course.
Yeah.
And again, I think the more you learn about him, the more what's going on at Colorado right now kind of adds up, kind of makes sense. Deion, again, divisive character, taking a lot of heat and criticism for running this almost like a pro program with the overall of the roster, 58, I think, transfers. That's kind of unheard of. Maybe that's not what you think is great for college sports. But then talk to the guys who are playing for Deion right now. Travis Hunter, top recruit in the country, went to Jackson State, followed Deion to Colorado. Like, a lot of the players seem to swear by this guy, and probably because they also see a very different side of him from the guy we see on camera.
Yeah. And Cody, I think the other part of this, because there's been a lot of conversation, as it always is, when you get a coach that has the kind of success that he's already having, and the impact and the eyeballs and just college game day. Tomorrow, here we go in Boulder. The move to the NFL, in my opinion, and I'd love yours after covering and putting this story together. For me, Deion Sanders is a much better college football head coach than what would happen in the NFL. NFL's grown men. You got a lot of egos right there. Those guys have their own thing going on. Right here, Deion is just empowering kids to do well with both personas, I think.
Yeah, I think it'll be fascinating. I was talking to a friend about that yesterday. Like, where does Deion go next? It's like who knows, right? It's still a lot to do at Colorado, right? We still don't know 1,000% if this experiment is actually going to continue to work and go smoothly. But it does seem like Deion has made part of his mission, like what you said, empowering young men. Now, granted, he also said God called him to Jackson State and he wanted to be an HBCU. And granted, he did that and had success there, and then jetted to Colorado. He got criticized for that. So if the NFL comes calling with another bag, would he say, screw these young kids? I don't know. It does.
But depends on if God's on the other side of that bag. That's right.
Right. It does seem like Deion does care about like motivating young people, and that's one of the things that makes him good. From what I can tell, that seems like it would be better served in college, but it already makes you wonder if this thing keeps going well at Colorado. It'd be kind of cool to see if he could do it in the NFL too.
Yeah, I'm with you guys though. I think I don't want to see him get into like a Matt Rule situation. You know what I mean? We talked about, coincidentally, how the early success that Deion has had so far with Colorado, and Matt Rule is looking for that at Nebraska. You know what I mean? Like, Matt Rule's got to be over there thinking, how in the hell did Deion get this so fast? You know, right? But anyway, but it speaks to the character. It speaks to the testament, the level of testament that Deion is as a character, man, and it's his ability to motivate, and that's why I think he stays at the collegiate level. I think this is his calling. I think he was born to do this. Like, sure, he was a great, NFL star and Major League Baseball player, but dude, like, with the cowboy hat on up there in Colorado and everything, he just looks like he's supposed to be there, bro.
Sunshades.
He looks great, man. 2-0, and I mean, what a great position to be going into to play Colorado State right now in week 3. You're 2-0. Nobody thought you'd be here. Nobody really thought you'd win over 2.5 this season, I thought. But to be 2-0 going into week 3, yeah, that's one hell of a story for college football, man.
Yeah, and look, from what I can tell, they're a pretty legit team. Like, coached, they can move the ball in offense. And again, you think Deion, you think, oh, they must be flashy, blah blah blah. Well, they're kind of a hard-nosed team, and they're really well coached from what I've seen so far. So again, like even the team has a little bit of a different persona than you might expect.
Yeah. Yeah. Lastly, Cody, I think one of the coolest things, I mean, he wasn't prime time all the time, said Barry Larkin. And that's great. Yeah. And I didn't know prime. I only knew Dion, said Rick Reed. I mean, those comments right there, I thought the coolest thing that was in that piece is when Deion Sanders would sign a baseball for a fan. There was no prime time, none of that bullshit. Deion Sanders. And that tells you what this man is all about.
Yeah, no, really fascinating there. He said that, I think, in the ESPN documentary, like prime time was reserved for the football field. When it came to baseball, I didn't do that. I was just Dion. And again, he was just Dion. Talk to anyone who was with him at the time.
Yeah.
Great Cody, stuff. One more thing for me before we let you out of here. I know we kind of teased you a couple of times with letting you leave, but no, you're too good of a guest. We can't let you out of here just yet. In covering Deion Sanders, you got to talk to a lot of people to get the inside of Deion. Who was your favorite person to talk to?
Ooh,
I mean, I'm sure like that's probably a tough question. Can you list of some of your favorite conversations that you've had in covering Deion Sanders? That's probably
like again, one of the things that stood out was anyone I talked to. There are a couple of people who weren't quoted in the article that I talked to and just didn't make the final cut. Everybody, first words out of their mouths. Great guy, great teammate. Mm-hmm. So that in itself was cool. Talking to John Smoltz was great. This guy's on TV now, but he's the guy I watched pitch growing up and was a fan of, and could just kind of rattle off story after story. Oh, we would race. Oh, we would go fishing. Oh, basketball. Oh, but he's like this in the team. When they traded him, we thought that was ridiculous. Like it was kind of one thing after another. So really enjoyed talking to Smoltz.
Yeah.
Well, Cody, I really appreciate your time today. I'm going to let Rodney say bye to you, and man, appreciate your article. I look forward to seeing what you put out in the future.
Well, for sure. Thanks for having me, guys.
You bet, man. Keep doing it at Cody Stavenhagen on Twitter, and of course at The Athletic. Great stuff right there. Following MLB, all the good stuff right there. Cody, thanks so much, man. Appreciate this. Let's do it again soon. Maybe let's talk once we get into some playoff baseball. We can get some.
Yeah. All right. Anytime, guys. Just let me know.
Sounds
thanks,
good,
man.
Cody. Be well, man.
Right.
You bet. There he goes. Cody Stavenhagen.
Yeah, great story. Very taken back just by the character, because you do see the brashness of Deion Sanders, right? You're just like, God, this guy. Like I remember when he was an analyst. I remember when he was an analyst on the NFL Network, and he made really good points. But God, the way he made his points, he was still prime time on the NFL Network, man. And to see this dude roll out the mantra that he has at Colorado, I think that's what he is doing. I think he is being a shield to protect his players there.
It is, man.
And look, it's boding well so far. 2-0 going into week 3 to play Colorado State. And it looks like they're going to run the Buffaloes, for no pun intended, but run the Buffaloes to beat the hell out of Colorado State.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's just a great story because, and again, we can move on.
Yeah, they're the Rams.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the coolest things in that story, they're talking about a pitcher that gets promoted for the Reds. Pitcher gets promoted for the Reds, and everybody's like, what in the hell? I mean, what is this? Who stands up for this dude and says, look, this is the guy. This is our guy. Who stands up? Deion Sanders. Not primetime. Deion Sanders. Team guy. That's why these kids are buying into what he said.
Oh, for 100%.
That's it.
You speak about it, you say it all the time, run through a wall. And sure enough, they will definitely run through a wall. Hey, let's run through a wall to get to some college football, my guy. We've been talking a little bit about Deion this entire time here. But first, before we do that, you want to tell them about the beep beep? What's going on? There's a party. Isn't there? There's a party today, Rodney.
11:30 out at Covert Bee Cave. You got to go out and see our man Casey Studdard is going to be out there nestled in 42 acres in Bee Cave, the beautiful hill country. You can make your way out there, get some free Smoky Mo's barbecue, get some free Verdes, get all of that good stuff. Go talk some football. If you want to talk some real football, Casey Studdard is the dude that you want to go out and talk to. He's going to be out there with Texas Sports Unfiltered, and it's like right now, you've got less than an hour to get out there. 11:30 to 1 o'clock going to be out there. You'll have the midday show's going to be out. They'll be doing their program live. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a pre-game party on Friday, pre-day party, as we like to call it. And, of course, Covert BK, 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, 7 different brands of those beautiful automobiles, the Buicks, the GMCs, Cadillac, Chryslers, the Dodge, the Jeep, and, of course, the Ram. Covert Ford, Hutto, and Chevrolet. Always got to do it, dude. The Blue Oval and the Bow Tie down Highway 79 in Hutto. Covert Ford Lincoln in Austin, Covert BKs, and they're going to service every make and model of those vehicles that you may have. Let them take care of that stuff for you. CovertBK.com. Latest specials are there, and they do them weekly. CovertBK.com. Stop by, make an appointment, see them in person. Since 1909, a Central Texas and Austin tradition. It is our friends with the Covert family. CovertBK.com. And remember, nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now. Not ever. Michael Jordan.
No, they don't. What was this? What's this reference to?
I'm not sure. Well, I guess he was a 2-sport athlete also, I guess. Maybe that's...
yeah.
Well, we can work on that as well.
Yeah,
maybe in the off season we can talk about the documentary about Michael Jordan. But he needs to be a football coach, and then we can have a conversation.
I would love to break down. No, because I mean, you can't sneeze at what Jordan did, though. I mean, what Darren says right here. I mean, the dude, we played for Chicago's organization. I can't remember what are they, the Bay Sox? They're not the Bay Sox. I can't. That's the Bowie Bay Sox. I don't know what the hell Chicago's minor league club.
I can't remember what they were called. I cannot remember what they were called.
Think about that, like he might have played baseball growing up as a kid. Not that I can remember. I don't remember reading any any stories on Michael Jordan playing baseball. I just remember his father wanting him to play baseball. But dude, to play baseball at a minor league level, I mean, hell, you saw Tim Tebow try and struggle at it, and Tebow played baseball growing up. So for me, to see Michael be able to take a step back and actually try and be that caliber of an athlete, I still say Jordan's the GOAT on the court, but I don't know. Deion actually played Major League Baseball, bro.
Well,
he also played, National Football League. So to me, I can't sit there and put Mike over top of Deion as a 2-sport athlete. The best 2-sport athlete I ever saw was Bo Jackson.
That's what I was going to say. You said the name a while ago. I mean, when you want to put the benchmark,
my favorite athlete.
2-sport athlete, dude. That's and you want to talk about a career? God damn. Oh, can I say that on here?
Yeah. I mean,
yeah. Sorry about that.
Name in vain. I mean, I'm sure I take the Lord's name in vain a lot.
Gosh darn. When you want to talk about an athlete that had to, I mean, you can talk about Barry Sanders, one sport athlete that retired too soon. But man, I mean, Bo Jackson, dude.
Bo Jackson, my favorite athlete of all time, Bo Jackson. I remember that cartoon it had with Bo Jackson, Michael Jordan, and Wayne Gretzky. It was like Pro Stars or something like that, man.
Yeah.
I couldn't miss an episode of it. My favorite cartoon. I would watch that over Transformers and shit. Hey, before we get into college football and National Football League, let's talk a little bit about Major League Baseball. I mean, just let's touch on it. Let's just round third real quick and talk about Major League Baseball because we got some matchups coming up. How about last night, man? The brooms were out. The brooms were out there. My goodness, Toronto not able to hang on at all, man. The Rangers now 7 straight, or is this 6 straight?
I think it's 7. And there you go. I mean, this is where I go back to what we were talking about earlier in the week. I mean, if you're the Astros, you seize the opportunity to go out there and stretch this division out, playing the A's. I mean, playing
you had a chance.
You only salvage one. And here we go. This thing will not go away. And the Rangers, I mean, Seattle, I don't know. Here's where it gets good. I mean, you look at what we have coming up this weekend.
Here's where it gets stressful, Rodney. It doesn't get good. It gets stressful.
Dude, this is when the shit gets real coming up with what's next. Because here's put up or shut up. This is going to determine everything what we have coming up in the next 6 days.
If you aren't fans of baseball, there is just like Rodney was just talking about. There are really good baseball games right now. We're coming down to the nitty-gritty here at basically the end of the regular season, and everybody's being pivoted and thrusted into postseason play here, and the Birds and the Rays, man, they got a head-to-head matchup here, and the Rays are only one game out from the Orioles, and they got still 2 more games to play in this series, or 3 more games to play in this series. Oh, Birdland's in trouble, man. For the first time in a long time, they could be relinquishing first place in that AL East, and we told you how crazy this wild card situation is. Now, I don't think the Birds are in any type of danger of losing playoff play, but still, man, I'd love to have that number 1 going in, and I'd honestly like to play the Mariners right now. Yeah. Out of all the American League teams, I would like to play the Mariners right now. I think they're the least hot, which is crazy to say because it just seems like every team in the American least wild card hunt is very hot right now, Rodney.
Dude, and that AL, I mean, unbelievable, like you're talking about right there. I mean, it's a 1-game lead for Baltimore, which to me it seemed ridiculous. It seemed like just a short time ago. I'm not going to say insurmountable, but I was pretty comfortable for your squad. I'm
never that comfortable.
And that's, in the West, I mean, a half a game for Houston, over Texas, who now has come to life again, and Seattle's kind of fallen back. I mean, a game and a half back and all of this. And like we talked about yesterday, Minnesota just kind of sitting there in the Central, just kind of, they're cruising, they're smoking a cigarette. They're just like cruising right now. The shit division right there. But
Rangers doing this without Mad Max too, which is, I mean, what you need, but how much stress goes on to the bullpen? What I was talking about a little bit yesterday too, man. Yeah. Bravo's already locked it up in the National League. For me, just I don't want to give it away to the Bravos, but I don't see too many other teams pretty much breathing down their necks. The Dodgers might have a shot at this thing just because they pretty much purchased the entire National League All-Star squad. But yeah, Ronald Acuna Jr. and the boys, man, for the Atlanta Bravos, the Atlanta Braves. They are the team to beat. Best team in baseball right now, man. Best team in baseball. Like we just talked about, Rays only a game back from the Orioles. That'll be a great game to watch tonight. Whatever you're watching, you can do it with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678 or avconsultations.com. Make sure you're watching it on any type of TV that you need, because all you got to do is just give that ring, that call. Just call them up, 512-255-8678. Tom McKay is an old school guy. He likes to do old school things. If you don't have an idea of what you want in your house, go to the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years at avconsultations.com. And then I guarantee you'll have somewhat of an idea. I like the 2-screen setup that I have right now in my home. I think BK's got like 6 or 7 screens in one room, and then he's got another 40 in another room. Trey's got an awesome home theater system in his house. I got a home theater system downstairs too, so my wife can watch, below deck or all the shows that she wants us to when I'm watching sports up here. So 512-255-8678. Give them a call today or go to avconsultations.com.
Yeah. And that's a great thing. I mean, even like we've talked about, and you hear it when Tom talks about, all of these places, Pluckers, for example, we talk about that one all the time. When you go to these places, all of that badass setup that you see right there, who did that? Our man, Tom McKay.
And he don't give a pluck.
Not at all. He really doesn't.
All right. Into the NFL real quick. Or you know what? We only got 15 minutes. Let's just do the lines, my guy. Let's go down and I'll talk to you about these matchups here. I'll give you the point spread. You tell me what you like. Which team you're taking here, amigo. Good to go?
Do it. Let's do it, my brother.
All right, Florida State and Boston College. Florida State is getting 26. These lines provided by Caesars Sportsbook. Who you liking right here, Rodney?
I don't know, man. That's a lot. That's a lot for Florida State. But
you don't think Travis can cover it?
Well, seems to be a lot. If it stays right there, I would probably go to Florida State. I would give it to Florida State. But these things change, dude. That's what I'm figuring out about this. The more that I dive into this, man, they change so much. At that number right there, I'll take Florida State. How about you?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I think Florida State's good for 4 touchdowns in this ball game. Not just 3 touchdowns and a half here. I like the under, honestly, but I'll probably miss the under because the under's around that threshold there. That remember I was talking to you about that 47 to 50 threshold. Where it's just a tough one to take. Usually around that threshold, I like to take the over there, but I don't see too much coming out of Boston College. I see all the points pretty much in this one coming out of Florida State. Like I said, that 26 spread right now, I don't think it's enough, man. I think they're good for 4 touchdowns. Coleman's been sensational early in this campaign, 12 receptions, 170 yards, 4 touchdowns. And I just talked about Travis. Travis is dropping dimes out there, long and short, 6 touchdowns, 1 interception, 517 through the air right now. Penn State taking on the Fighting Illini out in Illinois right now. Penn State's favored 14.5. Rodney, who you like here?
Give me Penn State, dude. And that's, I mean, we go back to this is a down week for college football. I mean, there are some.
I don't know. You got Mississippi State taking on LSU. Mississippi State's doing it.
Dude, I can't wait for that one. I can't wait for that fucking game. That's the highlight of the weekend right there for me when it comes to college football.
Only 9.5 give me for LSU. Only 9.5. You think they're good for 10?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
LSU number 14 going into Mississippi State. We just talked about there going into Davis Wade Stadium. Only 9.5 is what LSU is favored, but we're expecting a blowout here. 54.5 for the over-under, Rodney.
I don't know, dude.
Cousin's waiting. The cousin is waiting.
Little low. Give me more. Give me 57.
57. All right, so you're gonna take the over then?
I'm taking the over.
All right, take the over there. I'm gonna take. I'll take LSU to cover. I think LSU's good for 10, and I like the over as well. I'll take LSU and the over. Kansas State going into Missouri, going into Memorial Stadium, and I think Missouri here with only the 4-point to their favor.
No.
I think I can't do it. I want to say I want to say wrong team favorite. I just can't.
They're not going to cover that. No,
I can't do it. I wanted to take the flyer if I could, but nah. Kansas State's still playing good ball here. The line on this, the over under 47.5. Rodney, I'm going to take the under on this one though.
I'm taking the under as well, also on that one. But yeah, give me the purple right there, dude. It's I can't buy into that. I was looking at that one earlier this morning, and that is one where I'm like, but no, I can't do it, dude. I cannot do it.
There's not too many sexy ones down like you were just talking about, though. What we do come across, though, is a little bit of an old school rivalry. Tennessee and Florida. You liking anything here? You liking anything from the swamp? They're going into the swamp to try and play this thing in Gainesville. Tennessee 2-0 on the road right now. 11 in the rankings here, but again, we're only 2 weeks in to the collegiate play here, but going into the swamp, taking on a beaten down Florida Gator squad that is just look, we talked about it, man. I thought the Gators were actually going to be able to gator and show up. Nah,
you said it, dude.
Nah,
I mean that Florida team is so beat to shit. I mean, it's like one of those things.
Only getting 6 though. Tennessee's only given 6 points to them.
Yeah,
and again, another high explosive game that I guess we're supposed to see 58.5 right here. Might be a little too much.
Ain't no fucking way. Florida's not going to cover their part of that. Florida's not going to be able to cover their part of that. So no, I'm not doing that. But you said it, dude. Florida, man, they are just beat up. It's no. Sorry, man. Can't do that one. Can't do that.
I do like what Tennessee brings on the ground. I think Wright's a pretty decent running back. He's got that pro level mentality as well. 223 on the ground so far in this campaign through 2 weeks. You expect to see a lot more of that, going up against Florida in Gainesville. Again, the line here is crazy to me because it's only 6 points to the favor of Tennessee.
Yeah,
but the 58.5, man, that's very intriguing. I kind of want to take the over on this because that's a lot of points, Rodney.
That's so weird to me because that line is low. Yeah, the line is low, but the other is high.
Well, they're expecting it. Well, I mean, if you're expecting a tight game like that, you're probably going to get a back and forth and a barn burner or a shootout here. God, I'm reluctant to go on that over. I'll write this down to come back to this. I don't think
Hey, and you guys remember, for a lot of your fantasy stuff and a lot of for your NFL stuff, you need to check in on 102.7 ESPN. We're okay to talk about that on here. You got the Wagner Wire from 11 to noon, and that's where you guys can really dive in, and get, who do I start?
I'm not gonna be too coy about this. I'm bringing the Wagner Wire over here. Like the Texas Sports Unfiltered is just too damn good, too hot. I mean, like the recognition and the viewership that we get here is fantastic. I'd be a fool not to bring the Wagner Wire over here. I've already talked to BK about it. It's gonna come in just a little bit here. Probably be at the quarter mark around week 4 of the NFL.
And that's part of the progression. I think that's what's so cool about what we're doing right here is that, remember, I mean, if 3 weeks ago we had a couple of shows. Now we go all freaking day.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all day right here. You want to trickle in some weekends.
And plus, man, NFL Sunday, man, I got to get you ready for your kickoff, baby. I got to get you all caught up, my man. I got to get you all caught up. All right, so that's pretty much all the sexy games. I think Michigan's going to cover Bowling Green. They're going to blow the hell out of Bowling Green. 40.5 is what Michigan's given. Yeah, they will not struggle with that. All right, Texas and Wyoming. The line has moved up to 30, Rodney. Do you think that the Longhorns are good for 4 scores, or is that just a little bit too much for that plate?
Dude, it's too much. I mean, and the whole thing is because we have broken down in depth this Wyoming football team. They're not coming in here to lay down. I mean, we talked about the coach. We talked about the quarterback. We talked about the defense. All of that's in order right there. No, Wyoming's not going to win this ball game, but I don't see Texas putting 4 touchdowns on them. 30 is high.
I would love to see it. I'm not going to lie. I would love to see it.
I would too,
but I can't pay. I can't pay for that ticket right now.
Absolutely not. I mean, there's no way. I mean, that's not. I mean, you're going to go back to the Rice game. I mean, does Wyoming try to duplicate what Rice did? But this is a different football team. Texas is a different football team after the Alabama win, Wags, because this team has got a lot of fucking swagger right now.
Yeah,
and I think that's the difference right there. But I'm still not buying 30. No way. No way.
I didn't see week 1's victory for Wyoming against Texas Tech in Laramie, and I didn't know how fast paced that Portland State played. They essentially run a 2-minute offense.
Yeah, no.
This line's just too large for me. I don't think Texas can cover. I don't think Texas will struggle, but I don't think they'll cover 30 points.
No, and what's happening right here is they're pushing this line up because of what happened last weekend, and push that up, get people to bet on that, and there it is right there. The comment just popped in right there. No, that's a little much. That is a little much. I mean, I kind of thought 28.5 was kind of high when I looked at that the last time. I'm more in the lines of 24, somewhere.
Yeah, I'm thinking 20. I'm thinking 21.5. Three scores, and maybe a kick. You know what I mean? Like you just said, 24 points here.
Yeah, 21, 24, somewhere in that general vasectomy right there is I think what we're dealing with.
Did you just say vasectomy?
I did, dude. General vasectomy instead of general vicinity. That'll be a chaos theory. These guys have all their
hey, I don't know if you just threw that out there to see if I was paying attention or not, but I fucking heard it.
I did. See that I'm testing your ass, brother.
All right. What?
General vasectomy.
I mean, there's some things that we say. Like, I know that my word association sometimes struggles to find the words, but brother, you can't throw vasectomy at me and me not have a reaction, brother. Well, I get asked about it all the time. Hey, when you getting snipped? Mother, that's an insurance policy. I get it, but dude, I don't want to mess with anything down there, dude, man.
I've had it done. I've had it done, and I had to do it for medical reasons. I mean, long story. It was more my wife, not anything with me. But dude, one of these days I will tell you the joke as this is happening, because all my buddies are laughing at me that my nuts are getting tied and all this different shit, dude. The dude that did the snipping and tied all this shit together and made me impotent, he told me the funniest joke to tell to people.
While you were doing it, while he was messing with
after
your
he
stuff?
was done, was done, because I told him, I said, man, all my buddies are on this text
Do they
thread.
talk to you while they're doing it?
Oh yeah, dude.
Are you awake?
Oh yeah.
No.
You just like, dude, the funniest part of this, and I can tell this part on here. So when I go in for the initial consultation to have this done, and full disclosure, I had to have this done because my wife had a medical thing, and it's like, okay, we're older. It's like you can no longer, she could no longer do birth control or any of that stuff. So we're sitting there in the hospital, and I'm like, okay, so what happens next? Doctor looks at me and he's like, it's up to you. So here I go to get that done. So I go in for the initial consultation, and they have to check your junk to make sure that you were able to do this. If you got anything wrong down there, they.
What do you mean, like
a physical? Like a physical. He needs to feel around.
Okay. I
there
thought they got to do like you got to shoot some shots.
No.
Okay.
You get to do that. You do.
I don't know. I've never done it.
You shoot shots after that's how you make that all well. So I go Wags. I go in for the initial consultation, and the dude's like, okay, I need to check your whatever. So he's like, stand up, So I stand up, and man, I'll try to do this.
Don't pull him down. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I stand up, and he's in front of me, and I go like this.
Yeah.
So he can check my stuff, and he's like, you ain't got to do that part.
Yeah.
Hands to your side, please.
Yeah.
Hands to your side, please.
Nah, man, I know it's an insurance policy, dude. I just don't think that I can I don't think that I can mess with anything down there. You know what I mean?
The worst part of that is when he's doing this, like when it's cold, sometimes you tend to shrivel up a little bit and things just kind of, it's like they're doing all this, and it's just like finger moving things, and I'm
no, dude. So I'll share a story real quick. I had a cyst, or I still have a cyst actually, that's kind of up in like my intestines or whatever, like right above my testicles or whatnot.
Yeah.
And so I had to go get it looked at, and this cute little nurse. I mean, she wasn't younger, and she was just a little girl, a little thing, man, little body. I have not had a woman outside of my wife look at my junk in a long, 20 years, 24 years. It's been a while. No one's touched it besides myself and the woman and my wife. You know what I mean? So they put this gel down there. It's like a sonogram, right? They got to look at you and everything. They got to make sure everything's going good down there. They put this sonogram gel, and they're starting to take the camera, and I swear to God, it feels like a tongue. You know what I mean? And I'm sitting myself, and she's talking to me. This nurse is talking to me. She's got this sweet little voice, and she's talking to me, making me, trying to ease my mind or whatnot. And I'm just sitting here trying to avoid her voice, and the sensation of this thing just feels like a tongue, and I'm just like, oh my God. And all of a sudden the towel starts to rise.
You rose to the occasion.
Bro, I look over at her, and she just starts laughing. I said, I am so sorry. And then I got so embarrassed, I had to explain. I was like, no, I haven't been in this situation in a long time. I'm very sorry. But yeah, man.
Dude, so
I don't like doctor's visits. I don't. So usually, I'll probably die in my house because I'm so reluctant to go see a doctor just because of embarrassing moments like that.
Yeah. So the funny joke that the doctor told me, and I'm going to leave out the worst word, which we say it on here a lot, so people will be able to figure this out. I'm like, Doc, all my buddies are laughing at me. There's a text thread. I've got 20 guys that are laughing at me because I'm getting my nuts snipped. And he's like, why don't you tell them this? Your wife or your girlfriend can do me, and there's no worries.
The doctor said that to you?
The doctor told me that. He's like, tell them that
your girlfriend can do the doctor?
No. That my buddies' girlfriends or wives could do me, and there's no worries because, dude, I'm covered. Insurance.
Yes, you are. All right. Real quick, let's cover these NFL lines. We got the 2-minute drill. 2-minute drill for the NFL lines real quick before we got Hangin and Hardge coming on here. All right. Let's get into it. Packers and Falcons here. 1.5 favorite to the Atlanta Falcons. I like Arthur Smith and the running Falcons here in in Atlanta here to take down Green Bay. What do you like here, Rodney?
You would hope. I take that as well. I'm with you on that one. But we saw they didn't want to run the ball the other day. You take your damn franchise running back out of there. So hopefully a little more on the mindset better there for Atlanta.
Another intriguing matchup is the Chargers trying to right the ship going up against the Jacksonville Jaguars in Jacksonville here. Patrick Mahomes and company. Maybe they get Travis Kelce. Maybe they don't. We'll get an update there and get it to you on the Wagner Wire this Sunday as well. I'm sure the other guys will be covering that also. Colts and Texans. Who you like here?
What's the line? I hadn't looked at that this morning.
Line is 1 point right now by Caesars Palace.
I think I'm taking the Texans because you know what? This is one of the few games the Texans have a chance to win.
Gotcha. CJ Stroud gets his win and home against the Colts here. Jets Cowboys with no Aaron Rodgers.
8.5. Is it?
No, it's gone up to 9.
It's gone to 9. Taking the Cowboys.
Taking the boys.
Field day, brother.
Boys. And an old AFC rivalry, Browns and Steelers here on Monday night. What you like, or excuse me, Sunday night. 2 games Monday night. Treated with the deuce. With a deuce. Browns and Steelers Monday night.
Number. What's the number?
Number is 2.5. Real quick.
Give me the Steelers.
Giving you the Steelers. I will take the Brownies in this one on the road in Pittsburgh. All right, that's going to do it for Chaos Theory. Remember to follow the show at Texas Sports Unfiltered on YouTube. Subscribe if you have not. Also, hit us up on that app. You can get us on the text line as well, 512-222-9328. And join the party out there at Covert, all right? We got Hangin with Hardge for Rodney, for our guest Cody. Thank you so much for him coming on as well. Guys, you all know the drill, man. Level up, get the dub, and enjoy the ride. Hook 'em. Let's get the dub.
Welcome, everybody, to another edition of Hanging with Hardge. I am your host, Mr. 254, Hardball Hardge. And I want to thank everybody for listening to my man Wags and Rodney Rodriguez on Chaos Theory. Those guys are unbelievable. They do a great job of getting you ready for another edition of Hanging with Hardge. Make sure you follow me on Twitter at Hardball Hardge. Make sure you follow me on Instagram at Hardball Hardge. And of course, make sure you follow the crew at Texas Sports Unfiltered. On Twitter is TS Unfiltered. And on Instagram is Texas Sports Unfiltered. We also going to give a special shout out to all of our great sponsors, and I will get into those young people and everybody that helps us make this thing a show. As you know, this is a big weekend for the Texas Longhorns. Not only is it a big weekend for the Texas Longhorns, it's a big weekend for the sports fans at heart. You know, when you come to the University of Texas, you expect big things, and what's been going on here on the 40 acres has been exciting, and I expect a lot of fun times. Let's not get it twisted. At what is it called? Longhorn City Limits. They have my man, big boy of special part of Outkast that will be performing this weekend. I'm excited about it. For those that don't know, when I got married at the University of Texas, and my walk-in song, me and my wife's walk-in song was International Players Anthem by UGK. But in case you didn't know, Big Boy and my man Andre 3000 was a special part of that. That's right, your boy got it down on the 40 acres. And that's what I want to continue to do. I want to talk a lot about this weekend's game because for me, it has been one of those games that has been dreading, that I've been dreading on the schedule. The reason why I've been dreading it is simply because of the fact of the letdown factor. And what better person than I can bring in to talk about the letdown factor is someone that I consider one of my good friends. This guy has been in the industry for a long time. He's seen a lot that has gone on with college football, whether it was in Oklahoma when he was covering that. He's also, he's an Axum. He went to Stephen F. Austin. But most importantly, I call him a friend. Is the one and only Sean Clinch. Sean, what's happening, my brother?
My brother, that's the best intro I've had since I came out of the womb.
Woo! Woo, that's called a rough entry. You know what I'm saying? Especially with that big head you got, dog.
Man, that was my biological mom. Thank you for putting up with the pain of this large cranium and entering me into the world. You know,
no doubt.
And the accent, man, I love that. You know, right there.
I see it. So, Sean, you've been covering this Texas football team for such a long time. And first and foremost, thank you for joining us tonight.
Always.
Today on Texas Sports Unfiltered. But one of the things that I've always attributed to you is perspective, right? You've been around this team. You've been dealing with coaches after coaches, whether it was above the Red River, above in that crazy town, but most importantly, being right here in Austin, Texas. You've been around all these different coaching styles, the different fan bases. What is it about right now at the University of Texas that makes you believe that this is something that you can relate to from the past?
I think we can all agree that's the best win that this program has had since 06 Ohio State. I mean, even Stevie Lee on my podcast, Stories Inside the Man Cave, and Alex Okafor agreed that, or 2011 A&M, because that was such a historical game. I look back at this, and I know it's only game 2. And a lot of people are saying tap the brakes a little bit because they want to see this team, see how they handle success. Because that was the best team that I've seen Texas put on the field, where you looked at from the eyeball test, they were the better team than Alabama. They were clearly the better team. They looked it, they played the part. And what I thought, I don't know if a lot of people are talking about this, because our day jobs require a lot of our time.
Yes, sir.
And that's the way it is. But what I noticed and maybe you talked about it, maybe BK or this fine, talented crew you guys have at Texas Sports Unfiltered, but there were no procedural penalties on offense by Texas or false start, offside. To me, that's a mark of a championship level or caliber team. When you go into a hostile environment, that's the whole part. A quarterback like Quinn Ewers, he took a step up, and that old line was locked in. They were not offsides and no pre-snap penalties. To me, that's what I take away. And the most underrated play that I remember was David Benda taking that block, kept his legs moving, and got the QB sack.
Right.
Beautiful moments against Alabama.
Not only was it a beautiful moment, it was something that you can sit back and look to the training, the mentality of this team, because there were times before where you would see a guy get blocked and it was pretty much over. The play was done. But now you're sitting and you're looking at the fight and the determination of a team that understands what's in front of them. Everybody continues to talk about this Alabama game, as I am with you tonight.
Oh, yeah. We all are.
But like I said, for fans, continue to talk about it.
Yes.
Enjoy it. But as a player, that play, and I'm glad you brought that play up, that goes to the psyche of this football team, because you just brought it up about the fact that he got blocked and he kept fighting and he got up and gone to make a play. There was another play in that game where Anthony Hill Jr. was able to trace a guy down because he saw what was happening. You look at the hustle play and the big time blocks down the field. I saw a report earlier on Thursday there that Jordan Whittington said that he was invited to the lineman party for dinner because he made big blocks down the field. That is championship type of football.
Right.
That is a guy giving up himself, not worrying about what he saw or I can't do those types of things. And you know this too, Sean, because we work in a quote unquote real world as well. The biggest thing that we can hear as a teammate is that's not my job. But you don't ever hear that from this group. So for them to be able to go out there and accept that blocking role, to accept that grunt work on the line and say, what are we going to do to help and win? That's huge because we didn't see that before. We heard the messaging, but at the end of the day, you never saw that type of unselfish type of play. So I'm glad that you brought that up. But as you sit today and you watch that performance, you saw every level. You saw Texas go into the quote unquote hook 'em formation, which is also known as the victory. Yes. And somebody, as I said, who has covered this team through some tough ass times. And for you to be able to watch this team be victorious on the road against a Nick Saban team, even though they were a 7-point dog, and people continue to discredit that. They're trying to figure out what's wrong with Alabama. But most importantly, what people need to look at is how good is this Texas football team? That is the question. Don't look at Alabama and say, because I saw an interview with Nick Saban talking about this team matches up with anybody across the country because Coach Sark, and I'll bring that back to you in just a second, but Coach Sark laid out a game plan, and then they finally executed it. And now people are not, there are some, obviously, they jumped from 11 to 4 and 3 in another poll, 4 to 6, 4 and 6. But you sit there right now and you say, how good can this team be? And Coach Saban is saying, this is a tough team to match up with. So what are your thoughts on that?
I think you nailed it with the term execution, because if you go back, and I think it's on the behind the defense view of that game when Alabama was on defense, you know, first of all, Texas played offensively really well off when that script was completed. Sark's opening script. First time we've seen that. And when you look at the view behind the defense on all that pre-snap movement, those DBs, they had no, to me, it looked like I counted at least 5 times when they were in man with the cover 2, man on the on the boundaries or underneath. I thought they really blew coverage because they were confused. But and it's when you're in zone, if you're in full zone, you don't take a man. You cover whoever's in your zone.
In your area.
They broke Alabama's. They got them out of that elementary. That's what it looked like to me.
They set them up.
Yes. They were playing poker with them.
They made them think that they saw something that they did. It's kind of like who was the quarterback? Sam Darnold. Talking about I saw ghosts. That's exactly what ended up happening. You thought you saw one thing, but you didn't react to what you saw. You overreacted.
And you can't overreact in football.
Nope.
You can't think. You have to just react to your training.
Yep.
And that's what now I understand how Sark used it after the Rice game when he says they didn't respond well to our training. And I remember you were on my podcast and we were talking about, I didn't know in what context did he mean. Now I understand.
Now you get it.
I get it. You know, because that term's not used too much, but there's a reason for the madness on that offense. And I can't wait to see. I first have to say this to answer what you were talking about earlier. Even longtime media members who have covered Texas for a long time, the Kurt Bowles, the Cedric Goldens, Anwar, Bob Ballou, Roger Wallace, John Hyde, Danny Davis. The list is very long. There's a part of them today that's happy for what they saw, because in most situations, well over a decade, they have faltered under these conditions.
Agreed.
And they looked really good. They looked really good. Now we see how they handle the praise that comes with it.
Right. And that's one of the questions that I wanted to ask you, because you are 1,000% correct. Because guys that are, prehistoric, like Kirk Bowles, who has been in there, and everybody has always been a Kirk Bowles, either love him or they hate him. So you sit there, and I respect them because, you can't walk this beat at the University of Texas if you aren't dialed in.
Right.
If you don't know what's going on, you built those relationships, you understand what it's all about. And for someone like that to sit there, and my man Seti Bear, Sid Golden, who has been around this game for a long time and understood it for a very long time. You sit here and you look at what was the expectation coming in. We knew that the University of Texas was going to be able to match up with Alabama. But how far are you willing to take it? How much more are you willing to give? Because we've all been here. Texas has always been the team that when people look at them, they're like, oh, they're talented, but what can they do?
But they're Texas.
Yeah, it's Texas. Everybody's mad at them. They're upset, and they're trying to fight, and they're like, oh, you should be better. And what can we do? And you sit there, and we've all been shortchanged in this fight, especially against the elite of the league. We were in New Orleans together for a week, watching and listening to the conversation when they were getting ready to take on Georgia. Are they capable? Are they that team? Well, Georgia doesn't want to play. It goes back to my conversation earlier about why is it that people always want to look at why a team wasn't successful instead of looking at why the other team was successful. And that's the same thing when we were in New Orleans. Everybody was like, oh, well, Georgia didn't have all their players. Their quarterback was. Jake Fromm was there.
Well, Texas didn't have all their players either.
Texas didn't have all their players either. And they went over there and they beat the snot out. There was a fan that was sitting behind me that was so angry and was yelling, that is not what we paid you guys for. Yelling it.
Before the NIL era.
I have family members that was sitting with me that was like, did that dude just openly say that? And I'm like, man, people are crazy in the South. Like, now everybody's got the same playing field. And I'm not saying that Alabama was doing that. I'm not saying that Georgia was. I'm just saying what the fans said behind me. Now everybody has the NIL. Everybody has an opportunity to transfer portal. Everybody has an ability to go out and get people. We'll get to the Deion Sanders situation in just a little bit, but you can't put everybody in this box because Alabama, they've lost players in the transfer portal. Yeah. They've gained a couple. Georgia has been very strategic in who they go and get. So has Texas. Everybody has done a great job. Then you got Texas State. And obviously what you saw with Deion in Colorado, they've made drastic changes. But at the end of it all, the playing field has now been somewhat leveled. Would you attribute what Texas was able to do against Alabama and what Alabama has kind of, I wouldn't say lost their luster because they're still in the game. They're still going to always be there. As long as Nick Saban is walking across that field, you're going to have opportunities. But can we look at it and say Texas has, quote unquote, figured it out and everybody else is trying to play catch up? Or would you just say Texas's game plan, player for player, which is equal to me, and even Alabama had more players that were ranked, like, I guess you would say, top prospects.
What do you call those? Blue chips.
Blue chippers, yeah. They had more on the field than what Texas was.
Yeah.
Isn't it time to start saying Texas is doing a good job of evaluating talent? Because I said the other day on my show, I said, Texas has been building for this for 3 years.
That's exactly how I feel right there.
And now they're in the game.
You guys remember when Sark was hired? And there's always a turnover when a new coach comes in, but not to the extent that he experienced. I don't think this fan base experienced that many openings. And even after that 5-7 first year, there were a lot of new faces. But
everybody they were mad at it.
They're mad. But look what is going on. The addition by subtraction and the addition of quality former head coaches on the staff. You lose Coach P. You add Coach Christ, who has played a significant role. Dude's an offensive line genius. And you've got you got Coach Choice, the running backs coach. That guy recruits.
Oh my goodness!
When he opens his mouth, he gets a commitment every time he talks on Twitter.
Exactly.
But all it is
he's like Suge Knight.
Yeah.
Come to Death Row. Come to Death Row.
The thing is, it's development, and it's not. Listen, you can't blame Texas State or Colorado. They're doing that to create a foundation. Texas has been able to maintain their foundation. Sark has developed all these guys he's brought in over the first 2 years, and they've done a fantastic. They were the better team. They may not have had as many stars as Alabama, star ratings out of high school, but I hate those, by the way.
I know you do. I know you do.
But I mean, they have a guy from Alabama and a guy from Georgia on the roster. You know, Keelan Robinson, A.D. Mitchell. Okay, that's
and they got a guy from Minnesota in Trill Carter that can't get in front of anybody on that defensive line
because that's how stacked they are.
They got that depth,
and it's huge.
Always got to have depth.
So I think fans ought to look at this,
and
I think a lot of the Texas fans are really smart people, really smart fans.
Absolutely,
cerebral guys and women. Sorry, men and women. You and I know a lot of very football intelligent women, Texas fans. Shout out to all the ladies who are devoted Texas fans because
fire the cannon, baby.
Fire the cannon, girls. They know they're.
Yeah.
So my whole point being that Texas fans know what you see right now in the interior line defensively, what Texas has right now, and the O-line, that has to continue. That's what they're going to need to compete for the SEC championship every year. Texas abused them in the second quarter on in the interiors.
Great.
Did you expect that? I didn't.
No, and you know as well as I do. We're talking to my man Sean Clinch. You can follow him at Stories from the Man Cave. He's an amazing dude, and he used to be one of my best friends, but now he is the best friend. So it just makes things happen. But I wanted to talk to Sean too because he has great perspective because he's seen the Big 12. He's covered the Big 12. He's been all over the country, and he's seen Oklahoma. He's been in Oklahoma State. He's been one of those guys. He's a Stephen F. Austin guy. So he brings a different perspective because it's not always the homer look. Yeah. And he's one of the guys that is very open-minded with everything that we've seen. So with that being said, we sit here and we look at this Texas football team. And one of the biggest things for me when it comes to the Texas football team is how do you sustain success?
Yeah.
Because we've seen them be successful early. We've seen them be successful in the middle, but they haven't been able to string all of that together. And for me, as I look at this team, and I'm glad you brought up the upfront guys, the defensive line, and how they've been able to move and push and assert themselves against the Alabama. And Nick Saban has even been on the record of talking about Texas is going to be a problem because they've rectified that front four. And not only did they do it on the defensive side, they've done it on the offensive side. They bring back all their starters from last year on the offensive line. Cole Hudson was a road grader this past weekend. Christian Jones scored high on Pro Football Focus because of what he's done in the first 2 games. I have been personally critical of Pro Football Focus because they've also said that what we saw from Ethan Burke this past weekend was terrible. And I'm like, what are you looking at? So because he got out of containment on one play doesn't mean that he's a bad football player. You look at what Anthony Hill was able to do on defense. Pro Football Focus said he wasn't that great. And I'm a big fan of statistic, but it goes back to my point of sometimes the stats lie, because if you're watching the game and you see certain things, you see the disruptiveness of each and every one of those players. So I'm gonna continue this conversation with Alabama right now.
Okay.
And we'll transition to Wyoming, and I'll ask you some baseball stuff too. But what I really truly want to understand is when you watch the game multiple times by now, what stood out to you the most on this Texas football team?
Number one, execution on both sides. Nothing's ever perfect. They didn't play perfect. They played near perfect. The only problem I saw on defense was there at the end of the game when they blew that coverage, and then the Keystone Cops running into each other and allowing the touchdown to score. Because Tex, let's be honest,
that was bad. That was bad.
That didn't pass the eye test. That was the only thing. But you're going to make mistakes, and I think this fan base knows that. But I think that's probably one area they're going to clean up. I do think there's just a couple of times on the edge, despite the great D-line play, they needed to seal off the edge a little more. I mean, offensively is what I'm talking about. Seal off the edge to get those running backs broken on the outside. But I thought for not having Bijan and Roshan, they're adjusting to it. I think those 3 young backs all played well, but just a few minor errors. But I just thought, man, what it was, and you said at the beginning, it took all, and this is very cliche, it took all 11 men, all 11 Longhorns who were on the field to execute, to play complementary football, and that's what happened on offense and defense.
Yeah, and I agree with you 100%. Let me tell you who else can execute at a very, very high level. It's the folks over at Covert BK. Nestled on 42 acres in the beautiful hill country, located in BK, Texas. Covert BK has 3 state-of-the-art auto dealerships carrying 7 brands. And no matter what brand you have, whether it's Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, which I have both of those, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. And in addition to all those 7 brands, they also have a location in Hutto and a Ford Lincoln dealership in Austin. Covert also has something for every single person that is looking for some help. No matter the car that you drive or the SUV that you drive, they service everyone. They have 86 service bays throughout that beautiful spot over at Covert BK, and that means your wait time is minimal. Please visit covertbk.com today, and you can find out everything you need to know from the latest specials and inventory, or you can just stop by there because today, Friday, this is the time for you to come out and you get to hang out with my man, Casey Studdard.
Big stud.
What you thought he looked like, because Casey now is slim, trim, and ready to get it popping.
Man, that guy, that's one of the funniest.
Casey, just come out there and get you a car. That's right. Please visit covertbk.com and tell them we all sent you from Texas Sports Unfiltered.
I'll have to add to that.
Come on.
And I'm not being compensated for this. That's a great sponsor. It's one of the OG Covert family. But shout out to my boy Joe Joseph. He's a big part of the Covert system over there, if you want to call it a system. But long time.
It's a machine, bro. It's a machine.
It's a machine. It's a dynasty, baby.
It's a dynasty, baby. It is a dynasty. Speaking of a dynasty, everybody's been going at Nick Saban and talking about, is this the end of Nick Saban because he got beat by his quote unquote former coach, offensive coordinator. Everybody also believes that what Sark was able to do because of his time with Nick Saban, they believe that that's what it's all about. It's not. I don't believe that. I believe it's Coach Sark, evolving as a head coach.
Yeah.
It's evolving as a coach that we all have questioned from time to time. I think this is a growth situation for him. I think that he's done some things that we expected to see.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the biggest thing for Coach Sark and why he was able to execute, to your point, at a very, very high level is he finally got the guys into his system and got them to believe. I've been preaching for a long time. Everybody wanted overturn, right?
Yeah.
Everybody wanted coaches gone. This team sucks and we need to get rid of this coach. But I look at what they've been able to succeed at strictly with the camaraderie of the coaching staff. The conversations have been the same
for
a very long time. The players now aren't reacting slowly. Now they're just reading and reacting, and they're just going. Do you think that this team has decided to play faster now because they simply understand what the calls are?
I feel like there's a significant comfort zone, especially with the amount of returning players. I mean, that is huge in a system like this in the development. Does this mean they're going to go undefeated and win a national championship? We don't know.
No.
I mean, if they went 10-2 this year, I'd be happy. 9 wins, I'd be happy with this team because it is significant progress. But they're fun to watch, and you see them play much faster because they comprehend it all. But what's amazing to me, year 3 with as many players as they brought in, to have as many players as they do play fast, to me, that is a significant indication of where they are in the development, because to your question, what you asked, there is a comfort zone. They don't think, they're just executing. Because when you think, people who have never played the game, a half a second of a thought or a second, you're beat.
Yep.
You're toast.
Yep.
1 second can change the trajectory or the outcome of a game.
And that's the part that people truly don't understand, strictly because of the fact that they expect everybody, even with a new coaching staff coming in, they expect everybody to automatically be quick with it. They don't understand. It's like your job, right? You worked in three different industries.
Yeah.
You've been in TV with your sportscasting. You've worked in pharmaceutical sales, and now you're working in rehab sales.
Yeah.
So you've had to learn different parts of it. Even when you were doing TV, you had to learn different things.
Weekly.
So, but it takes a moment for you to understand, and then you transition, and then you go into a totally different realm. That's what these kids were doing. They were listening to Sean Clinch teach them how to do a boom mic and sit in front of a camera and know where your cues are. But then they bring in another guy that completely erases what you taught them, but it's the same conversation, but it's being said differently.
Totally.
Yeah. So now I have a PK, I have a Coach Sark relaying these messages to these kids because there's some camaraderie in the conversation. There's some education that's being brought into it but it's repetitive.
Yeah.
And somebody that's trying to learn,
it's reps. It's all about reps.
All about the reps. But if I tell Sean what he has been training for the first 2 years, but now I'm gonna bring you a whole different verbiage.
Delete it, unremember
it. Forget what you've been trained to do. And again, everybody can say, well, the transfer portal says this and the transfer portal does that. Yeah, I agree. But that's one kid that has to learn as opposed to 80 kids that has to learn.
Think about all those guys that Sark has brought in. Think about the situation right now at Colorado and Texas State. You didn't have all those guys come in the spring.
Yep.
You know, a lot of them. And you're trying to teach them on the fly and then say, all right, we're putting you in a game situation. The way to learn, and it's the same way in life. You have to fail.
Yep.
And failure, if you have anything about you at anything.
I play professional baseball, dog.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you failed 70% of the time at that plate.
hey, actually, for me, it was 85.
Woo! That's better than 99% of us.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Yeah.
But failure, man, you have to fail to improve. Everybody wants to be the LSU, the 2019 LSU. Bring all those people in. It doesn't work like that. That's an anomaly, in my opinion.
Yep. And I couldn't agree more to you. And
sustainability.
It's sustainability because of the fact of what's going on. And speaking of what's going on, obviously, we're going to get back to the University of Texas football team as they get ready to take on Wyoming tomorrow night, 7:00 at DKR. But the biggest thing for me is the biggest story coming across college football, and I've been waiting to have this conversation with you, is one Deion Sanders, man. Deion is a guy that is very brash. He has been Deion Sanders prime time since the time he was playing at Florida State. Deion has been a guy that was under-recruited, which sounds crazy as hell when you think about it. I saw an interview, and I brought this up yesterday on my show. I brought up the fact that Deion, when he graduated, Sean, you'll appreciate this. He was 150 pounds.
Well, I bet he
Deion
was fast, though.
Sanders was 150 pounds coming out of high school. Didn't even have a scholarship offer.
That's wild.
He created this persona of prime time. He created this persona of Neon Deion. He ended up going and getting drafted in baseball, but most importantly, he ended up going to Florida State and electrifying everybody in Tallahassee, going to the Cowboys. You probably covered him. So you sit there and you think about what he's been able to achieve throughout his life. And then he gets to I wouldn't say pinnacle, because I don't know what that's going to be for him, because he's been that guy.
Yeah.
But he gets an opportunity to go to Jackson State, puts them on the map, continues to believe in those players. Then he gets a chance to go to Colorado, and he has become the biggest story in college football. But then there's this big rivalry game. You know about it, and I'm going to get to you about the Axum. Your guy, Xavier Gibson, from
so proud.
Boston. Go Axum.
Axum Jacks, baby.
I wanted to ask you this, because Deion Sanders is a guy that is never changed who he was. He's never changed the story. He's been the exact same person his whole life, but everybody wants to take shots at him. And I wanted to ask you about this conversation by a former OU coach, and a former University of Texas coach, Jay Norvell, who is now coaching for the Colorado State Rams. And I want you to listen to this, and I want to know your thoughts.
And I sat down with ESPN today, and I don't care if they hear it in Boulder. I told them I took my hat off and I took my glasses off, and I said, when I talk to grown-ups, I take my hat and my glasses off. That's what my mother taught me. So, and I sat down with ESPN.
I do understand what he was trying to do, because we all know people get caught up with the masses. They want everybody to believe that they know the answers to the test. He wants everybody to believe y'all need to follow us because I'm going to teach these kids how to be proper in whatever. Okay. I want to hear your response, and I'm going to give you mine.
Well, I want to be objective. Jay is a friend of mine, but I'll be objective about it. It caught me off guard. It was one of those days in which,
hey, you got some friends that you want to cuss out every time.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
You do. We've been there. It's happened periodically.
Yeah. It happened yesterday.
Yeah, it happened about an hour and a half ago. But Jay is, class act. He's rebuilding Colorado State. He was here when Charlie Strong was and Jay was I got to know him when he worked for Bob Stoops at Oklahoma. He's a good offensive mind. He took the job.
He beat Texas, I believe, with a tight end, Blake Bell. That playing quarterback.
Yeah. That tells you right there.
Yeah.
He was at Nevada, head coach there, and took this job. So Colorado State is now investing a ton of money. They've got their alumni, and they've got just donating. So he's the head coach over there. Last year, he got rid of a lot of players, or a lot of players quit.
Yep.
He's a class act guy. He's going to clean up the program. They're rebuilding. Do I think they're going to beat Colorado? No. But he's coming. But what he's doing is he's trying to he's trying to create a spark within that locker room. Listen, this is a big time opponent all of a sudden, because everyone in the country is going to watch Deion, his son, and the Buffaloes all of a sudden. Pretty magical when you go from a 1 or 2 win team to all of a sudden 1-11.
Yeah.
To now the entire country wants to know what you're doing. So Jay has to find an edge, in my opinion. So his locker room is going to see that. He's taking a shot at Deion. Was he doing it to make it personal? No, but he's bringing attention to it.
He made it personal, Sean.
He did, according to Deion. He made it personal.
No. According to Jay, because you are sitting there trying to dictate how people raise their kids.
Children.
That to me, because he brought up his mom.
Yep.
And you're going to basically, now what you just said was Deion's mom, who worked multiple jobs that could not come and watch him play, didn't raise her son the right way.
Yep.
I've seen the KFC commercial. Deion's mama's in the KFC commercial. Deion has put all his kids in the KFC commercial. The problem with Jay in that situation, and I couldn't agree more, that you're trying to pump your team up.
Yeah.
But you say that in the locker room. You don't bring that to the public. And he sat there. I said this with ESPN, and I don't care if they play it. Bro, you put yourself in the grease. So if Deion decides to go out there and score 70 on your ass, you brought that to the table.
It's all bets are off. Nothing's holding him back.
Because I don't know what you think you got in that locker room, but Deion done already told you what he got in his locker room.
He showed everybody.
And not only that, and now again, the players have to go out there and execute it. The players have to go out there and expand it. But I guarantee you, at this point, Deion understands who he has in that locker room compared to who you do, Jay. So if you want to poke the bear, be prepared for those bear claws to come through.
And there's bears in Colorado, by the way.
A ton of them. I saw a picture today that there was a bear sitting in a tree right outside of one of their classes. Think about that. Think about
it's wild.
It is. It is kind of crazy, man. And I'm with you. I felt kind of bad when all that stuff happened earlier on Thursday about Jay.
Yeah.
And what the expectations and how he put his team in this situation. Because now you did make it personal. You got ESPN that's coming out there. You got First Take with Stephen A. and Michael Irvin and who else? Skip, not Skip, but Shannon. See, I felt like Shannon right there. Call it Skip. But Skip. But you sit there and you look at it, they're bringing those guys out there. There's so many people that are coming to Colorado. By the way, Deion Sanders posted a video that said that they generated $18 million in revenue in Boulder. What do you think is going to happen because College Game Day is coming?
Ooh, man.
60 Minutes is coming to Folsom, to Boulder. So let me just explain to you, for all those people that want to continue to hate on Deion and disrespect him and talk about him out of his name, y'all are missing and y'all are failing miserably because that city of Boulder is prosperous. They are excited about it. He has already earned every bit of the money that they promised him that didn't even have the money to pay him. Every weekend, there is a national media craze. He could lose every game from this day forward.
But they're still pumping him.
They have won on the surface. So be prepared for Deion to be shoved in your face from here on out, whether he wins or loses, because everybody wants him to lose. There's a small group of us that want to continue to see him win. Is he going to win a national championship? No way in hell. I don't believe that. But stop praying for people's downfall and enjoy the ride.
Yeah, that's my problem. The thing is, Deion's a polarizing guy, and
goodness,
he's done it the right way, and he knew what he was doing with the social media, all the videos that he did at Jackson State. It's a plan. It's calculated.
He's got a son. He's got a son, Deion Jr., number one son, by the way.
And that's where the kids are, man. They're on Instagram and TikTok. Every day, Colorado football's on those platforms.
Every day. My social media is lit every day. I'm a Texas Longhorn follower. I'm a Texas Longhorn supporter. I am a Texas Longhorn fan. I want to see Texas in the limelight. But Deion Sanders and the Colorado Buffaloes are must-watch TV.
And you know what? Jay Norvell may make this game close. They just
at kickoff. At kickoff.
It is.
He made it personal. And I forgot to load up the video of what ended up happening after Jay Norvell said that when they went to practice. But Deion came out to practice, was saying, we already know that this was going to be a rivalry game. Wait. Let me bring it back. Let me play the video of what Deion didn't know prior to this game, because everybody was talking to Deion about Nebraska last week.
Yeah.
And Deion found out this week how important this Rocky Mountain game was.
Yeah.
But, Rocky Mountain Showdown. Let me make sure I get it right.
The Colorado
championship right away, but people brought it up to him And this is what Deion had to say.
You got to give me one at a time. Now, you just got me all hyped up about the Nebraska thing. You just bombarded me about that, right? And that's tradition. That was tremendous tradition. Now you wanted me to understand about the Rocky Mountain Showdown. So you got to give me some verbiage or some literature on something, just to brief me. But trust me, this isn't my first rodeo when it comes to that. I think the Falcons and the Saints were quite a showdown, as well as playing against the 49ers, as well as the Cowboys, 49ers. I could keep going. Cowboys, Philly, Cowboys, whoever, was always a darn showdown. Baseball as well. So it's always some type of adversity that you have against someone in close proximity of you. Yeah, I had 2 divorces, which was a heck of a showdowns too. So don't tell me about a showdown.
I've had 2 divorces too, and don't tell me about no showdowns. I love that. I love the fact that Deion brings it back to life, and that is the other part of it. It's like, yes, like us, we really truly believe in the Texas A&M and Texas rivalry.
100%.
We believe in all of those, the Oklahoma, Texas. And I know people are going to be like, Hardge, why would you say their names in front of it? It doesn't matter to me because it's already a rivalry. You can say it however you want to.
Well, I got corrected 400 times in Oklahoma.
So that is why I look at Deion, and he always brings it back and puts that perspective on all of us. Sean, before I get to the game this weekend against Wyoming, because I want to let you know that before we get off the air, I wanted to make sure that we talked about this. There's a big game that is happening this weekend. The Wyoming Cowboys are coming in. They beat Texas Tech.
They did.
There's a big fight, and I've been fighting this letdown for a long time. And Coach Boyle, is it Boyle or
Bowles?
Bowl? Because I used to live in Bowles Crossing in Pflugerville.
So, Craig Bowl.
So he made this comment today, and I wanted to ask you. We all seen it. Texas is elite of elite of elite. Coach Saban said that. But is this something that you would consider rat poison or getting caught up with the cheese?
And I sat on with ESPN today, and
sorry.
You know what? I've had a chance to look at the University of Texas for 35 years, and sometime coaching against them, a lot of years coaching against them. This is the best Texas football team I've seen. I think they're as good as what's been advertised. I know a lot of the national writers had really great things to say about them. I think Coach Sarkisian's done a great job meshing in with the fabric of the University of Texas. It's a unique place. I have a lot of dear friends who have coached there, and Oscar Giles had played there. And I think he's done a great job with this program. They are hitting on all cylinders. Ewers is the real deal. I mean, he's as good as advertised. Great receivers, people that can stretch the field, tight ends. They take a lot of shots, and they're not long foul balls. They hit a lot of home runs. Over on defense, I think their defensive front is very disruptive. They run well. They're back 7. Guys tackle well. They've got great speed. They matched up with Bama and ran step for step with them. And I think we all know what kind of team that they have to go into Tuscaloosa and win the way they did. And so really impressive team. And I think they deserve to be in the conversation of the national championship. We'll get their best shot, I'm sure, and we're going to give them our best shot.
So what are your thoughts on that? You know what I'm saying? Like, we got a chance to see this team. We've seen how Coach Sark can dial up a game plan. They go up against the ultimate team as Alabama, and that's a threshold of a thought process, how people view your team. But the farthest place you can go is to the top, and the lowest you can go is to the bottom. Not saying Texas is going to do that. or do you consider that rat cheese?
I do. I think it's poison to the fullest, but I will say this. What a lot of people, that coach right there.
Old school coach, by the way.
He is. He's the one that really, really was one of the ones who really got that North Dakota State dynasty going.
Yep.
Three-peat.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a Bob Stoops pinky. It's crooked, sorry, but three-peat. National champions at the FCS level.
Yes, sir.
Wyoming is a very blue-collar, hard-working state. Okay? Their mentality is they're going to be very physical. It's a rodeo state. What I'm trying to get at is there's not a lot of D1 athletes that come out of Wyoming, but when they come to Wyoming, they've got that blue-collar mentality to work hard and to be very physical. What does that happen? And they've been to many bowl games.
Yep.
They've had a program. But I honestly, when I say this, don't misconstrue it, people who watch and listen to this. This is going to be a very tall task for Texas up here. If everyone is not on board and has totally put Alabama in the rear view, that, all right, let's tackle this next obstacle. We all have to execute every game because Wyoming's going to come in there and try to beat Texas' ass.
Yep.
I promise you that's going to try to happen. Will it happen? More than likely not. I expect Texas to win by 24 plus points.
The spread is 28.
Okay. See, 24 to 28.
See, that kind of scares you, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's right. And that is where I am because there's a late touchdown at the end. But does that mean that Texas didn't exceed expectations when they went into the game? And that's the other part of it. That is the mindset and the psyche. We all know this, Sean. Good teams win. Great teams cover.
That is, people say that again. I love that.
Good teams win. Great teams cover. And it's Texas in the upper echelon in this game as we look at the Georgia Bulldogs, because Georgia Bulldogs is now the new standard.
Yeah.
So if Texas goes out and wins by 29, 30, 31, 34, 35, do we consider them that team that, hey, this is an upper echelon team?
If Texas beats them by 4 touchdowns or more, that's significant.
Start booking your tickets to the playoff game?
I would at least book your hotel.
Ooh, don't do that to these people, Sean.
Because you can cancel, and book an airline because you can cancel.
Oh, great point. Great point.
And shoot, you might as well just get an Airbnb. That's all I got to say. That's much better bargain. You know,
that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard.
These hotels.
Real quick, I want to give a shout out to my man Tom McKay over at AV Consultations. Go to avconsultations.com. Whether you're trying to set up that man cave or woman cave or an outdoor hookup, whatever you're looking for, make sure you go to AV Consultations. They will take care of you. Go 512-255-8678. That is AV Consultations. 512-255-8678. As someone who has used Tom McKay and set everything up in my crib and my man cave, thank you so much. avconsultations.com. Sean, before we let you go, man, I appreciate the fact that you jumped on with me.
Oh, man, I do it for you.
Break this game down. What is your expectations for Texas Longhorns tomorrow as they take on the Wyoming Cowboys? We just talked about the score a little bit.
Yeah.
But where do you see them finishing tomorrow and, of course, at the end of the season? Are we going to Arlington for sure?
I think, number one, fans need to remember there is a former Longhorn great that Coach Bowl mentioned, Oscar Giles, who coached at Texas.
Oscar Giles.
OG's a great man. The pride of Palacios, Texas, down on the coastal bend.
I like that. Hold on. Before you finish that, before you finish that, if you have ever encountered an angry fan that's not a Longhorn fan, this is your camera right here.
That's what.
Hey, continue, my friend.
Man, what? See, I'm telling you, everybody loves to hate Texas.
They do.
It is, man, there could be a TV camera on a group of fans from North Dakota State, and they're going to do this.
Exactly. They're not even playing.
They're not even playing. I don't get it.
They might be playing the Shorthorns, but they ain't playing the Longhorns.
They're not playing Schulenburg.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I think if Texas is +2 or greater in turnovers, I think that's what they were against Alabama, right? +2. +2, that should be the goal. I think if you limit Wyoming to 100 or less yards, it's a great day because they're going to try to run on Texas and then spread you out, then pop runs.
Yep.
I think if they hold them to less than 375, that's a great day at the office for defense.
Yep.
If Texas can get to 40 points, 45 or greater, that's an even better day offensively.
Do we get Arch Manning?
So help the fans.
Do we get Arch Manning?
How many? He can play 4 quarters all season, right?
No, he can play 4 games.
If Texas is leading by 28 or more points, he's getting in.
All right, that's what we want to hear. Everybody's been asking that question. I'm glad my man Sean Clinch was able to break it all down for us. As always, I want to thank everybody for joining in to Hanging with my boy, Hardball Hardge. That'll be me, always representing the 254. Sean Clinch, thank you so much. Everybody get ready for Trey and BK. And as always, don't believe everything you see, because even salt looks like sugar.
Much love, baby. Peace.
What is up, YouTube? Should probably mute my computer so we don't have major echo going on here. Over BK Studio. It is Trey and BK live from Covert out in BK. It is Friday, September 15th, 2023. A very happy Friday to you and yours. Trey and I will be taking you for the next hour, getting you set for the Texas Longhorns matchup against the Wyoming Cowboys tomorrow night. We'll also have our picks for the weekend as we get our season-long pick'em contest rolling here on the show, and plenty of fun along the way between now and 1 o'clock. Trey, what's going on?
Oh, just another Friday BK. Gotten rain over these last few days, and I don't always enjoy when the ground is moist like this, but I'll take it right now, considering how dry it's been for these last several months. Blood pumping, exercise. It doesn't feel like exercise, chasing that ball around and ready to do another good show. First time you and I have done a show in person together, I think, like 4 years now since the old radio show came to an end?
Even thinking about that. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, you're ugly. It's just like you used to be.
That's what my kids always tell me.
Good to know nothing's changed. All right. Well, we're hearing about major audio problems, so we've got to work on that. Clearly, not entirely sure what's going on, but we'll try to get things set up for you people here as we get started. I'll move the camera to me. We've been working hard on this multi-camera setup, which looks really cool, but obviously it won't be as cool if you guys can't hear what we're talking about. So we are trying to get things fixed.
Tell us if that works.
Okay. You make some changes.
I clicked a couple of buttons. Does that sound better, folks?
I don't know. I guess I could probably talk for them to be able to tell if it sounds better or not. Anyway, we'll do a show. Thank you, Mike. You guys can hear us. But we'll start with Texas and Wyoming tomorrow night, 7 o'clock at DKR, Texas Memorial Stadium. The line's been going up. Favorite Texas. Texas now a 30-point favorite. They opened up 28 to start the week. The line is up to 30. Texas riding high off big win over Alabama. The bettors out there in the desert seeming to think that the Longhorns won't have a hangover. There won't be any problems tomorrow. The more that I think about this game, they ultimately found their way in the third quarter, and I think Texas will be more on than off to start this game. But I do expect Wyoming to, I don't know, keep it close as relative. I think they'll keep it within 4 scores, though, so that would obviously fall below that 30 points.
Okay.
Well, now we're getting back no down at all, so we are moving in the wrong direction here. We give a crack staff to try to get Bama. That was a huge statement to the college football world that, hey, this year is different for this Texas football team. Well, Texas has won some big games in recent years, not as big as last weekend, but Trey, it's something we've talked about a lot on our shows in the past, that anytime this Texas football team gets an ounce of success, it's like it gets to their head and they just aren't the same team that they were the week before. So I think it's an opportunity for Texas. Like, obviously all wins count the same, but Texas can make another statement that this year is different if they go out, cover the spread, and leave no doubt about tomorrow night.
Yeah, and while you don't usually like to hear about players-only meetings, BK, usually it means that a season is starting to go off the rails. When Ewers calls the players-only meeting on Tuesday that Sark admits to the media yesterday, and it's strange, but you feel good about that. It's like this guy is taking that initiative to make sure that everybody is still laser focused here, because what have we heard all week? We've heard really positive things about this team and what they might be capable of. Hell, I've been guilty of putting some of that rat poison out, saying that they're going to win a national championship now. And that's slightly tongue in cheek, but I also believe that they have the capability to do so. And a lot of that hinges on their ability to get over themselves, to have a short memory, to learn if there is a lesson to be learned from their mistakes, and not let winning go to their head, because that create a sort of complacency that has tripped this program up far too often over the last 14 years.
I got to apologize to you, my friend, because you've worked tirelessly on getting our multi-camera setup done here at the Covert BK studio. And now I see we're just back to the one wide shot of both of us. The good news is the audio is working and everyone's saying we're back on that front, which is the most important thing. But I hate that your efforts are for naught right now.
Well, I don't want to call Precision Camera and Video out, but
you are.
I am a valued customer. I thought I was at Precision Camera and Video, and I went to them 2 different times this week, on Monday in person, and then I called back on Wednesday, and they were supposed to have somebody get in touch with me to do some consulting that I was going to pay for, mind you, to make sure that the audio and everything else looks and sounds good. But unfortunately, here I am still waiting. So I'm trying to do something makeshift. I got the video part of it right, and I think I know what the problem is with the audio. But you and I have a show to do right now, so it's very frustrating. It's a bit of a catch-22 here.
Maybe by the pregame show tomorrow out here at Covert and BK, we'll have the multi-camera setup working. But more importantly, our sound is working. And Precision Camera, they're going to pull a Bucky and call you during this show. That's what they're going to do. Like the one time they finally get back to you is going to be the one time you can't talk. I know it's coming.
Precision Camera does a great job,
yeah,
but apparently they're not as responsive as you would like them to be for the paid consulting bit.
Yeah, no, that's a bad bit right there. What do you expect to see from Quinn Ewers tomorrow night? He's coming off the best game of his career. I know 49-0 last year was awesome. We all had a very, very good time watching that one, and Quinn Ewers was spectacular in that football game. But all things considered, opponent, atmosphere, everything, that was without question Ewers' best game as a Texas Longhorn. Well, the game before that, against an inferior G5 team, it took Quinn Ewers a couple of quarters to figure things out. Now, it wasn't all his fault what went down in the first half against Rice. The O-line sucked. Texas couldn't run the football. There were a couple of drops. But still, like clearly Quinn Ewers was better last week. He had the right mentality, the right mindset, and he brought his A game going up against an A opponent. What are you expecting from Quinn Ewers this week, as obviously the talent level on the other side is a lot weaker?
What I expect is Steve Sarkisian to give him chances early on, BK. I think Sark is going to put the ball in his hands, much like we've seen through these first two games early, having this football team serve up more of a passing attack than trying to insist on running the football. And I'm okay with that too. You know, we always talk about balance in sports and in life. And in sports, balance is not always as easy. And this is a Mike Leachism here. It's not always as simple as a 50-50 split. You run 50% of the time, you pass 50% of the time. If you're better passing attack, then an even split might be something closer to 60-40 or 65-35. And I think that's where Texas is right now, especially with there being a good likelihood that we don't see CJ Baxter tomorrow night. You and I went on record yesterday saying we'd probably be okay with that. This kid runs extremely hard. The only way you can heal up the various dings and injuries that he has acquired through a couple of weeks is by forcing him to sit down for at least a game. And I would much rather have him for the start of conference play than for some added oomph against Wyoming. Yeah. So I think because of that also, Steve Sarkisian is going to continue calling plays like he has, and that's throwing a lot on early downs and taking those deep shots too. And of course, people were pissed after game one because it was just more of the same with Quinn missing his receivers downfield. Well, Steve Sarkisian has bought himself, I don't know, another 4 or 5 games of throwing the ball deep, even if they're not successful in the next few games, because they were so good at it versus Alabama.
Yeah, man, I hope Texas is able to establish the ground game. Like, I'd never have any problems with my coaching, with my coaches / play callers being aggressive on early downs. Like in today's football, you need to be throwing on first and second down more than ever before. But I hope even without CJ Baxter, Texas can run the ball more consistently than they have in the first 2 games. And Wyoming's got a pretty stout run defense. They're only giving up 2.5 yards a carry this season. And obviously one of those games was against a Big 12 team. And that's where Tech got into trouble up in Laramie back in week 1. They jumped out to a 17-0 lead in that game. And they just kind of coasted from then on out. You know, they're thinking, all right, we can just run the ball and put this game on autopilot, and we're going to coast to a victory. Well, that's not what happened because they weren't able to run it effectively at all. They barely got to 3 yards a carry in that game. They didn't eclipse 100 yards as a team in that game. Like, that's where Texas cannot make that same mistake that Texas Tech did. But also, like, what we saw, we know Texas is capable of running when they want to run. The last drive against Alabama last week, they ran it every single play and iced 7 minutes and change off the clock to secure that victory. I want to see that type of stuff over 4 quarters. And yeah, you're shorthanded potentially in that running back room. Jonathan Brooks, Keelan Robinson, Jaden Blue, those guys should be enough to be able to run the ball. I don't care how good Wyoming stats have been. This is Texas. They're Wyoming. You should be able to run the ball at a much more consistent clip than you have through a couple of games.
I'm actually more encouraged that they'll get something going with the rushing attack because Jonathan Brooks is going to serve in more of that bell cow role now versus coming off the bench and spelling CJ Baxter, which is what has happened through these first couple of games. And Jonathan Brooks didn't find himself in the doghouse necessarily, but the coaches clearly loved how hard CJ Baxter runs with the football. And that was on display these first few games. Unfortunately, his first really good run against Rice, he ends up hurting his rib or shoulder or whatever it was. And he had some nice moments versus Alabama too, but it was one of those car wreck level of collisions in football early on in the game. I want to say his first 2 carries ended up like that, where the Alabama defensive player paid a price, but you could tell it was a hard shot on CJ Baxter as well. You only have so many of those in a football game, and he was seemingly less effective throughout the course of the game, I feel like, as a result.
Can we get that guy into Bucky's fall school? I mean, 2 games, 2 injuries, and they're different injuries, right? Like now it's an ankle for Baxter. Game 1, it was a rib, but apparently the rib is up where your shoulder is. I don't quite know how that works. Like this dude, I don't want him to be made of glass. Like I don't want that to be the case for CJ Baxter. And we didn't hear anything like that during his high school days about that being an issue for him. So got to get that guy enrolled in Bucky's fall school to make sure that he's healthy for the long haul, not just this year. We want that guy a big part of this team for the next 3 years at least.
We need to get Bucky enrolled in the Bucky Godbolt School of Falling Good.
Yeah. Well, he didn't fall last week. He mentally fell apart, but he didn't physically fall, thankfully.
Yeah.
And then a whole nother element to his transgender amnesia that he was dealing with there. Start calling him Caitlin Godbolt now.
Glad to have male Buck back.
Yes, indeed. Is there anything that scares you about this game tomorrow? Whether it's, Texas being a little bit hungover, this being a little bit of a trap game in between Alabama and the conference opener next weekend, or something Wyoming does that could maybe make this interesting tomorrow night?
I don't think so. I guess if there's a biggest concern, it's like some fluke injury to a key piece, but Texas is sitting so pretty right now at a lot of different position groups that even if you suffer an injury, it is that next man up mentality. Now, there are a few exceptions here. I think if Jalen Ford gets hurt, that is a huge blow to this defense, in part because Jalen is just that good, but also that linebacker depth is thinner, although apparently Maurice Blackwell is also going to be a game-time decision tomorrow, so that would be a nice boost for that linebacking core. I think Quinn Ewers is probably the other most indisposable guy right now. Like, you feel like Malik Murphy might be able to get the job done if he's thrust into action, but I would rather us not have to watch and pay attention for that. But other injuries, I think you can sustain and still be a good football team. But I just want to see this team get out of this game healthy, which is a little bit trickier because Wyoming is a very mature and very physical football team who plays an ugly brand of football. When that happens, dudes are getting rolled up on, or guys end up at the bottoms of piles, and they're slow to get up as a result.
Yeah, Wyoming wants to muck this game up. There is no doubt about it. They want to run the football on offense. They try to do that against non-Goliath opponents. Like, that's their bread and butter. They've ran it a lot more than they've thrown it this year. And their quarterback, Andrew Peasley, is a guy who likes to take off and run, even in the passing game too. So that's what they want to do. They want to control the clock. They want to keep the Texas offense on the sideline, and they want to make this game as ugly as possible. So look, the Texas run defense is stout. Like, that is strength on strength. The strength of the Wyoming offense is the strength of this Texas defense. That's not just 2 games this year. That's what we saw last year, right? This Texas run defense was really, really good, and Wyoming has not seen a front like Texas in a long, long time. So I feel okay with Texas being able to do that. The only thing that scares me is if Texas does what it hasn't done through 2 games, and that's turn it over and commit a bunch of stupid penalties. Like, the toughest opponent for Texas this season is Texas. And that's obviously the case tomorrow. Like, Wyoming cannot come close to matching the talent that Texas has. And Craig Bohl's done a good job. This coaching staff is better than the coaching staff at Wyoming. We've got the home field advantage. Like, everything is in Texas's favor tomorrow night. They just can't beat themselves. They haven't turned it over in a couple of games. They got lucky, right? They put the ball on the turf a couple of times in Tuscaloosa last week. They just happened to recover every single one. But the penalties have been good too. Only 4 last week. They had 5 against Rice, but 3 of those came in the fourth quarter when all the backups were in. So those 2 things, we haven't seen that from Texas in years past, where they're playing clean, sound, disciplined football. They've done that. As long as they don't give Wyoming a bunch of short fields tomorrow, they're going to win this game, and they'll probably cover too.
I think that's a testament to this coaching staff too, by the way. They have these guys very focused, very disciplined, down to down. And that hasn't always been the case in Steve Sarkisian's time in Austin, BK. Remember, the offensive line, even going back to last year, had issues shooting itself and the offense in the foot as a result from needless penalties, sometimes holds, sometimes false starts. Oftentimes, on big down and distance situations too. So for them to have cleaned that up now, I think is just one more things that goes into the pile of why Texas has a chance to be special this year.
Shout out to Twitch Entropy. Did we ever decide how to pronounce this guy's name?
I think it's Entropy.
Shout out to Twitch. I think it's Entropy for the $10 super chat donation.
Thank you, Twitch.
Very much appreciated there. Jay Ward with the comment, no penalties until the Big 12 Zebras take over. Yeah, maybe Yormark called like the national head of officiating and is like, yeah, don't call anything on them. So we lead Texas to believe that no, there aren't going to be a lot of penalties on this team this year. So when we get to conference play and we get our refs involved, we're going to call like 10 a game. That's how we're going to do this.
Okay, so here's where I'm banking on Yormark, the businessman, understanding that Texas provides the most legitimate shot for the Big 12 to make the college football playoff this year. And the added riches that come with something like that, much less getting to the championship game or even winning it all. So Yormark, if the fix is in, which go back to last year, one combined holding penalty against the opposition for both Texas and Oklahoma, and it seems like there might be something shady going on there, but because Brett is a businessman first and foremost versus somebody who begrudges others, he may just be like, look, we need to call these games as straight as possible and see if Texas can actually do this because it does benefit the conference if so.
We did see the Big 12 claim Texas after the big win last weekend, right?
Yes, they did.
They tweeted out that 3-second gif of Quinn Ewers celebrating, and everyone's like, what the hell? I thought you didn't want us. You're bragging about kicking us out a year early as if that was y'all's decision. And now it's like, oh, you want to claim us after we have some success? So, yeah, I mean, the Big 12, if Texas makes it to the playoff this year, the Big 12 and their TV commercials next year will be like, oh, we had a team in the playoff last year. That's how it's going to work. So you're right. Like the businessman and Brett Yormark should be thinking that probably good for the conference if we can claim to have a Big 12 team in the playoff this year. And look, he'd prefer it to be K-State, right? K-State's the best team that's not leaving for the SEC next year. But I think Texas getting there is better for the league than nobody getting there.
Kleiman's a great coach, and he gives them a chance, and they have a pretty good roster top to bottom, but they have some, I think, serious flaws right now. So while everybody has them ranked as the second best school in the Big 12, we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, gosh, what a weird final year in the Big 12 that both Kansas schools, BK, have legitimate claims to being the top 3 football schools in the conference this season.
Don't say it about Kansas, man. They're not that good.
I know that the defense still has its issues, but that offense is so damn good, though, dude.
Yeah, they keep Jalen Daniels healthy. Like people forget, they started 5-0 last year. Daniels gets hurt, and they ended the year going like 1-7. It's different when that dude's on the field.
Daniels is obviously special, but I need to tell people also not to sleep on, it's Jason Bean, right?
Jason Bean.
Don't sleep on Jason Bean. He is a good player too. I mean, you're rolling your eyes at me right now, and I know you watch a whole lot more Kansas than I do, but I've been impressed when he's been in the game.
He is solid. He's one of the better backup quarterbacks in college football, and it's crazy to think that Kansas has like a top 10 to 15 quarterback room in the country. Like, that hasn't been the case since Austin's own Todd Reesing was a part of that program back when they were playing for and winning Orange Bowls.
Who was the backup that year?
A guy who converted to wide receiver and played and was very good at wide receiver.
Okay.
Even when Kansas was good, they had some roster deficiencies, but Kerry Meyer was the guy's name that when like Reesing was out, he stayed healthy, but when he needed a play or two, they just brought the receiver in and let that guy take care of business.
Kansas Gerard Hurd, huh?
Yeah. White guy, so, not quite. And they had a better kicker. Their guy wasn't missing extra points against Cal after historic. The only time I've ever dropped an F-bomb on the radio came the day after that Texas lost to Cal.
Is that right? Your Sunday show?
It was a Sunday show. Yep, early in my radio career, and I was just
the BK Lounge?
Furious. Yeah, that would have been the BK Lounge and that's still mad about that. We're moving on. I
am so thankful I wasn't in the stands for that game because I talked to numerous people who are like, I've never experienced something so eerie, like how the air left that football stadium when he missed the extra point.
Yeah, everyone was going nuts, right?
Were you at the game?
I was at the game.
Oh,
huge fourth quarter comeback, right? Texas was down 21 points in the fourth quarter, and then Gerard Hurd just puts the team on his back and scores the touchdown with like a minute left, and all Texas needs to do is kick the extra point, and then we're going to overtime, and we had all the momentum, so we weren't losing. And then Nick Rose is like, screw your momentum. Let's go ahead and lose this game. Sorry, Gerard. I don't like you very much. I'm going to miss this extra point. And it was surreal. Like, it was right in front of me. It's like, oh my God, did he miss that? I think most people just like assumed like, it's the extra point. The game's tied. I think the cannon probably fired off too. Like, of course he made it. And he didn't make it.
Plus, he had a douchey haircut to go along with it too.
Yeah. Hopefully tomorrow's game has no moments like that.
Sorry, Nick Rose. Didn't mean to fire some shots your way on today's show.
I did. I don't care that guy's taking strays. He deserves to be reminded about that moment forever because that was god awful. All right, before we shift gears and maybe talk some Cowboys football, and we'll get into some of the other college and NFL games when we do our picks here in a moment. Trey, AV consultations, another football weekend, and we're getting closer and closer to the best sports month of the year, which means it's the perfect time to call AVC.
That is right. Tom McKay is a good friend of ours. I know he's fired up because we're getting dangerously close to hockey season, BK. And October is, in a lot of people's opinion, the best time of year for sports. That is because football is in full swing. You have baseball playoffs and the NBA and NHL get going too. Now is the perfect time because of that and plenty of other reasons for you to give audiovisual consultations a call at 512-255-8678. They have been hooking homes and businesses here in Central Texas up for 35 years now. I am a dedicated client because Audiovisual Consultations has come out to our place to put a dream home theater setup in our living room downstairs. And they also turned an upstairs loft area into a video game nook. Take advantage of that all the time with my son. Sometimes I play FIFA late at night by myself too. I don't feel great about it, but it's such a great setup. I can't help myself. Find out for yourself. Go to avconsultations.com. Find all the services AV Consultations is happy to provide for you in your home or place of business. Once you decide on that service, you're going to give them a call, 512-255-8678 for audio-visual consultation.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to AV Consultations and shout out to Old Stat Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the state of Texas. My fridge is stocked with Old Stat for the weekend. Hopefully yours is as well. If it's not, go to HEB, Specs, Twin Liquors, Total Wine, wherever you go to get your beer, grab a six-pack, maybe a couple of six-packs of Old Stat. This stuff is liquid gold. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you have been drinking in the past. Brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but easy to find. Whatever you're doing this weekend, please remember to drink Old Stat responsibly. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Old Stat beer. No impurities, no regrets. All right, what should we get into next? Cowboys for a little bit? Any other college games you want to talk about? Oh, how about the news out of Tuscaloosa? Did you see that?
I didn't. You texted it to me, though.
Nothing official, but there was a report from John Talty, who covers Alabama for 24/7 Sports. He was actually a guest on Chip and Zay last week leading up to the Texas-Alabama game, and apparently Jalen Milroe might be getting benched. Alabama is switching quarterbacks. Tyler Buckner, the Notre Dame transfer, took the majority of first-team reps at Alabama practice this week. Trey, looks like Texas may have broken Jalen Milroe.
Tyler Buckner, huh?
Yep.
Oh, boy. I guess I can very confidently state this now, BK. The Bama dynasty is done.
Done?
Done.
Not even like an off year and it'll pick back up next year?
Last year was kind of an off year, wasn't it?
By their standards, yeah. I would murder a small child for their year that they had, but yes, by their standards.
Stay away from my kids,
not
please.
Yours, not yours. The kid who's dying anyways. I'll take them out of their misery.
They're broken offensively right now, and you can only survive so well if that is the circumstance. For them to have these sorts of QB troubles, dude, you saw Tyler Buckner play for Notre Dame last year. That guy is not that freaking good.
Dude, he got cooked by Marshall in South Bend last year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's about to be the starting quarterback for Alabama. Jalen Milroe, obviously far from perfect last weekend. That's the sort of guy that you can maybe help to grow if you're willing to take those lumps as a team. He's still an electric runner, and he can make good throws too. You just have to do a better job of catering that offense to what his strengths are. Felt like they were asking a little bit too much of him last week, but he also is still pretty raw as a passer too. And if you're somebody like Tommy Rees, you love to run the football. He did so a lot at Notre Dame, the small amount of time that he called plays there. But he also wants to be a little bit more dynamic in terms of these sorts of pass plays that he's calling. And if so, you got to go with somebody different because Jalen Milroe is just not processing things very quickly right now. You get one read, maybe two out of him, him before he's tucking and running.
You called that last week. You said if you turn Jalen Milroe into a full field reader at quarterback, then it's going to cause some problems. And it very much did, especially when Texas got that double-digit lead in the fourth quarter when Milroe had to stand back there and become a pocket passer. He didn't have any answers. He just wanted to bail out of clean pockets and start running whenever he could, and it's hard to run a really good college offense, hell, at any level offense, if your quarterback is scared to actually throw the ball in those short and intermediate areas and he can't go through his progression. So we'll see. Like you said, Buckner was with Rees last year. He knows the offense. Maybe Rees feels like the chemistry they have will work. Alabama plays at South Florida in a Charlie Strong revenge game, I guess, because Chuck is on the Bama staff, and obviously they're playing at USF. So I guess that's a storyline. No, it's not. Bama should win this one. They're like 33-point favorites. So we'll probably see both guys tomorrow. But obviously it is a headline that Jalen Milroe is probably getting benched.
Well, if Milroe is getting benched, then do we see Ty Simpson as the second guy? I think you have to let him sit this game out. You need to let him think about one before you consider starting to play him again.
I doubt that's what they do. I mean, if Bama's running roughshod on South Florida, then maybe all three of those guys play.
Yeah.
My guess is Milroe would be the first dude off the bench if they have this game in hand, or if Buckner sucks and we're in the second quarter and it's like still a close game in Tampa, I would still think Milroe would be the guy just because he's got more experience than Ty Simpson. But who knows, man? Who knows? And yeah, look, I never count Alabama out, but they showed some flaws last week, not to take anything away from what Texas did clearly. But the fact that they had to go to Tyler Buckner in the portal relatively late in the offseason kind of told you they were a little worried about their quarterback situation. The fact that they're making a move already in week 3 confirms that thought.
I would be so happy if this Bama dynasty was truly coming to an end for all those redneck hillbilly motherfuckers who have just conducted themselves like complete garbage. Guess what? It's over. But you'll always have the memory of touching that national championship trophy at a Walmart in Mobile, motherfucker.
Mobile taking strays today.
I guess
the whole state. Birmingham, Mobile,
Dothan.
That's all I got. Tuscaloosa, Dothan. Is that a real place?
It is. Dothan, Alabama. I saw a high school friend get married there about 15, 20 years ago.
They got oh God. Are you sure you want to claim that guy as your friend?
He's a good dude. He was a walk-on for the Alabama basketball team.
Okay.
And was always just a great, fun-loving guy, very successful person in life now. But no, it was an interesting trip. We flew into Birmingham and went for the bachelor party. We went to a Birmingham strip club.
Oh.
Yeah, Alabama strip club. Let me tell you.
How many C-sections? Were there scarring everywhere?
Well, so probably, but the bizarre rules, God, this is such a stupid Deep South thing. So strip clubs are allowed, but you literally had to stay 5 feet away from the strippers. And they also wore booby tassels.
Wow.
So their nipples couldn't be exposed. Everything else could be exposed. And I'm pretty sure it was all nude otherwise, but the nipples couldn't be exposed.
Interesting. That's a state law?
It was a state law then. I don't know if they've changed that at this point. It's just one of those weird, seemingly hypocritical things about being someplace in the Deep South, or I'm going to stop myself right there so I don't get in any political trouble right now. But yeah, the Deep South has very oxymoronic rules at times, and that included the strip clubs back in 15 to 20 years ago.
Yeah, I would say I'll go see if that rule still applies, but then I would have to go to Alabama, and I don't have much interest in doing that.
There's no good reason to go to Alabama. You can drive through Alabama, I guess, to get places. Like you drive through Mobile to get to like Destin, Florida, if you were to drive, or Seaside or someplace along the Florida Panhandle. But yeah, spend as little time in Alabama as possible. You and I may go there together or separately in the next few years just to go watch Texas play at Alabama again, or maybe at Auburn. But that's the only reason why I'm going to that godforsaken state.
That's it, man. Still mad that we didn't take our talents to Tuscaloosa this past weekend. But if I was there, we would have lost. So you're welcome. That's how it goes. Last time I traveled for a marquee Texas road game, they lost 38-3 at Notre Dame. So I'll do you guys a solid, and I did y'all a solid. You can thank Bucky for making it rain. You can thank me for Texas taking care of Alabama last weekend.
Look, I know some of you people believe his voodoo mumbo jumbo, but Bucky has nothing to do with it raining. As a matter of fact, the guy is making the claim now that when he says a day, he has the day before and the day after. So if it rains within the 3-day window for which he called the middle day, he gets credit for calling rain properly. Yep. I'm calling Mularkey on that. And I also think that if you are asking him to stop the rain, 1, stop doing that. We need a little bit more rain here. But 2, he certainly doesn't have the power to stop the rain.
No, he's the rain man, not the sun man. All right. He can't bring the sun back. He can only bring rain when we're looking for it. And I'll give him some credit. He did say it would rain on Thursday, and it did rain on Thursday.
So he did say that earlier in the week.
He did, but he also, when it rained on Tuesday, he's like, well, I said it was going to rain on Thursday, so give me credit. It's like, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works.
You don't get to say it's going to rain in 2023 and then get credit because it rains a few times in 2023.
That's how it works. We're about 5 minutes away from our picks. It's not a great college football weekend.
No.
You have no ranked versus ranked matchups. Next weekend is freaking nuts. I don't know if you've looked at the schedule for week 4. Obviously, you've got Texas and Baylor. I'll pull it up for you so you don't have to. Here's some of the matchups we have next Saturday. UCLA at Utah, Oregon State at Washington State, Florida State at Clemson, Ole Miss at Alabama.
Oh, my God.
Colorado at Oregon, Texas at Baylor, Ohio State at Notre Dame.
Holy freaking cow.
Iowa at Penn State, UCF K-State, which could be interesting.
Say Iowa at Penn State?
Yeah, that's ranked
Get that game out of here. Get that game out of here. Well, we're talking about some elite matchups here.
We're here for the kids. The kids will be betting on it. My cousin will be betting on it. All right, we got to talk about it.
Hope your cousin is betting the under on any game Iowa is involved with.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Okay.
Dude, Iowa State, the Cy-Hawk game has become the new Army-Navy where I bet the under every year.
Yeah.
And last year got hosed by Army-Navy going to 8 overtimes. It's garbage. But they can't make a total low enough for me to bet the over on the Cy-Hawk game or America's game.
What was the last game that you said after the Iowa-Penn State game?
UCF K-State, which could be interesting because UCF has looked pretty decent, and K-State, I think, is very good.
Yeah, UCF was decent last year. Nobody really knew what to make of them. But in talking to UCF people at Big 12 Media Days, there was a confidence there, and it wasn't that histrionic Joey McGuire confidence necessarily. It was more of a quiet confidence. And Gus Malzahn is a guy who has gotten it done at various places throughout his coaching career too. Arkansas State, Auburn, obviously, and now UCF. So perhaps the Golden Knights are a dark horse as a first or second team in that Big 12 championship in the first weekend of December.
First is already taken. You said it, the Kansas Jayhawks, right? They're the team you're talking about.
Not quite.
What do you make of this Coach Prime versus Jay Norvell stuff? That's where game day is tomorrow. That's where does Fox not have any money? They're just leaving Big Noon Kickoff in Boulder every week. They can't afford to go anywhere else. I don't know what the deal is with that, but both pregame shows are going to be in Boulder tomorrow. Obviously, you got the back and forth with former Texas assistant coach Jay Norvell taking the shot at Deion, and then Deion saying you made it personal. Colorado's a 24-point favorite. Is that enough?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't fault them this week, unfortunately, because it is such a bad slate of matchups throughout college football. You're going to exploit the buzz surrounding the Buffaloes. As far as Norvell v. Deion, which was completely instigated by Jay Norvell, by the way. Shout out ex-Longhorns coach, I guess.
He wasn't very good here, though. Yeah. Should we be shouting him out?
I don't know.
Didn't he call some plays for us at some point, and it was just a disaster?
Maybe. Well, he calls Deion out for wearing the hat and sunglasses when he's addressing other adults. And then there's video surfacing of Jay Norvell routinely wearing a visor at press conferences. It begs the question, this is kind of like, is a taco a sandwich question or is a hot dog a sandwich question? Yeah. Is a visor a hat?
Wow. Well, it's missing most of the hat, so I don't know. Where's the rest of it?
It's not there. They saved on the cloth.
Are you a visor guy?
No.
I don't think I've ever seen you wear a visor.
I'm not a big hat guy. I will wear hats from time to time. You know who was a big visor guy at one point? I don't see him wearing a ton of visors now, though. KD. Kevin Dunn used to wear visors a lot.
Really?
When we were in our early to mid-20s.
That was before I knew him.
Yep.
I've never seen him wear a visor.
No.
I don't know if anyone could pull off the visor, man. I know some people try, like Lane Kiffin tries.
Yeah.
Dana Holgerson used to. Then he realized his hair was too bad for him to not have that whole thing covered up. Love you, Dana. Who else rocks the visor? Oh, Spurrier obviously used to rock the visor back when the old ball coach was on the sideline. But it's a bit that I can't quite figure out.
No, I'm with you there, if I'm being completely honest. And again, the straw hats. That Cuban look, if you will, according to the Workaholics guys. That's a look that I have a hard time. Like, I'm just too self-conscious when I'm wearing something like that to feel comfortable in my own skin, which is obviously a me thing.
It is a you
but
thing.
I just need a very basic baseball hat or the with the mesh in the back.
I'm cool with the straw hat, like just the wide hat.
You are?
Yeah. Like when you're in the sun, it's got the purpose of like blocking all areas of your head.
Oh, I see.
That's what, like, the visor serves no function because the top of your head is just getting wrecked by the sun.
Well, it's keeping the sun out of your eyes, though.
Well, just wear a hat because that does the same thing, but it also keeps the sun off your dome.
You're preaching to the choir here, brother.
The straw hat or just the wide floppy hat. Like there's I don't wear that to a ball game, but like if I'm going camping or hiking or something. Good one.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Yeah.
When was the last time? I know hiking has literally never happened. When was the last time you went camping?
I walked around my apartment complex. That counts as hiking, doesn't it? And I went, a bachelor party. I can't remember if we talked about this on one of our podcasts, but one of my good buddies had his bachelor party in Arkansas. We kayaked and canoed for a couple of days and camped out along the Mississippi. That's the only river I know. Mississippi River. One of those rivers
Ozark
out
River?
there. Maybe it was the Ozark. Yeah, I saw Bateman out there.
Oh,
cooking up.
He say something smart ass to you?
That's usually what he does.
Yeah.
So I was too busy calling Windy Bird a huge bitch to be able to talk to Bateman. But that was it. That was a few months ago, and I rocked the floppy hat out there.
Okay.
The outdoor hat, the adventure hat.
Actually sounds like a real fun bachelor trip.
It was a disaster.
Oh, really?
So I'm cool with camping and being outside, believe it or not. Like, obviously, I don't do it. I'd rather be on my couch watching my AV Consultations TV setup.
I love air conditioning.
Yeah, it's a nice invention in running water. Although sometimes, even in my apartment complex, I'll go outside and take a leak just, for old time's sake. Why not? But I enjoyed it. There were a lot of folks who were not cut out for this type of trip. And it's like, well, it's the bachelor party. And it's like, I got to go. He's my boy, whatever. But guys who would never, ever go on trips like this, who are just like, this sucks. And they were complaining the whole time. And I'm the type of, I'll listen to people's complaints and I try to be peacemaker and middleman. So people would just come to me to bitch about stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, what are we doing here?
Did the backwoods strippers that you guys hired to put on shows at night, I mean, collectively, did they have one mouthful of teeth?
No, but I was one of them. So I had collectively a mouthful of teeth, but the other ones, no.
As far as Jay Norvell and Dion goes, though,
I was wondering how we got there.
Like, wow, let me try and pull this one back on track now. What the hell is Jay Norvell doing? There was no reason to give Colorado bulletin board material. This Colorado football team that has surprised pretty much everybody to start the season with how good they've looked. Now you've added this level of insult to them, talking about their coach. It's just dumb by him, especially because Colorado State got doubled up by Washington State the first game of the year. Yeah, they were off last weekend, but you guys haven't exactly been world beaters. I'd maybe try and keep to yourself a little bit more and not have them more geared up to just kick the shit out of you tomorrow.
Yeah, it already felt like a tall task for CSU to win that game, and now the coaching staff just adding unnecessary bulletin board material for Colorado. And if you're going to talk trash, like talk better trash than that. Like, if you're going to say something, you need your locker room to be galvanized by this. Colorado State players were probably like, what the hell are you doing? Like, why would you say something like that? So I don't think this is something that's like, yeah, we've got you, coach. Good trash talk. Well, they're going to be like, what? That's stupid. That was dumb. So yeah, I don't know. I don't understand why it happens. I think Chip said this yesterday, like coaches get real comfortable on their coaches shows sometimes. And this was on Norvell's coaches radio program, like Sark does at Pluckers here in Austin. So I don't know. He just wanted to rile up the in-person crowd, get them excited a little bit. But it was a below the belt, unnecessary shot. And yeah, it's not going to work for CSU.
No, it's not. And it did work out well for the Colorado football players already. Did you see that they all got hooked up with some of those mirrored shades?
No.
Either yesterday or today.
By Dion?
By Dion.
Wow.
Dion hooked everybody up with some of those shades. Dude, I am a sucker for mirrored sunglasses, as you probably know, because you've seen me wearing sunglasses previously.
What is mirrored? Does that mean you can see behind you and in front of you? So like some of the stuff you got at Dave and Buster's back as a kid, you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, the
look behind you shades, where like the little corner of the lens was like a mirror.
Yeah, the little cheapy spy shades.
Yeah.
That cyclists actually wear unironically now, but to try and make sure that they can keep an eye on what's happening behind them.
Smart.
Yeah, it is. It is a good move, even though you look like a colossal douchebag. There's a functionality there. But no, the sunglasses that you can see, that the person looking at the person wearing the sunglasses can see their own reflection in them. I wonder what type of shades those are, because I would consider, assuming they're not super expensive, I would consider grabbing myself a pair because Dion makes them look damn good.
Yeah, we've got some echo on the app. Apologies for that. There's nothing we can do about that because that's playing from my apartment right now. So apologies to you people out there, but thank you for letting us know. I know the audio on the YouTube is doing well, though. If you want to check us out on YouTube, just search Texas Sports Unfiltered. All right, Trey, before we get to our picks, some more love to a few more of our sponsors. How about Olipop? I'll give them some love. This stuff is legit. This has gotten me back into soda. I had sworn off soda for a number of years because it's just so bad for you. Well, the good news is Olipop gives me the same soda taste that I grew up loving with actually added health benefits. Like, not only is Olipop not bad for me, it's actually good for me. It gives me 9 grams of fiber in every can, digestive health support as well. Only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, only a few calories. I'm telling you, this stuff is good for you, and it tastes delicious. They've got so many different flavors. Some of the classic soda flavors that you grew up loving as well, like cola and root beer and lemon lime. They've got Dr. Goodwin as well, which is their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other unique flavors too. Go check them out. H-E-B, Target, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you go to get your groceries, make sure you're getting a can or a couple of cans of Olipop. This stuff will change your life. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Shout out to our friends at Olipop for their support of us here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. And Trey, a word for, I know you're not at home and you're relaxed the back chair right now, but you could still talk about the greatness of RTB.
You know what? The fine people of Covert BK, they have some comfortable chairs in this conference room that we're now calling a studio. Unfortunately, though, it's not as good as that relax the back chair in my home office. That's okay, though. Not every chair can fit my broken back so perfectly like this relax the back chair that adjusts in so many different ways. You can actually kick it back and throw your feet up on a desk if you want to. And it has an adjustable lumbar support as well. Not surprising, when my brother won this chair a couple years ago at the Mullet Open, that Bucky got it from Relax the Back. And so I was happy to throw my bro $200 for what is now the most comfortable chair in my house. Find out for yourself all the different types of products that Relax the Back offers to really help out with your sore back, or maybe it's some sore hips, sore glutes. Perhaps it goes into your legs a little bit. Relax the Back has so many different ways to help treat that. Massage tools, furniture like the chairs. I'm even looking at a stand-up desk right now because I would like to stand a little bit more versus sitting for hours on end, shortening those hip flexors. Yeah, Relax the Back. We'll be happy to take care of that for me as well. Find out the location nearest you and everything that they offer at relaxtheback.com.
Absolutely. Shout out to Relax the Back, and shout out once again to Covert BK for having us out here. We'll be doing our pregame show tomorrow here as well. And upstairs right now, Casey Stutter talking to some Longhorn fans. Good turnout for the Covert BK Friday luncheon. We'll be back in a couple of weeks, the day before the Kansas game. That's the next home game. So Friday, September 29th will be our next showing out here at Covert BK. But of course, if you're looking for a car, truck, or SUV, come out and see these guys. They've got 7 brands, 3 state-of-the-art dealerships on 42 acres in the beautiful Central Texas Hill Country. CovertBK.com. That's where you need to go to look online. Check out the great specials and the inventory right there. But more importantly, come out to this beautiful dealership and say hi to the team at Covert BK. All right, before we get to where we at in society, Trey, it's time for our picks for our season-long college football pick'em contest. We're still taking suggestions for a punishment. We haven't settled on anything just yet. So if you have any ideas for what the loser of this contest will have to do at the end of the year, fire away on the text line, 512-222-9328, or hit us in the YouTube comment line. All right, only 2 college games, 4 pro games. It's a better NFL slate than college. We'll start with another Big 12 SEC matchup. K-State, a 4-point favorite at Mizzou, the former Big 12 rivals, duking it out in Missouri. Who do you like, Trey?
I know a lot more about Kansas State than I know about Missouri, and Kansas State is a good offensive football team. I had them covering. You said it was 4?
4.
I have them covering that 4.
I do too. I'm a little nervous because Bucky made it his 5,000 unit lock of the week.
Oh, no.
Which is very scary. I feel like that means I should be fading and going with the Tigers, but K-State's better. I'm not bought into Mizzou at all. I will side with you on that one. Last college game, Texas-Wyoming. The line up to 30. Once again, it opened at 28 on Monday. It's now up to 30. Can the Longhorns cover, or does Wyoming make it interesting?
Your turn.
I'm 0-2 on against the spread picks for Texas so far. Let's make it 0-3. I'm going to see if I can go 0 for all year. I'm just going to bet against Texas all the time. So I'll take Wyoming and hope that I'm wrong, because that will be a good trend for us. So I'll take Wyoming plus the 30. I think Texas wins by like 21 to 25 or 6. Like, I don't think we're going to be sweating in our seats tomorrow night, but I think Wyoming can cover the 30.
I maybe would have been willing to go against you if this line was still right at around 28. I don't like that extra 1.5 to 2 points, though. So I got to go with Wyoming on this one, too. They may get like a backdoor cover, like what we saw with Rice, where the true on second string defense, there was a significant drop off in level of play. So Texas wins handily. I mean, the game is well in hand, I don't know, by halftime, certainly into the third quarter. And Wyoming figures out a way to get it down to 29 at the end.
Backdoor. Close the back door, kids. Don't forget about that. On to Sunday, Chiefs at Jags. Kansas City, a 3-point favorite. They're, of course, coming off the loss to Detroit on the opening night of the NFL season. The Jags 1-0 after a win against the Colts. Who you like?
Do we know if Travis Kelce is back for this game?
I don't think they've made an official declaration of independence yet. Chris Jones should be back, though, because they got that contract worked out.
You know, the problem was the defensive line last week for Kansas City. I'm going to assume that if Travis Kelce plays, he is going to be seriously hindered, and that does have a negative impact on this Chiefs offense, despite the fact that Pat Mahomes is still Pat Mahomes. He has a bunch of scrubs around him right now. Nobody all that reliable to throw the football to. So give me the Jags to wrong team favored.
Wow.
Pull off the upset.
We're on opposite sides here. I don't bet against the Chiefs.
Smart pick for you.
As long as Mahomes is playing, as long as Andy Reid's coaching. It didn't work for me last week, but we'll ride with Kansas City minus the 3. Bengals, Ravens in Cincinnati. Cincinnati, a 3-point favorite. Bengals got embarrassed by the Browns. Ravens beat up on the Texans. I guess this is my pick. Joe Burrow has sucked against the Browns in his career. He has dominated the Ravens in his career. I'm going to side with history. I'll take Cincinnati at home.
What's the line again?
3.
Yeah, I got to go Cincinnati here too. I hate that we're being a little bit boring here, but I think that this is going to be a bounce back game for the Bengals.
Cowboys. Oh, you got some?
Go ahead.
Okay. You off there. Cowboys -9 against the Jets. No Aaron Rodgers, thank God. Zach Wilson coming into Dallas Sunday, 3:25. Nance and Romo on the call. What say you?
By the way, Aaron Rodgers did trust the Western medicine doctors to fix his Achilles yesterday. Now, whatever the protocol is going forward, we don't know, but Aaron Rodgers has given himself a chance to come back and play next year. The fighting Zach Wilson's going up against that Dallas Cowboys defense. The offense really didn't have to do a whole lot, and they still beat the Giants by 40 points with that shutout last week. Yeah, give me Dallas to cover the 9.
I'll take the Jets plus the 9.
Okay.
We're on opposite sides here.
Why is that?
I don't know. This feels like a game the Cowboys are going to make way more interesting than it needs to be.
Okay.
Doesn't it? And Aaron Rodgers will be in the building, I think, and that's scary. Every time he's in the building against the Cowboys, bad things happen.
Oh, that's true.
Even though he's not playing, that should make a huge difference, but I'm taking the Jets plus the 9. Finally, Texans-Colts. If you're watching this one, God bless you. Battle of top 5 quarterback draft picks. It's in Houston. The Texans a 1-point favorite. I can't bet on the Texans, dude. Not with the O-line I saw last week. I'll take Indy.
I'm taking Indy also, not just because the Texans O-line is terrible, but they're dealing with some injury issues on defense right now, and I think Anthony Richardson is going to be able to run all over them.
Yep. All right, so we've got 2 different picks there. The Cowboys and the Chiefs are our opposite picks of the week. It's a season-long contest, so we'll obviously give updates as we move along here this football season.
We need to come up with a payoff sooner rather than later.
We'll do
like
it.
Maybe we need to reset the 5 minutes of stand-up.
We'll do something else.
No?
I don't know. Maybe.
You're scared about possibly having to do that.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to lose. It's got to be something. I'm willing to do another Greyhound trip. I'll go back to El Paso. I don't give a damn. I don't want to do the stand-up thing, though.
All right. Well, how about me? I do 5 minutes of stand-up, or you have to take a Greyhound to El Paso and back.
We'll go somewhere else instead of El Paso.
Okay, I'll give you that.
It'll be a long trip. That might be the winner. Yikes. Could be the end of Texas Sports Unfiltered if that trip happens. We've got about 6 minutes left. It's time to wrap up the show the way we always do with a little bit of...
Where are we at in society today?
I know it played.
Did it?
Yeah. I have my sound off so we didn't hear it, but I think it is good to go. So
perfect.
Yep.
Well, it is the opportunity that we have each and every day, BK, to bring stories to the people that show we as a society are going in the wrong direction. Normally it is a bad story. Occasionally it's a good story, though. And I actually have what I think is a good story after I let you know that Where Are We At in Society is now proudly sponsored by Pest Wranglers. Our friend Steve, he has been a longtime supporter of what we have done on the airways, and we are thrilled to have Pest Wranglers aboard as a client with Texas Sports Unfiltered and as the official sponsor of Where Are We At in Society. I can tell you that Pest Wranglers is great at getting rid of those pests because they are, but the biggest reason why we love Pest Wranglers is because it is all about people with Pest Wranglers. That includes their employees. It also includes those who sign up as clients as well. They have a motto: effective, reliable, affordable. And they believe that happy customers, happy employees, that creates that motto. It makes it turn out in real life. They have no contracts. So if you don't like the job that was done the first time, you can cancel, no problem. But I have a feeling you're going to be pretty happy with that service the very first time as well. Again, thank you to Steve for being a part of this operation. Love having his support. Find out more about Pest Wranglers. Sign up for that service. Give them a call. You can find out all that information through pestwranglers.com.
Absolutely. Shout out to Steve. Shout out to Pest Wranglers for jumping on board.
And by the way, they have a boatload of 5-star ratings on Google, Yelp, Angie's List. I don't even know what Angie's List is, but apparently they've got a bunch of 5-star ratings through those and a whole lot more as well. So the proof is in the pudding there.
Who's Angie?
I don't know. I know of an Angie.
Yeah.
You know of an Angie.
Yeah, but I didn't know she had a list. Start calling her Santa.
I know of the song by the Rolling Stones, Angie, that for the longest time I thought was Angel.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. One of those things.
What's your story today?
Okay, so apparently this is the school year where my kids are just going to be getting in trouble.
I like this start.
So a few weeks ago, I told this on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm pretty sure it was with you. My son Calvin was joking around with his friends, and he pulled his pants down. Underwear stayed up, but he pulled his pants down and basically stuck his butt out at his friends.
Boy.
Friends found it hilarious.
Was Joe Buck teaching? I hope not. Would have been a problem.
I don't think it was Joe Buck Day at
Disgusting
Rick
act.
Perry Elementary School in Cedar Park. But friends found it funny. A teacher saw him do it, though, so he got in trouble, got a stern talking to from the vice principal. Well, yesterday, go and get Vivi from school, or go and get both the kids from school. And the first thing Vivi says to Justine and me as we are walking away from the campus is, "I got in trouble today." So we both turned to her and we're like, "Oh, what happened?" She said, "I'll tell you about it in the car." So we make the 5-minute walk to the car, get in the car, and as we're driving back towards our house, she just hands up this blue piece of paper. take the blue piece of paper. I'm like, is this what you got in trouble for? She says, yes. And so this is her version of the events that happened that led to her getting in trouble, getting talked to by her teacher. It's been signed by the teacher, so the teacher agrees with this account. And so what happened apparently is that she was just standing in line, and this kid, Ben, who's actually a friend of hers, just comes up and hits her in the face.
What?
Just hits her in the face.
And that's her fault?
And so in response, Vivi immediately gives him the bird and then gets in his face and says, don't you ever do that again.
She got in trouble?
And she got in trouble for this.
What?
And so my response to her is, I'm like, is this really what happened? Like, if we contact your teacher isn't going to say that you were giving Ben shit before he hit you in the face. That doesn't excuse him hitting you in the face, but you were just standing there minding your own business and he did this. She's like, yes. I said, all right, well, I'm sorry you got in trouble at school. I have no issues with you defending yourself, though. Like, try and keep a level head if you can, but he hit you in the face, and getting hit in the face is infuriating. So
she handled that well.
She handled it really well.
Could have been a lot worse.
She didn't punch him square in the nose like she could have, which would have caused more of an issue, but I also wouldn't have been completely upset about because she's defending herself.
I would have been on her side if she did that.
Yeah, I mean, if she had punched him back, it's the eye for the eye bit.
So now do you have to fight Ben's parents?
No, actually,
payback. You got to punch Ben's mom or dad in the face.
No, the shame of it is I like Ben's parents, and I'm sure they were ticked when they found out that he just walked up and hit a girl in the face.
Just a cheap shot.
Yeah, and like
sucker punch.
Like they've gone to one another's birthdays before, and I've always gotten the feeling that Ben has a crush on her. And so when you're a young kid, what do you do with your crushes?
Oh, you hit them.
Yeah, you hit them.
Yeah.
Or you call them names.
I do that now. Not supposed to do that. There's a girl I like. I just shove her to the ground.
Well, I think you probably need to draw a line that doesn't go past the whole bounding and gagging in your trunk thing. But just some of the other,
you not to say that.
Some of the other physical stuff. That's all on you. I am staying out of this while also maintaining the stance that it's not good to hit girls.
Your daughter's the best. She handled that well. That's a bad bit. She didn't need a blue slip for that.
The biggest question that I had for her is, okay, so you flicked him off. Did you go thumb in? Did you go thumb in or did you go thumb out?
Was it Tom Herman double bird or just single bird?
Herman did the vague middle finger, right?
Yeah.
It's like the fighter jet middle finger. He did that.
I like that.
Yeah. So she said she went thumb out, and I'm like, you know what? I'm even more proud of you there.
Good kid. You raised her well. All right. Good story. I'm going to have to talk more about that next week. But we're done here. Shout out to Covert BK for having us out. Shout out to Brock for being our on-site engineer. Trey, great show today, my friend.
You too, my friend. I'm glad to get to do one of these in person, and we're going to get a few more of these during football season too.
Absolutely. Shout out once again to Covert BK for having us out. But we are done. It is time for Chip and Zay. I will add them to the stage. Gentlemen, take it away.
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. Look at my man. Look at my man.
Yo, man, I got to support my guy Prime. Come on, Jay Norvell. We're out here, man. Sunglasses and all. Give all the team. Tion might be the most petty guy in the world, and I absolutely love it. Give the whole team sunglasses. Got the Ray-Bans on. I'm out here clean, man. I won't do the whole show like this, but gotta let you know whose side I'm on with all this. Like, we on the bandwagon. You gotta be. You gotta be.
It. I was just looking around to see if I have any sunglasses to join in solidarity. But welcome in everybody to Chip and Zay, a Friday, a free-for-all football Friday edition. Man, my light is like so bright. Let me tone that down just a touch. Free-for-all football Friday. I'm Chip Brown, longtime Longhorns insider at horns247.com, joined by the right call himself, the one and only Zay Collier. And Zay, we got a lot to talk about today, including we'll talk a bunch of Texas-Wyoming. We've got that covered for you. But I want to start with the news coming out of Tuscaloosa, because I think my man Jalen Milroe's getting wronged. Reports our man John Talty, who joined us last week reporting at Bama247.com that it looks like Tyler Buckner is going to get the start for Alabama. And this is an odd game for Alabama. They're playing at South Florida. I think this is the first true road non-conference game that Alabama has played under Nick Saban. They always played neutral site games against big time opponents. But my man Jalen Milroe, I think he got screwed on this, because before you bench him, can you give him some quarterback runs? Can you give him some designed quarterback runs? Because I thought that dude showed some fight. I thought he showed some moxie in leading that touchdown drive, right, to cut it to 27-24 with 11 minutes left in the game. I don't know, Zay. I think if this is all true and our man Jalen Milroe's going to the bench for Tyler Buckner, I think he's getting screwed.
Yeah, definitely. And clearly Nick Saban, he wants to try something different right before conference play starts. And obviously he didn't like what he saw with Jalen Milroe under Tommy Rees offense. And we all know Tommy Rees coming from Notre Dame, Tyler Buckner coming from Notre Dame. He might be more familiar, but I'm with you, Chip. I think he's getting absolutely hosed. Like, they didn't put him in the best situations to win. The offensive line, is Jalen Milroe going to block for himself? He was running for his life. And, having Lance on yesterday, he said it best. Like, Jalen Milroe gave up 5 touchdowns. Well, if Tyler Buckner was in this past Saturday, he probably would have given up 9, 10, because he doesn't have the explosiveness nor athleticism that Jalen Milroe does. So it's weird, but like I've been saying, when we were previewing this game, or the Alabama game last week, like, Jalen Milroe's on a quick leash, very short leash. And if he messes up, those helmets are very close to those guys on the sideline. And you had Nick Saban talking about in the presser, he thought about pulling Jalen Milroe during the game. Again, like, he can't block for himself. Caden Proctor was absolutely demolished last week by Bush, by Anthony Hill, like Ethan Burke. Everybody got a piece of Caden Proctor, the freshman 5-star blue chipper out of Iowa. That's supposed to be big time, 370 pounds, 6'7". Like, what's Jalen Milroe supposed to do? So, yeah, I guess Tyler Buckner, again, coming from Notre Dame with Tommy Rees, he might be more familiar, but I don't think he's going to put the Crimson Tide in a better position than Jalen Milroe would have. And I would ride it out with Jalen Milroe for at least a couple of weeks, like, get him more and more acclimated. Let's get back to the drawing board. Hey, that interception by John A. Barron, terrible throw. Hey, that interception by Jaron Thompson, horrible throw. Like, that's your second real start. So, again, where were the quarterback runs? Where were the, RPO stuff? Like, stick to the ground game. They kind of believed in Jalen Milroe a little bit too much with his arm, and it cost the Crimson Tide. So, yeah, I mean, I didn't think this would come this week, but I'm not surprised one bit.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this was – I just think this is, like, premature. I mean, I just – we'll see. We'll see. Maybe Tommy Rees is a genius. I don't know. I'm not buying it. But, yeah, I just had to start there because obviously everyone watched that game last week between Texas and Alabama. I didn't think Jalen Milroe – I mean, obviously his turnovers were rough. I thought Jade Barron baited him. I thought the other interception he threw, the Jaron Thompson interception, that was a bad decision. But look, Nick Saban is the GOAT. He watches these guys in practice every day. I just thought that was interesting. Meanwhile, you've got Quinn Ewers, according to Steve Sarkisian, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, calling the team meeting with the leadership council to make sure that the players are forgetting about Alabama and realizing they've got a chance to do something special this season. And that makes me think that Quinn Ewers is really getting comfortable in this role as the Texas quarterback, which is it's a full-time job, and you're an ant under a magnifying glass. It's a lot to handle, and I'm really eager, not anxious, because people say I'm anxious to see. Well, that means you are afraid to see. You have trepidation, but I'm eager to see how comfortable Quinn Ewers is in this game against Wyoming, because we know Wyoming's got a pretty good run defense, probably going to have to throw it to beat the Wyoming Cowboys. And if Quinn Ewers is locked in from the beginning and he's slinging it and the receivers are catching it, and that is a key, because we've seen games where balls are bouncing off the receiver's hands, Zay. But if Ewers is slinging it and the receivers are catching it, then this thing could end up being I think Texas is favored by 28.5. Just seems high to me, but I'm eager to see Quinn Ewers because Steve Sarkisian put it out there. Steve Sarkisian put it out there yesterday, Thursday, and said Quinn Ewers wanted to meet with the team and the leadership council. Now, was it just Quinn Ewers? Xavier Worthy also was mentioned in this, but that's a big deal. And we saw Quinn Ewers saying after the game, it's time. He was telling Texas fans, it's time. Was that game at Alabama his over the hump moment where he turns into Joe Burrow circa 2019? Where we know Steve Sarkisian can dial up plays just like, Joe Brady was dialing up plays at LSU in 2019. Is Quinn Ewers that kind of dog? Is he that kind of quarterback? Like, are we just now seeing the beginning of Quinn Ewers, the dog?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It seems like there's a pit bull that's finally coming out of him, and it's crazy from year one to year two, just the maturity and how he's been able to fix the mistakes that he had last year, coming to the sideline and pouting. And, a thing that we don't talk about enough, like AJ Milwee being on the field, like that's so big. Now, he's on the field. He could communicate with Quinn when Sark has a lot going on, being the head coach, which I talked about a ton. Like sometimes in the past, it seems like Steve Sarkisian just had too much on his plate as a head coach and a play caller. Well, now when he has help in AJ Milwee telling Quinn the things that he would tell him if he had the time to, then I think you have just a brand new Quinn Ewers and a brand new confident Quinn Ewers. And yeah, man, like the players meeting, from the weight dropping to the hair cutting, like the dude is doing all the right things. And this is what we expected. This is what we thought it was going to be when he transferred from Ohio State. And we knew what came with that when, going to the state championship at South Lake Carroll, the high rating of being recruited and stuff. Like we knew it was just a matter of time, but we saw so much of a roller coaster in 2022. We didn't really believe when it was going to happen and if Steve Sarkisian and him could get on the same page. So it seemed like it's going that direction. At the Alabama game, like you mentioned it, Chip, like they got to get rid of the drops still. Like even in that Alabama game, you win by 10 points. Beautiful game. You do a lot of great things, but you had a lot of mistakes too. Like Xavier Worthy's drop pass for a touchdown. I know he had a big redemption moment, but he still dropped the pass. Jonathan Brooks, that drop pass for Kool-Aid McKinstry, that's 2 in a week. Like, you know what I'm saying? They still have stuff to clean up on, and they're still beating high-quality teams. So that's positive. You love that, and that definitely makes you eager and not anxious. But also, there's still going to be some Texas fans that are a little anxious about, all right, well, can they keep up the hype? Can they stay even kill? Can they go to class and get that love and then come to practice with that same intensity, knowing that there's more work to do and there's a lot of people that can't wait to rain on their parade? I think they can, and it starts with number 3. It starts with him, and it goes to number 1, and et cetera, 41, Jalen Ford, and Jaron Thompson. At each position, it seems like there's a leader who's kind of the alpha dog of the team that's been there for a long time. And then there's just a group of guys that are leading by example also. So, yeah, I'm very excited for tomorrow. And this team being number 4 in the nation, they got a huge opportunity right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is the highest Texas has been ranked since 2009, when they last won a Big 12 championship, ended up playing for the national championship. So this is, I get it. And I like that Quinn Ewers apparently told Steve Sarkisian, hey, can the leadership council address the team? I think that's great. I want to see Quinn Ewers. I want to see if he checked a box last week, kind of like Joe Burrow did in beating Texas in 2019. That was a back and forth game. Texas kept answering. It came down to 3rd and 17, and Joe Burrow hit, Jefferson for the big play touchdown, and Texas comes back, and scores again. It ends up being a 45-38 game. But Burrow from that point on got better and better and better, and ended up part of, the greatest offensive season in college football history. Listen, I just want to see if Ewers is ready to kind of take those same kind of steps, because he's got the artillery in guys like Worthy, A.D. Mitchell, JT Sanders that can put up those kinds of numbers. I heard BK talking earlier today with Bucky saying, I want to see this Texas team average 40 points per game. And remember, the Texas team that won it all in 05 averaged 50. And is this the week where Texas gets that passing game going, lights it up? Because I don't think we're going to see CJ Baxter, which means you got Jonathan Brooks and Jaden Blue, which I'm excited to see Jaden Blue. I like the way he's been running. He's been running hard. He's looks like he's got something to prove. Keelan Robinson, I love him in space. I love him catching the football. We just haven't seen that explosive play from him running the football. And I could be wrong. Maybe they need to do a better job of setting him up. But
yeah, we saw it in 2021. And before those conference games started, he had a big time run when the Horns were rolling. I forgot who they played that day, but yeah, we haven't seen it in a while.
Yeah. So I'm eager to see what Quinn Ewers brings to the table, because if he checked a box and he's now ready to go on a run, this thing could get really interesting, because Texas's defense is legit. And if Texas can get into a rhythm in the passing game and Sark's got it dialed up and Quinn's able to say, this is what I like, this is what we need, this is what I'm seeing. When offenses really take off, the quarterback is providing as much input to the play caller as you can expect from a player. When I think last year Quinn was just trying to get the play call right and remember exactly what he needed to do at times. And then you throw in the 3 high safety looks that he got from Iowa State and Oklahoma State. And the picture got cloudy. Maybe there was some other shit going on in the Oklahoma State game where he's got a finger that he jammed in a car door. There's a 20-mile-an-hour wind. I don't know what was going on with 19 of 49 passing, but that's what I'm looking for if we're talking about things we're looking for tomorrow at 7:00, why are they kicking off at 7:00, Zay? I mean,
Because they want to show off the new lights and stuff and all the pageantry that Chris Del Conte put together at Darrell K. Royal Memorial. Like they want to show that off, and they got to show it off against Wyoming. So I get it. They spent a lot of money and time putting this together. Yo, Big Boy showing up. One half of Outcast.
How about that?
That's big time.
How about that?
You ain't got no rims. Don't get no wood grain steering wheel. That's my guy. He's a legend. Everybody gives Andre 3000 a lot of love, which they should. Big Boy, low key, is underrated. CDC, salute to you, man. That's solid.
Are you going?
No, I ain't going.
What?
I wish. Nah, I ain't going. I gotta kick it with the wifey before the game and stuff.
Take the wifey.
That's true. I could. I might show up just because it's Big Boy. I might show up. I don't know. It'll be weird for him to perform Outkast songs, you know, how he has his own catalog, but I'm sure he's going to have to, but that is going to be odd for him to perform Outkast songs like, you know, Southern Playalistic Cadillac music and no Andre there, you know, that'd be a little odd, but it's Big Boy. He knows how to turn it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, Chris Del Conte, kudos, because they've had all kinds of, you know, people in there for that Longhorn City Limits, from Big Boy to Luda to
Nelly,
Country Midland. They've got, you know, Alo Black. I mean, they've had some good artists in there. So that game day atmosphere around DKR with Bevo Boulevard, Smokies Midway, Longhorn City Limits, it's totally changed the game, because Texas's pregame in and around the stadium before Del Conte and Drew Martin took over was pathetic. It was pathetic. If you didn't have your own tailgate before the game, there was nothing. Now, you don't have to have your own smoker. You don't have to have your own tailgate spot to enjoy yourself. You can just, you know, get in there and listen to some music, hang out with your friends, drink some cold ones, and you're good. And you're right. Tomorrow night, folks. Tomorrow night, Club DKR with the LED light show.
Yeah, man.
Hey, you do any DJing back in the day?
I wish, man. I would have rocked the party too if I just knew what I was doing. But yeah, I wish I was on the ones and twos. You know, that's a good time. We have house parties and stuff like that. I know I'm getting up there and I'm a little too old to go to house parties, but yeah, man, those were the good old days.
No more wine and cheese crowd at DKR.
Yeah, I heard Fire the Can talking about that too. Those ladies did a great job on Wednesday night. Like, yeah, that wine and cheese stuff that they used to have, that was so weak. That was a bad time. Yeah, it was bad. That was bad. Yeah.
Daryl wants to see if any rappers in Houston roll up for Big Boy.
Who is Big Boy tight with from Houston? Probably all of them, but really tight with maybe like Bun B. I know him and Bun B, they probably go back just because. Yeah. They had that International Players Club with UGK. So yeah, that might be one. I don't know.
Okay. Which provider will carry the game? Yeah, LHN. Does everyone still have LHN?
Oh, no, I got my ESPN back with Spectrum, so I got it. So this the last year, and you know, hey. I need some merch, man. I need to ask Mike for that. I know he got some stuff. It's the least he could do.
Some merch?
Yeah, give me some merch. They got to get rid of it, right? They got to go somewhere.
The Longhorn Network merch?
Yeah. They got to go somewhere. They can't send it to Africa or something. Come on now.
That's a good point. That's a good point, man. Let me see if I can talk to some people about that.
Yeah, there we go. Use those connections, Chip Brown. Use those connections of over 4 decades of covering sports in the Texas area. Yeah, wait, flex on them. Yo, hit us up on our text line, 512-222-9328. Somebody said, Zay, what was the name of your JUCO coach? And what brand of your neck roll did you wear previously? I have no idea about the neck roll. It was probably bootleg, dollar store type stuff, like no name brand. I have no idea, but it was very comfortable. And my old coach was Tom Schubert. He coached at UTPA, went to Paris when I was there. He's coached at multiple places. Yeah, snake in the grass, Tom. I don't usually speak that way of coaches. I respect coaches a ton, being a coach's son myself, but I can't do it with you, Tom. Y'all had us like 5-hour practices and stuff. Illegal. I can't do it. Come on now. You ruined a lot of guys' love for the game. I cannot give you any love on here. I'm sorry, Tom.
That's terrible.
Isn't
that guy
it?
ruined how I mean, I hate coaches like that who ruin the love for the game.
Yeah, like it's sad, man. It's really sad. Like a lot of guys, again, they just wanted to hoop at the next level, and they knew, they might not go big time D1, Power 5 or Power 6 because it's basketball with the Big East, but they just wanted to keep on playing for as long as they could. And this coach coming in just got kicked out of D1, felt like he got something to prove, and it all went to the crappers. So, yeah, Tom, I don't know where you at, but I hope you're doing a better coaching job, if you are coaching, than you did with us back in 09.
Went to the crapper. You hate it.
Yeah, man. That's
your Shiva getter. Your Shiva getter goes.
Shiva getter, yeah, man. Glenn, what up, Stretch?
Your Shiva getter goes empty. You can't have your Shiva getter going empty.
Sure can't.
You got to have that Shiva getter nice and full. Yep. Nice and full. That's what. That's
Tom Herman
what.
dealt with that. Tom Herman, same. He got that in him. Just that, dude. Come on now. You got to have more common sense than this. You're the coach. You can't do some of these things. This ain't 1982 where you maybe get away with it, but it was still frowned upon. No, man, you gotta adapt.
Man, I'm telling you, if we could get some former Longhorns, maybe I'll call Cade Brewer right now. I don't think he would out Herman, but if you put some truth serum in some Longhorns, Herman made stuff personal with players. And I'm like, dude, like some of this stuff was way over the line. And oy. But you know what? I don't know. I mean, his teams were tough. They played hard. They were physical. They never got blown out. He was 32-18 at Texas, but if he was a better human being.
Yeah, you could still be tough. You could still get your point across, but also be a good person. People have done it. Urban Meyer. Yeah.
Right?
Like, yeah.
Like you got Pete Carroll on one side, which I always find fascinating that Steve Sarkisian, his two biggest mentors who he mentions are Pete Carroll, who's players coach, a positive guy, who won national championships and has won Super Bowls. And then you got Nick Saban, who's the taskmaster. He's going to be tough. He's going to make sure every I is dotted and not going to let you get away with anything. And I think Sarkisian was more Pete Carroll, and now he's more Nick Saban, but he's still a human being. Like he talks about all the time trying to be transparent with his players, which, listen, that's all players want. Just let me know where I stand and help us build this bond, which, again, I think he's done. These Culture Wednesdays, people don't get into that stuff, but that stuff is important, man. You got to be connected. You got to be connected to your teammates. You got to care. You got to make it like when we go out on the field, it is a band of brothers, and we cannot let each other down. The only way we can succeed is if we are all moving in the same direction with the same energy. And that stuff that Sarkisian's been doing, the Culture Wednesdays, that stuff is important. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what CC's, team building protocols were, but getting guys to tell their story to each other so that they know if a kid lost his dad or lost his mom, or, there's strife in the family, or they've been through stuff. That's when you start to care about the guy next to you. That's when you are like, man, I'm not going to let this guy down. And it becomes bigger than them. And that's when the magic happens, when the cause is bigger than yourself and you're not, putting your own selfish desires ahead of the team. And I think Sark gets that after working with Pete Carroll and Nick Saban.
Yeah, those are two great mentors to have. I tell you what, and kind of reminds me of Steve Kerr in the NBA for the Warriors. Like his two mentors are Greg Popovich and Phil Jackson, probably Mount Rushmore when it comes to NBA coaches. And both of those guys are vastly different. And yeah, you could use, great leadership and mold that into your own philosophy. And I feel like some guys, their egos and just their, selfishness and wanting to be different than the norm and wanting to have things their way and influence their own culture, that could kill them. That could end up ruining their career. And it's sad that some great coaches, like great X's and O's guys, like completely knows whatever profession or sport that they're in, like they know it better than the other guy, but they might not be as good of a coach because, like you said, they're not getting down to, off the field stuff, off the court stuff, things that are way more important than the sport that you're coaching, life. And once that becomes relatable, and once your guys see that you're human, then that's when they start playing hard for you without you yelling at them or without the whole fear aspect. Now, there always should be a slight fear, not like, it's just more of like, hey, don't let me down type of thing. But you never want it to where guys fall out of love with the game. Like you want them to come to practice hype every day. And that's what separating Deion from everybody right now. Like Deion's doing it a different way that we've never seen before in all of college sports. We've never seen a coach use another coach's pettiness where they're talking shit about you and then flip it into motivation and giving your guys sunglasses and stuff like that. Like we've never seen anything like that. It's beautiful and refreshing. And yeah, Sark, like in year 3, I think he's realized like, man, I know it's Texas. I know this place is so impatient when it comes to now it's time to win. But in year 3, he had to build that culture. And finally, it seems like it's starting to pay off. We just got to see if they can keep it up, starting with Wyoming tomorrow.
I mean, and you bring up Deion and Jay Norvell, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Jay Norvell, I don't know if Jay Norvell is crazy like a fox or just plain crazy because he got his name mentioned. He got Colorado State's name mentioned. Maybe he knows he's going to get pile driven because he just watched Colorado turn Matt Rule standing in midfield where he was probably waiting for Deion to have their handshake and pregame conversation into total disrespect for our team, our culture. And Jay Norvell talks about, I take my hat and my glasses off when I talk to grownups. And then Deion goes and gets his entire team, pairs of prime 21 sunglasses this week from Blenders, I guess. He passed them out to his players in a team meeting on Thursday. I mean, that's Deion being one step ahead of everything. Like I'm not just gonna respond. I'm gonna get my whole team sunglasses, and they might just wear them out for the pregame warm-ups. Zay. When they're out there in their t-shirts.
Yeah.
Just kind of warming up. I mean.
Oh, the son had a watch on. diamond watch on last week, was waving in those Cornhuskers' face. Yeah, man. I wouldn't
Shador?
put past them. Yeah. Yeah. They're
Or
just
Shiloh?
Shador. Yeah. They're on a whole nother level, Chip.
I mean, you can't outfox Dion. You can't out talk Dion. You can't play that game with Dion, man. I mean, he's Muhammad Ali. He's too good. He's too gifted. He's got it. And I heard the guys today, Chaos Theory, they had a writer from The Athletic on who did a story about Dion versus Prime and how teammates saw Dion, and Dion always signed his autograph Deion Sanders. He never signed it Prime. And then when it was time to be the showtime or draw attention to the team or the game, he was Prime. And that he did create that persona to make sure he got paid. He created it at Florida State, and that's when he was saying stuff like, Detroit doesn't need to be thinking about drafting me. They don't have enough money. They couldn't even put me on layaway.
Damn.
I mean,
you don't like the cold that much? You say that? Like, I get it, you a Florida boy and all, but wow, that's cold-blooded.
So Jay Norvell, I don't know. I can't wait to see this thing. Colorado is 23.5 point favorite. And we're going to.
I don't know what's sexier, the game or after the game, Jay Norvell and Dion. Are they going to shake hands? What's that look like? I hope we have some police that like Dion. It ain't like he gonna, put out the Dukes or anything. The dude is missing feet or missing toes, excuse me. But he might say something slick. And Jay, talking about a former football player, it's still somewhere in there. He might lose it. So as long as security is there, deep, then I don't think it'll be a problem. But yeah, I think everybody and their mama, all the photographers, they're going to try to be elbowing each other like Ludacris to get the best shot of Jay Norvell and Dion in that exchange.
Yeah. I mean, all eyes will be on Boulder. I mean, game day's there. Fox Noon kickoff is there. And a year ago, there was no one going to those games, not even Colorado students. It was an echo chamber at Folsom Field. So kudos, man. This has been a spectacular beginning to the college football season, in large part because of Dion.
I know last year they were probably so desperate to get fans in, they should have made a rule saying, hey, we'll let y'all smoke the chronic in the stadium. If you just show up, we'll take anybody. We'll let you smoke. It's legal here. Hey, smoke in the stadium. We just need people to show up. And now, man, nobody could get tickets to that show.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so let's kind of take I'm going to run you around some of the games in college football this week. We just talked about Colorado State. We talked about Bama and South Florida with Jalen Milroe possibly getting benched for Tyler Buckner. But West Virginia and Pitt, Zay, they are calling this game in Morgantown the biggest game of Neil Brown's career,
which is sad.
But it's interesting. Pat McAfee, Pat McAfee, he went to West Virginia, and he kind of he just ripped Neil Brown.
Ugh, that's not good.
And that's not good. It happened earlier this month, and he said this after watching the West Virginia Penn State game, and he said, Garrett Green was running all over the place. We didn't complete 2 passes. I mean, we didn't look like a football team. So then all of a sudden, while I'm watching it, I start getting upset. I'm like, why is this such a big deal that West Virginia is, potentially going to beat Penn State? They didn't. It shouldn't be this way. Shouldn't be 5 years into a 10-year. Like, you know what? You guys are going to actually go Oppenheimer a nuclear bomb and go beat Penn State. Like, that is what people were acting like. It's like, that shouldn't be how we're viewed. We've got NIL money. We have championships. We have them. And then now this guy there's no moxie. This team's crap, dude. This team's crap. Players are good, though. End quote. So Neil Brown, this is a huge rivalry for West Virginia, the backyard brawl, West Virginia and Pitt. And Pitt, this doesn't look like a great Pitt team because they lost they lost week 1 and they lost.
Yeah, lost Cincinnati.
They lost week 2. Last week they lost to Cincinnati, and Cincinnati is a team that we weren't quite sure. They got a new coach. And so it looks like, this Pitt team is beatable. West Virginia is favored at home by 2.5. And Zay, if they lose this game, I don't know if Neil Brown can get the fans back. We're not even into the conference schedule yet.
Yeah, and I've always thought about West Virginia just having such a big disadvantage with traveling and stuff, having to go south all the time. Like, that's tough. That's tough on college students that have to wake up and study and have an average of 12-hour classes just to be eligible to play a semester. And, I know people don't want to look into that, but that's just a fact. And hey, this is the hand that you're given, so you got to take advantage of that. And Neil Brown, he has struggled in the last few years. And, JT Daniels last year, obviously it didn't work out. He's off to Rice, but Garrett Green, he looked good against Duquesne. 56 points, that's solid. And yeah, this Pitt team, they're nothing to write home about. So this should be a dub, but I don't know where Neil's going to be safe. Like, I don't think they're as good as, obviously, Texas. I don't think they're as good as Kansas State, Texas Tech, maybe. I don't know. But, the Big 12's not as good as maybe we thought. And they could easily make some noise this year, but will that be enough? Like, will it take getting to Arlington enough for Neil to keep his job? And will he be able to keep it with Texas and Oklahoma going to the SEC? Will that help him a little bit gain some success if he sticks around in 2024? So I don't know. This is a rival game, and I don't get why the line's that close. I don't think Pitt's that good, but hey, with Neil Brown's track record, then Vegas, they obviously know more than me. Like, that's why those big ass buildings are up there. Like, they might have something. And yeah, Neil, he can't lose this game tomorrow because he might not have a job come Sunday/Monday.
Well, after this game for West Virginia, Texas Tech goes to Morgantown to open Big 12 play.
Who's Tech got this week? Who they got? They gonna go 0-3? Come on.
Tarleton State.
Okay, we're 1-2, Tech.
Tarleton State.
We're 1-2. All right. Everything runs through Lubbock again, huh, Joey? We'll go 1-2. Back on that train. That away.
Okay, I think there are 2 upset alert games in the Big 12. And I'm very interested to see. Okay, so Iowa State is favored by 3.5 at Ohio. And Ohio is this sneaky good program. They just beat the dog out of Florida Atlantic.
Damn,
what's that?
That Tom Herman?
Yeah.
Damn, Tom.
Yeah.
What did Casey do?
Casey got picked off twice.
Oh.
Yeah. And so let me pull that up for you, because that I was like, ooh.
Yeah, Casey Thompson, man, I always wish the best for guys that transfer out of Texas. I know a lot of Texas fans could get butthurt from that and consider those guys traitors. Like, come on, these are kids. They just want to make the best opportunity for themselves. Not everybody works out and wears the burnt orange the whole time, especially with the transfer portal is now. But that mess that he was talking when he went to Lincoln, talking about, oh, man, the NIL here is crazy. Like, we got way more cars up here in Lincoln than I saw back in Austin. That was when I was like, all right, Casey, I get it. Like, you never, every time you move on to the next girl, you never want to, give the old girl love. Like, I understand that, but come on, that you were talking real crazy then. I see a lot of whips from these guys. They have a lot of NIL deals with a whole bunch of, dealerships around the Austin area. Like, come on, let's not be petty, but whatever. I still wish him the best, but it doesn't look like things are going too well, getting blown out by Ohio, excuse me.
And hold on, I misspoke. It was actually Ohio 17, Florida Atlantic 10, and Florida Atlantic got up 10-0. They had a pick six, and they here's what's scary. Okay, either Ohio's defense is like the monsters of the Midway, the Steel Curtain, the Cowboys, because Florida Atlantic got up 10-0, and they had a 5-play, 13-yard drive for a field goal after recovering a fumble. And then they had a pick six to go up 10-0 on Ohio.
Yikes.
And then Ohio made it 7-10, and the Florida Atlantic offense was shut out in this game. So I'm looking at this Iowa State -3.5 at Ohio, and I'm thinking, I think the Cyclones could be on upset alert here.
Yeah.
Ohio's defense seems like it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a G5, P5 matchup, so it's considered an upset. But with the way these guys look, like the Cyclones, I mean, I couldn't even imagine losing your starting quarterback the way they did with the bet and gambling scandal. Like, Matt Campbell, he definitely has a ton of crap that he has to deal with, yet alone being a head coach. So this new dude, how you say his name? Beckett, I don't know, the quarterback for Iowa State. I haven't checked them out very much, but he's doing his best. And yeah, those Breece Halls, Brock Purdy guys, all those tight ends, they just don't seem to be there right now for Matt Campbell. So yeah, they might be on upset alert this weekend, but they played Iowa hard. In that rival game. That was a very close game. Just, I don't think this team will ever is ever going to recover this year from the Hunter Decker situation. Like, that really screwed them over big time.
Yeah. Iowa State's quarterback, Rocco Becht. Rocco.
Damn, Chris Bennett, Matt Campbell was thrown $68 million for the Lions at one point and said no. Stop, Matt. Come on, Matt. I've heard about Ames, dog. I've heard about it. It can't be worth that to pass up. Come on now. Like, that's Brock Purdy. He ain't that cool. Like, I love Breece Hall, man. I think he's a big time back for New York, but come on, dog. Come on, man. Ain't no way you turn that down for this. For what you're getting now, ain't no way. That hurts me. And obviously, I ain't got no dog in the fight when it comes to those Cyclones, man. The last time I might have rooted for them, Chip, is when Jamal Tinsley was, shooting that rock in the early 2000s on the basketball side. But, yo, Matt, that you're down bad. That's the type of stuff you need to shrink for. Like, you go in depression for. Like, that's real.
He has said He's got young kids that he wanted to raise them in a nice place where he can coach their teams, which he does. And so Matt Campbell's trying to raise his kids there in Ames, Iowa. And then, I guess, entertain the big offers. But, man, you got to maintain it. You got to sustain it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's some good coaches up in 8 Mile that would coach your kid, and they got some nice little Pop Warner leagues your kid could play on, and you can still coach them up in Detroit. I don't understand that. Like, he country boy, man. He must be a country boy. He ain't ready for that city life, and wow, that's crazy to me. That's
Okay,
crazy.
the other game that I'm curious about is BYU at Arkansas, because Arkansas off to a 2-0 start. They're favored at home by 8.5. And BYU, remember Kalani Sitake got, he was pissed because his defense was terrible last year. And then they brought in Keaton Slovis at quarterback from, he used to be at USC, then he was at Pitt. And BYU, I want to see how good they are, because BYU is a team that when Kalani Sitake has them going, we know they're tough, physical. They play tough. They play physical. They've played nobody. They beat Sam Houston 14-0. And then they beat Southern Utah 41-16. I want to see how they take their show on the road to Arkansas, because they were supposed to be able to throw it all over the place. And I don't know what happened in week 1, 14-0.
Yeah.
Houston.
Yeah, I know. Sam Houston, they just came up to the D1 level too. So it hasn't been that long. That's very interesting. But yeah, it's a true road test for Sitake and that crew. KJ Jefferson, he's been there for a very long time. We know how he likes to play. We remember how he beat the Horns with his legs in 2021. And yeah, a lot of these teams, like, they got to get right before the Big 12 starts next week. Like, it came up on us quick, Chip. The Big 12 starting a week from now with the Horns opening up for, with Dave Aranda's squad in Waco. But I think this is, that true test. Like, kind of see why you see Tyler Buckner getting the start. Like, hey, you're in the season now. Like, you kind of could see your flaws and stuff. And Texas still has flaws. They still do. Like, that running game, that's still a question, So all these schools are trying to figure out what their identity is before they get into conference play so they could be comfortable. And Sitake, he's no different. So yeah, that's going to be a big road test for the Cougars, and we'll see what they could do playing the SEC team and the Razorbacks.
You got TCU at Houston. And
this week,
Dana Holgerson's got to get it figured out fast.
That's this week. That's Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm talking about. Big 12 matchup already. Okay. Yeah.
TCU at Houston, 7:00 on Fox. And of course, Houston's coming off the loss to Rice. And Dana Holgerson, I told you before the season that Tillman Fertitta has wandering eyeballs, but I think he has wandering eyeballs for Jeff Traylor. And Dana beat Jeff Traylor in week 1 and then lost to Rice. Lost to Rice 43-41 last week in overtime.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
I mean, JT Daniels, like, that dude highly rated coming out of high school. He's played a lot of football, seen a ton of defenses, and he's not going to be scared. And I like how Steve Sarkisian threw that out in the presser yesterday. He was a little subtle jab, like, yo, y'all were talking a lot of mess about us in week 1, and everybody was talking about, including myself, was heading on the the offensive line for Texas. Well, Rice ain't as bad as you thought. And, maybe Rice ain't as bad, or maybe Dana Holgerson's U of H team is that bad. And, Donovan Smith, we know how up and down he could be. Just, like Dana's still on the hot seat. Like, he can't have these muck-ups. And where's it at? Is it in Houston or is it in Fort Worth?
It's in Houston.
Yeah, so we'll
Donovan
see.
Smith, baby.
Yeah, we'll see. Like Chandler Morris, I know people are still, a little sour about those interceptions that he threw in the red zone week 1 against Dion and them. But I think once he starts getting the flow, remember Garrett Riley is gone. So I think that's a little bit of a transition for the guys that are currently there. And Sonny Dykes' team, they're still going to be tough to beat. Like, that's still going to be a very tough trap game whenever Texas goes into Fort Worth during the season. But I'm taking the Horned Frogs in this game. I just think, Donovan Smith, man, he just does some things. I'm like, what is that? Like,
I know.
What's going through your head, bro? Like,
he's either amazing or head scratching.
Like, fam, like you, which makes you so mad if you're a Texas fan. Like, y'all let him beat us,
right?
Really?
Right.
Like, really? Y'all let him beat us? Like, come on, man. Like, I gotta go tear a tower. Like, come on, man. Like, that's just that one hurts. But hey, any given Saturday, any given Sunday, it's football. Like, that's why you gotta bring your A game every week. And that's why tomorrow is a huge test, because Andrew Peasley, say what you want about him, he ain't gonna quit. It's gonna be tough to get him out the game too. He's a little shaken up right now, a little beaten up. He was icing his arm in the 4th quarter, which he didn't play in that Portland State game. But hey, they were down 17 against Tech and won that game in overtime. They're still a tough, scary team that is well coached, and their coach has been around a long time and has a lot of heart. So that's why Quinn Ewers, that meeting was big, because he let them know what we've been talking about, Chip. We can't take nobody lightly.
Yeah.
We can't let our foot off the gas. It's all gas, no brakes for a reason. And again, now we got a big opportunity to do some big things. So man, college football, you got to get better every week, like Sark says, even if you look good the previous week.
South Alabama at Oklahoma State. South Alabama. Now this is Kane Womack's team. They won double-digit games last year. And Major Applewhite is the offensive coordinator. And they're going in to Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State is favored by 7.5. And Oklahoma State has been playing 3 quarterbacks. Now, they went down to Arizona State last week, and they won 27-15, but they were losing 15-10 at halftime. You had Alan Bowman. He was 11 of 16 passing for 113 yards. You had Garrett Rangel, 6 of 9, 46 yards and a touchdown. And Gunnar Gundy, 5 of 7 passing for 32 yards. I mean, they were rotating, Zay. I'm like, okay, when are you going to figure out who your starting quarterback is or who your quarterback is? Because I think this is a dangerous game for Mike Gundy, because South Alabama is well coached, and this could be trouble for Oklahoma State.
Yeah, I mean, Gundy, like, he really has to trust you as a QB. It took a long time for him to earn Spencer Sanders' trust. And hey, it's cold when you don't even trust your own son. Like, that dude might be QB3, but he's trying to get him in there, which if you're Rangel or Bowman, you're kind of like, what the hell's going on? But they were still able to handle their business against the Arizona State Sun Devils. Alabama's coach, man, he's a little off. Like, we talked about it earlier, him barking and stuff, acting like dogs, like he ain't all there. And if that team plays like him, like they believe, they're gonna if they play like how he coaches, they believe, and they're gonna go up to Stillwater and not give a damn and play their ass off. And yeah, like you could lose the team when you're rotating guys like this, because you all know the roster knows who the starter should be. Everybody has their favorites. So if you're out here rotating guys and stuff like that, which in a way, Nick Saban's doing the same thing, putting Buckner in. I don't think this is the last time you're going to see Jalen Milroe, but yeah, it's nice to know for sure who your guy is. And with the transfer portal nowadays, guys leaving, you develop them, they take off. They don't like your system, they take off. You bring another guy in, but you want this guy to stay, and this other guy's a 5-star and he's on your neck, and then that person takes off the next year because they want him, and the current guy can't handle the pressure. There's so many different scenarios that can cost your team now with the transfer portal and NIL being thrown there in the mix. And hey, you're seeing it in Stillwater too. So can Mike Gundy, the quarterback himself, the guru himself, can he figure it out before they start Big 12 play? Like, what's the line in this game?
7.5.
Ooh.
7.5. Oklahoma State by 7.5. We're gonna be doing some picks here at the end of the show. And
yeah, I don't know.
That might be one of my picks.
Yeah, for real. That's what I was thinking.
Okay, Kansas State minus 3.5 at Mizzou. Kansas State looked good against Troy last week, and K-State, that Troy team's well coached. They won double-digit games last year. They had a bunch of starters back on defense, and K-State just chopped through them. That was a never in doubt win. And now they go on the road against an SEC team that is supposed to be turning the corner. Mizzou is supposed to be turning the corner under Eli Drinkwitz. They're 2-0. They beat South Dakota and they beat Middle Tennessee barely. They beat Middle Tennessee 23-19 last week. That's the same Middle Tennessee team that Alabama beat 56-7. And I think K-State is favored by 3.5 on the road. I think K-State gets them again.
Yeah, I mean, you just gotta love what Chris Kleiman and Colin Klein are doing there. Will Howard, I've been saying for a long time, thank goodness he wasn't the starter all season in 2022, or that Texas game probably be a lot different, but they have full trust in him. He's getting it done. A big question for them was, what would they do without Deuce Vaughn? Like, Deuce Vaughn was such a huge catalyst in their offense for the last 3 years. Well, I like Giddens. I like Ward. Those dudes could definitely run the ball. We know Will Howard, he could run at times. I know Texas fans remember that big-time run that he had in 2021 here at DKR. And they got a few wide receivers that do their thing, from Jackson, Garcia, Johnson, Brooks. Like, they just have a lot of weapons. And again, Colin Klein, he's one of the best coaches, not only in the Big 12, but in the nation. I think he's very underrated. And, they're starting to put their foot on the gas pedal for real, like averaging 43.5 points a game. I know these two teams that they've played, they're not big time, but they're going to score, man. They're going to score. And it's going to be tough for a lot of these Big 12 teams to try to stop what they're doing, because they just have so many different ways they can score. Again, Will Howard could use his legs. He could use his arm. He's all about those deflating. Oh, at 3rd and 12, we got everybody covered for receivers. And all of a sudden he gets the 15 yards and the chains keep moving. So yeah, this is going to be a tough test for Missouri, who is trying to make some noise in the SEC, which they haven't done in a very long time since they came to the SEC. But yeah, I expect Kansas State to roll and stay undefeated until they play the Longhorns.
Yeah. And then Oklahoma at Tulsa. Tulsa is now being coached by Kevin Wilson, the former Oklahoma offensive coordinator, and I don't think Tulsa's where Kevin Wilson wants them to be at this point. OU is a 28.5-point favorite. If this was still Philip Montgomery coaching Tulsa, I might think that Tulsa could cover in this one. I just don't know enough. And so I think Oklahoma gets that one. But that leads us to Texas and Wyoming. Before we get into Texas and Wyoming full throttle, let me tell you about my man Tom McKay and AV Consultations, because AV Consultations, they're gonna make sure that you got the big screen of your dreams, and don't go to the box store. Don't do that. Tom McKay is gonna beat the price of whatever you find at the box store, and he's going to bring everything to you. All you have to do is call 512-255-8678. And from the free consultation to installation, Tom and his crew bring everything to you. You're busy. You got things to do. How about just telling Tom what you want? Big screen, surround sound, electronic shades, surveillance. He's going to take care of it all, and it's going to be great. He does it for all your favorite restaurants in and around Austin. He's done it for 3 of my houses, and he's the man. Just make that phone call, 512-255-8678. Zay, what stands out to you about this Texas-Wyoming game? What are you looking for? What do you want to see tomorrow night at 7 o'clock other than the LED light show going on at DKR?
Yeah, other than Big Boy 2, definitely the run game, Chip. I wish CJ Baxter was for sure playing. We still don't know. And, Sark said it's a game time decision yesterday. But, if I were this coaching staff and this medical team, I would keep him out before you go to Waco the next week. Just, you could do without him, even though he's a freshman and he needs all the reps he could get. His health is way more important than just trying to get him reps because he needs it. So, this run game and what it could be, we know the passing game is definitely going to be the focal point for this team, but that run game still, like you heard Sark talk about it, they just haven't moved guys consistently like everyone would like. And they had their moments at the end of the game, 7:15 left against Alabama. They were able to move the ball 3rd and 7. Jonathan Brooks, that was just a terrific call by Sark when, Coach Saban's defense, they were expecting the ball to go through the air. So just that balance, a lot of teams are going to start focusing on this passing game if the run game doesn't step up. And yeah, we know this offensive line, they did a great job protecting Quinn Ewers on last Saturday, not so much against Rice, but you saw the promise on Saturday. If you can not allow any sacks against that stout defensive front in Alabama, then that shouldn't be a problem. But again, as far as running the ball, we just didn't see what we would have liked on Saturday to feel completely good about the balanced offense that Texas could be. But you got to give Alabama love, like their defense is no joke. Can they establish it against a pretty stingy Wyoming defense that has a couple of guys that will be playing on the next level? Can they do it with Jonathan Brooks, Jaden Blue, Keelan Robinson at times? That's one thing I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah. And, look, if you can throw the ball like Texas can throw the ball, it's fine to pass, to set up the run. We've seen that before. And when Sark is in rhythm as a play caller, the defense doesn't know what's coming. And that's a beautiful thing. And the way that Sark uses his little screen game, and he does a great job of that screen game. And that touchdown we saw, the first touchdown of the season, the little, fake it one way, turn around, throw it to Jonathan Brooks. He takes it 33 yards for a touchdown. That stuff's kind of an extension of your running game. So as long as that stuff's hitting, and Jonathan Brooks dropped a touchdown against Rice and dropped another pass against Alabama. My man Jay Brooks has got to, if he wants that JOB, baby, he's got to hold on to the rock, because he's capable. We know that. So yeah, I'm watching that, and I want to see the Texas defense just suffocate Wyoming. Just suffocate them. Just take them out, I think I'm definitely interested in the running game. I don't think we're going to see CJ Baxter. And so I want to see how Sark kind of navigates that. And because there is going to come a game where the passing game is off, the drops are whatever. There's always that clunker where you don't play your best, but you still got to find a way to win it. And that's the game that Texas has to be able to run the ball, or at least have the threat of the run to set up something. Because I think back to the Texas TCU game last year. So I don't think that game is tomorrow by any means. I think the fact that the Texas players seem to be dialed in, they're having these meetings saying, listen, we got a chance to do something special. I think they're going to be locked in, and it would not shock me if Texas covers the 28.5, even though that seems like a lot against a team that's allowing 2.5 yards or 2.5 yards per carry. But when you can throw it like Texas, man, and you've got special teams like Texas, and you've got a defense like Texas that can score. I mean, Jahdae Barron almost scored on his interception. And Jaron Thompson, same thing. Then, man, it can get out of hand. And I want to see that confidence surge tomorrow night. I want to see a team that looks like they believe they're a college football playoff team with that number 4 ranking and starts to play like it and starts to flex. Because we saw that with TCU last year. Remember TCU? Everyone woke up when they beat the brakes off of Oklahoma. Now, Dylan Gabriel went down in that game, and Davis Bevel came in. That was the week before they played Texas. And TCU beat OU like 55-29 or something. And everyone was like, whoa, TCU. And they started to believe, and they played like they believed. And that's what I want to see from Texas tomorrow night. Are they starting to believe that they're a top 4 team in the country and are ready to choke some people out?
Yeah, Chip, I agree. This defense, it could be really special. I mean, the questions that we had in the offseason were at linebacker and at edge. And both of those things I'm very confident in. You did a great article on Horns 24/7 about Ethan Burke. Looks like an absolute dude, like Max Crosby light. Like that dude is out here. He is locked in. And he's shown alongside Barron Sorrell that they're nothing to muck with. And then as far as the linebackers go, I'm comfortable with David Benda. I'm comfortable with Anthony Hill. Anthony Hill showed his ass on Saturday and was the Sean Alexander Freshman Player of the Week in the nation. I mean, the 6 tackles, the sacks, like we had no idea he'd be this good and this ready to contribute now. We knew it would come. We knew he would, get in on spots, and we've heard all offseason about, the best edge rusher might be Ant Hill, but we just, that's teammates hyping up their teammates. That's what we thought it was. Like, oh, they got to hype up their teammates. Like, that's what you do. They got good camaraderie.
But the players always know, Zay.
They always know. Exactly. They always know. So, yeah, man, the secondary, you got Des Bryant tweeting about Ryan Watts being a first-round pick and stuff like that. Like, if you're Ryan Watts, which he was asked about that earlier this week, like, that guy has to give you confidence. Like, yo, this was one of the baddest dudes in the NFL at one point, X-Men, like that. Des Bryant was a dog out of East Texas before, and then going to Oklahoma State, which you got to tell me why Mac didn't get that. Like, I've never heard that story. I still think that's some bogus stuff. You let that guy get out of Texas, but I digress a little bit. Those type of things, like the confidence is just incredible right now. The interior line, those dudes are absolute dogs. The secondary, you got Jane Catalon and Jaron Thompson. Like, even I need him to redeem himself like he did on Saturday. Okay, you give up a big play. What you gonna do next? What you gonna do next? And he showed us by getting a big time interception. Might have been the play of the game, low key. Like, I don't think we talk about that enough. Like, that completely changed the game and deflated the whole stadium of Bryant Downey. So, yeah, this defense, man, they can do a lot of things that's very special. And this is one of the weeks. Andrew Peasley, 10 touchdowns, 9 interceptions in 2022. He going to give you opportunities. If Jalen Milroe gave you opportunities, then Andrew Peasley going to give you opportunities. And this is the game where, yeah, you play for the team, obviously, the name in front of the chest, but this is one of those patch your stats weeks. Like for Quinn, y'all want Quinn to win the Heisman? Then, hey, let's run it up by 50-something and give Quinn 5 touchdowns over 300 yards. Like, that's how you get them to New York. Jahdae Barron, you want the Jim Thorpe Award, my friend? Christian Jones, you want the best offensive line award as a whole? Then this is the week that you patch your stats, because Wyoming should not be on your level. I love you, Isaiah Nayor, but there's not too many of those guys there, and you should be able to handle your business. Like, that 28, that should be nothing. And I agree with Brad Kellner. Like, we're looking for 40 points a game. Right now, you're hanging around 35.5 or so. I don't know if my maths are right. 37 in the first game, 34 in the second game. You're hanging around there. If you blow them out by 50, then you'll probably jump up to 40, and that's where you want to be. You got to make a statement. Like last week was a statement. You got to keep making statements, and I think this team, they have the right mindset to do it, and we got to see it tomorrow at 7 o'clock.
This is interesting. I need to look into this. Joe K's asking if this is going to be the last game on LHN, and with Texas ascending, it probably is going to be the last game on LHN, because the networks will be fighting over Texas, where in the past, if they had a game at home against insert team here, then ESPN would put it on LHN. But now that ESPN's going to be the primary broadcast partner for Texas going forward, they might just all agree, hey, we don't need to put another game on LHN. Let's put y'all where the voters can see you. So that's a good question, Joe K.
Yeah. I know the basketball games are going to be on there.
Yeah. No, that's legit. You brought up Des Bryant, Zay, and that made me think about when he got ruled ineligible at Oklahoma State because he went to Deion Sanders' house, and the NCAA was convinced that Deion had Eugene Parker, his longtime agent, at his house so he could meet with Des. And Des kind of panicked when he got asked about it, and he was like, and the NCAA suspended him for the rest of the 2009 season, and he did end up signing with Eugene Parker. And I was like, that was the only time I was ever pissed at Deion, because I was like, don't rope that kid into something in the middle of his season, let him, whatever, talk to him on the phone. Don't,
Yeah.
I mean, just tell him how great Eugene Parker is. You don't need to be setting up meetings.
Yeah, I've got to meet him.
And now think about it, Zay, because now players can have agents, no problem.
Right.
Des got totally screwed because the NCAA was so stubborn and stupid about cutting the student athletes in on some stipend. I'll never forget, and I bring this up every time we talk about NIL turning into the Wild West. The federal judge in the O'Bannon case ruled that schools should pay each student athlete, whether it's rowing, football, $5,000, a year for name, image, likeness. It would cost $5 million to a athletic department, and it probably would have satisfied the need to cut the student athletes in. And now I'll never forget Bob Bowlesby saying this NIL thing, kids aren't going to make any more. They're not going to make any money. Oh my God. He could not have been more wrong. But just look at where we were when Des Bryant got in trouble for going to meet an agent in Deion's house, and where we are now, where everyone can have an agent, you can make deals. Unbelievable.
So why wasn't Des Bryant ever a Texas Longhorn? I never heard this story. The dude's from the state, and he ends up going and playing for
He's from Lufkin.
Yeah. I don't understand that. Like, Jeff Howe says that was the greatest high school player he's ever seen. So it doesn't add up. Our guy, Jeff Howe, Horns 24/7, our colleague here at TSU. Jeff's seen a lot of football. So was Mac late? Did he not feel Mac's vibe? Was there another receiver that they already had? Like, that still doesn't make any sense to me, even though it was a hot minute ago.
Right. No, that one made no sense. And I felt like Mac did a poor job of recruiting East Texas. And I don't know why. I think he felt like that's where kids got bought. And Mac was like, because Mac told Tim Brewster, who's now on Deion Sanders' staff, one of the best recruiters you'll ever see. Mac told Tim Brewster to stop recruiting Vince Young because he's like, we're not going to get him. Someone's going to buy him at the end.
Buy him?
And Tim Brewster's like, no, I'm in. I'm in with Vince. I'm in with the mom. Like, I'm staying in this. And Tim Brewster brought Vince Young to Texas almost against Mac Brown's wishes. I mean, it was crazy, Zay. There were some interesting recruiting decisions by Mac that he just kind of would just make up his mind about something, and you'd be like, really? That happened?
Right.
Sometimes, I mean, Mac said, like, Andrew Luck came to Texas for a junior day with his dad, Oliver Luck. And Oliver told me Andrew couldn't get a meaningful conversation with a coach. Like, he came to junior day and never talked to a coach. He never got offered. And Mac said later, we had Garrett Gilbert. And Mac said, and I don't know if I believe this, but he said Garrett Gilbert's dad, who of course played in the NFL, told him, if you take another quarterback, Garrett will decommit. Okay, well, then he's going to decommit.
Peace. Sorry, Gilbert.
I mean, Urban Meyer kept recruiting Tim Tebow after he had Jevin Sneed. Jevin Sneed didn't like it. He decommitted. And RIP Jevin Sneed, but if you can get Tim Tebow, you take Tim Tebow. I mean, and I was told that Texas had not done its homework at all on Andrew Luck, who came out of Houston Stratford. So Mac was, and that was 2008. I mean, it was after the national championship. Some say Mac was kind of riding around with his feet on the handlebars. He was a made man.
Yeah.
And look, he still had Colt McCoy on campus in 08. I mean, I think he probably didn't sense the drop-off that was about to hit. And then, of course, he changed the offense and ran off Garrett Gilbert. And then they were really struggling because 2010, they go 5-7. Suddenly quarterbacks don't want to go there. They don't want to go to Texas because they don't know what's going on with the offense and what's going on with Mac Brown. Greg Davis is getting fired. he went fishing around. He thought he had Paul Christ. Paul Christ wanted to interview for the Pitt job. And Mac said, if you interview for the Pitt job, I never offered you the job. And Paul Christ was like, okay, well, I'm going to go interview for the Pitt job. And Mac was an interesting dude, man. He was a very interesting dude. He
liked threats, I could see.
Oh, yeah.
He liked threatening people. Like, man, talk about made man. That's like a mafia tactic right there. But it kind of just goes to show, like, once you get some success, even Mac Brown, as caring as he is, the family man, like, he's going to love you off the field and show you how much he cares. Like, I don't know what. Some guys could still, that ego could get in the way, and they think it doesn't matter what quarterback comes here with my coaches in our system, they're going to succeed like Vince and Colt did. And that's not the case, man. Like, look at what Nick Saban's going through with Milroe and Buckner. Like, yeah, you'd love to have Mac Jones, Jalen Hurts, Tua, and Bryce Young, but you always got to find who's next and make that work, because each quarterback and each player and each person is different. So, yeah, you can't take it easy. You got to keep recruiting guys on top of guys. If you could bring in 2 5-star quarterbacks, so be it. Like, so be it. It is what it is. Like,
look at Sarkisian. Sarkisian's like, listen, yeah, we got a talented quarterback room. And if everybody does their job, they're all going to get their shot. And, it's like planes on a runway. Quinn has a great year. He leaves. He goes pro. Malik has a great year. Now, I don't know how that's going to play out, but I think Malik deserves a shot.
Yeah.
If he has a great year, then he takes off and goes pro. And then if Arch takes over in 24 and he has a great year, then he goes pro. Like, that's the Alabama guys only needed 1 year, 2 years to show the NFL. Same with the USC guys when Sark was there.
Hell, Matt Castle didn't even play. Didn't get no reps over Leinart and Sanchez and all those guys they had in front of them. Got no clock and was a starter in the NFL for multiple years.
14 years.
That's wild, man.
14 years.
Yeah, when Steve Sarkisian, he has that on his resume. So that's why Malik Murphy, with what everybody was offering him this summer, he said, yo, I'm going to stick it out. I believe in Stark. I love this university. I love this team. Like, I'm going to stick it out. So, yeah, that's one thing I could give Sark and really salute him about, that he doesn't get enough credit for, which obviously he cares about these kids, of course, but he has the mentality right now, yo, if you're not a part of this team, if you're crying and stuff, doing what A.J. Brown did yesterday in the Vikings game, bitching, like, you're 2-0, A.J. Brown. What are you bitching about? What are you complaining about? You're not getting the ball right now. Are you seriously complaining? Like, we're not trying to hear that. If you ain't along for the ride, then, hey, go to the transfer portal. It is what it is, because we're going to play the best guys. And if a guy is better than you, who's in front of you and is more productive, he going to play. So I think that's huge for Arch Manning, coming from the Manning background, obviously, and those guys understanding the process and what it takes to be a good quarterback. And sometimes you have to pay your dues and be patient, because, again, we're just in the era of NIL and the transfer portal. You only get that 1 year, to where these guys are so impatient. They're so like, oh, man, this ain't what I thought it was. I'm trying to start now, this and that. Like, obviously, there's those guys, but I feel like here, this team, the guys that are on backup right now, they've really bought in, and they understand, kind of like what you saw with Saban at Bama, where Sark came from. Yo, this is just the way. Like, you're playing in front of guys that are going to get drafted very high in the National Football League. So why wouldn't you want to learn from them? Why wouldn't you want to wait your turn? Because you're going to get the same coaching and same opportunities that they got. And yeah, we're going to keep bringing guys in that are just as good, because we want to win. Don't you want to win? I feel like everybody wants to win. Like, we got to have good players here in order to win. So, yeah, for guys to buy in and understand that, like this team does, and like Sark and this coaching staff does, it's huge.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Zay, before we get into the chip shot and the right call, you want to tell everyone about Cobra BK?
Yes, sir. Shout out to Covert BK, Covert family, Auto Group family. Been owning a whole bunch of just dealerships around the greater Austin area for over 100 years. Shout out to our Texas Sports Unfiltered team out there today with Casey Studdard. You saw the shows out there. Just a good time that Dan and that family provides. And the hospitality is just immaculate over there in the Bee Cave area. 42 acres on that beautiful hill, filled with just the most beautiful cars known to man. 7 amazing brands from Buick, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and GMC. They have something for everyone. Mom, pops, kids, or kids turning 16, they need a car. Well, go check out the crew down there at Covert Bee Cave, or go to covertbeecave.com and look for the latest specials and inventory and find something that you like, the color that you like, the model, the year, etc. They will hook you up at Covert Bee Cave.
Oh yeah, baby. For the chip shot today, I'm gonna go back in on this Quinn Ewers elevation in terms of what I want to see tomorrow night at DKR at 7:00 against Wyoming. I want to see if Quinn Ewers is ready to ascend, if he's ready to take his game. Like, we saw his game go up big time in that atmosphere, the Coliseum known as Bryant-Denny, and he delivered the goods, 24 of 38, touchdown, deep strike touchdown passes to Xavier Worthy and A.D. Mitchell, and finding his receivers across the field, going through his progression, finding J.T. Sanders when he's wide open on the backside. And that's the kind of stuff that makes you an elite quarterback. When you can see the field, the game slows down no matter what is going on. And the roof was coming off the place last week, Zay, when Jalen Milroe, R.I.P. Jalen Milroe, no, I'm kidding. When Jalen Milroe leads them down, converts 3rd and 17, and then he hits, he hits the tight end for the catch and run touchdown. It's 27-24. The roof was coming off the place. And what does Quinn Ewers do? Answer baskets. If we're talking basketball, he's the run stopper. He's the guy who hits the 3 to shut down the run. And Quinn Ewers did it on that drive, right back down the field, the 39-yard touchdown pass to A.D. Mitchell. And A.D. Mitchell's like, remember me? And that's big time, man. That's big time. So now I want to see if Quinn Ewers is just so locked in that it's like Joe Burrow in 2019. It just started to turn into, I know where you're going to be. I know what's happening. If the offensive line can hold up, then he's going to go through his progression. He's going to find those open receivers that he wasn't finding last year. And he's going to find them and he's going to hit them. And this thing's going to start to look like pinball. If he's delivering the ball and the guys are catching it, it's a big, Worthy dropped a touchdown pass. Jonathan Brooks dropped a touchdown pass. They'd be a whole lot closer to averaging 40 right now. They would be averaging 40. Yeah. They scored 37 the first week, and Jonathan Brooks dropped a touchdown. And last week, Worthy dropped a touchdown, and they scored 34. So, look, if the receivers are doing what they're supposed to be doing, and Quinn Ewers is seeing the field, and he's ready to ascend, then we'll see that. We will see that tomorrow night. And it won't be this, we're sluggish. The first half, it's not going to be the first half of the Rice game where the drives are ending in field goals and guys are dropping balls, and it's not going to be that. If Quinn Ewers is ready to ascend and really become the quarterback that everybody thinks he is, then he'll be on point, because Colt McCoy did it. Vince Young did it in their special seasons. And I count 2008 as even more of a special season for Colt McCoy than 09. Colt should have won the Heisman in 08. He didn't miss. Vince didn't miss. Vince led the nation in pass efficiency in 2005. He led the nation in pass efficiency. People forget that because they think back to 03 when he's kind of all over the place. But in Joe Burrow, enough said, that 19 season, he didn't miss. The quarterback, when he gets locked in, if he's elite, if he's special, if he's truly leading his team, and he feels that, it becomes visible about right now. And we saw it last week at Alabama. We should see it again against Wyoming, against a tough, rugged, blue-collar defense that's going to take some chances to try to get pressure on him. He's going to, and if the line can protect him, and even if they can't, he's going to have to slide around in the pocket. And I loved what he said about after the Rice game. He said, I got to step up in the pocket. I can't go side to side. And he stepped up in the pocket against Alabama. And look, that's not easy. Sam Ehlinger kept going out the back. Johnny Manziel always went out the back of the pocket. He was fast enough to kind of get away with it. He couldn't once he got to the NFL, and that's why he was done. But tomorrow night, we should see if Quinn Ewers is ready to get on that magic carpet of a quarterback leading his team to something special, because this is what happens in a special season. So,
yeah, and unlike Johnny Manziel, Quinn Ewers is actually cracking open the tape. Like the tape is actually being watched, unlike Johnny Football when he went to the Browns, even though he had that talent that he had as the Heisman Trophy winner over in College Station. And I agree with you, Chip. Like Quinn Ewers, he's showing all of us the maturity that we've been waiting for from year one, now in the year two, on and off the field. From off the field with the meetings, one of my favorite things that we heard this offseason was from Jordan Whittington when somebody was talking and Quinn Ewers was the one talking, and Quinn let them know, hey, yo, you over there, hey, shut your ass up. I'm talking like this. Understand what's going on here. We for real here. All that play stuff is over with. Let them know early and let them know that you ain't playing around. That's what being a leader is all about. And you saw it after the game, just his enthusiasm. It's so much different than that mullet deer in the headlights look that we saw with all the mistakes in 2022. It's so much different, like night and day. And you keep talking about Joe Burrow. Hell, the way that he beat the Longhorns was stepping up into the pocket and making that pass to Justin Jefferson for the touchdown to ice the game. Like Joe Burrow, he's as tough as it gets. He gets hit the most in the NFL, and it's kind of now starting to take its toll on him. I mean, yeah, he tore basically his whole knee his rookie year, but he's starting to get hit and he's starting to get, bumps and bruises, and it's really starting to take a toll on him. So, that's their own problem. But yeah, you can't be afraid to make those throws in the pocket. You really can't. You're going to take a shot every once in a while. I know that scares Texas fans to 2022, the Dallas Turner hit, but that's just football. That's just the way it is. And, another thing that's synonymous with that 2019 LSU squad, like Joe Burrow can make the easy pass and let his guys get a whole bunch of yards after catch situations. Like Justin Jefferson and Jamal Chase, they're as good as it gets, not only in the NFL, but when they were in college, they did their thing. Like Jamar Chase didn't even play his senior year or the year that he was eligible to come out, and he was a top 5 pick. Like Xavier Worthy and Adonai Mitchell, I'm not saying they're that good, but on the college level, they're pretty damn close. They're pretty close. And when you let those guys just eat along with JT Sanders, Jordan Whittington, Quinn didn't trust everybody last year. Hell, Sark didn't trust everybody last year. He just trusted number 8, now number 1 in Xavier Worthy. And now you're starting to see that trust with everybody. Like if you're the rest of the schedule, like who are you focusing in on? Obviously it's Quinn Ewers, but after that, are you focusing in on Xavier Worthy? Because Alabama did that in the second half and they got. And Xavier Worthy was killing in the first half, yards after catch. Sark was bringing them out the backfield. He had that beautiful over the shoulder catch for the touchdown. And then Saban said, all right, we got to stop number 1. Let's start doing that bracket coverage stuff. All the things that you saw with Xavier Worthy in 2022, Saban started doing that in last Saturday's game. And the difference was Quinn said, okay, I'm going to start dissecting everybody else and start getting everyone else involved and dissecting your defense. So Jordan Whittington, big game. JT Sanders, over 100 yards. Adonai Mitchell, 2 touchdowns. Like everybody is starting to eat. It's now become a buffet, which before it just seemed like an appetizer. And that's what pissed Texas fans off. They're like, yo, Sark, we know you got more than this in your bag. Yo, Quinn, we know you got more than this in your bag. And finally, like we saw it all last Saturday, but can they keep it up? That will be the question for the rest of the season. And I think they have the right mentality to do that.
Yeah. Before we get to the right call, baby, let me tell you, my good friend, Jack Gilmore, who reached out yesterday about my man, Sean Adams, passing away 6 years ago. And Jack Gilmore is one of the best people you'll ever find. Of course, he's got Jack Allen's Kitchen, but he's also got Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. And we just found your new favorite Monday night happy hour spot. And you can thank us later because Salt Traders Coastal Cooking has happy hour all night on Monday, starting at 3:30 with $5 off all beginnings, all appetizers, $1 off all oysters and drinks. Happy hour lasts until 6:30 the rest of the week. And on the weekend, they're still serving $1 off oysters until 2 p.m. It's one of the best happy hours around. So stop by one of their locations in Austin or Round Rock. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. All night happy hour on Monday night. Check it out. You can thank us later. All right, Zay, I think it's time for the right call, my man.
Let's get it. The right call segment. We're going to talk about Thursday night football. The Minnesota Vikings up at Lincoln Financial Field go 0-2 to the now 2-0 Philadelphia Eagles, 34-28. A sloppy game, Chip. A very sloppy game for the Vikings, who have had around 7 turnovers in the last 2 weeks. They just can't take care of the ball for Bucky Godbolt's Vikings. I know Bucky's hurting.
And it's not Cousins.
Yeah, it's not Cousins. He had a fumble yesterday, but you got to expect it's that defensive front for the Eagles. Like, they're going to get after them. They make a lot of guys fumble, but it's everywhere else. Like from punt returns, Alexander Madison, he had a fumble. And then the guy we were just talking about, Justin Jefferson, he had a chance to score a touchdown, which would have been huge. And he ended up fumbling and it became a touchback. So they were always playing from behind. And this Philadelphia Eagles team, I talked about A.J. Brown a little bit, which I'm going to talk about again. Like, shame on him. Like, come on, dude. You got to be better than that. You're one of the leaders on that team. Like, that's why wide receivers get like a bad stigma. Like, that's why they get a bad reputation of being prima donnas. I know T.O. used to have his fits and Randy Moss used to have his fits on the sideline. And a lot of guys are going to keep doing it. But, this team, they just have too much going on. Like that, they're too good for that to be happening. And AJ Brown, you got to realize, bruh, you're the number one option when it comes to the wide receiver group. Devontae Smith was living good off of the fact that they were focusing on him. And he was mad and they were winning. But he might be mad because they look sloppy. I don't know, but it doesn't look good. And Nick Sirianni, head coach of the Eagles, Jalen Hurts, the quarterback, they said the right things when they were asked about AJ Brown's temper tantrum. They were like, yo, the guy wants to win. You know, like Sirianni said, we're not going to talk about that. Jalen Hurts said the guy wants to win. He's a great teammate. He's a good friend. Like, you know, we just talk it out. He's a competitor. You know, and I get that. I get being a competitor, but also don't show up your team, especially when you're winning. You're 2-0 now. I get it. Y'all have standards. Y'all want to get back to the Super Bowl. You're still probably pissed on how that went last year, but that was the 2022 season. Now it's 2023. Get over it. It's a new season. See what you could do this year, but that's toxic, A.J. Brown. And, you know, he'll probably get it together. They'll definitely get it together, but you never want those. We were asked about Isaiah Nair, him getting reps this week, and, you know, hopefully that guy's still locked in. Hopefully he's still being a good sport, which I feel like he is. I think everybody's, you know, locked in on this team and understands, you know, the bigger goals, the ones that might not be getting as much playing time that we thought we would see this year. But yeah, like as a competitor, I get it, but this is the NFL. The cameras are always out. You got to be smart about the way you talk to your quarterback. You can do it in a way where you don't look crazy, where you don't look like you're losing your mind and just make it a thing. But now the Philadelphia media, which is pretty tough, they're asking about it. And now you got the fans thinking, oh, man, they're 2-0, but these guys aren't as locked in as they should be. And that was unnecessary due to how A.J. Brown acted.
Yeah. Yeah, that was interesting. And Nick Sirianni's probably like, what am I having to step in here and handle? But Jalen Hurts, man, Jalen Hurts has been through it all. He got benched at Alabama right in the middle of a national championship game. That dude, you know, he's just tough as nails. So, you know, they got to get that right, though. There's no doubt. And everyone's watching to see what's going to happen here, because, you know, that game last night looked like it was going to be a rout. And I think Minnesota ended up backdoor covering.
Well, was it 7?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I mean, Minnesota, if they quit turning the ball over, they'd be 2-0 right now. Like, they could score with anybody. They just keep giving the ball up. Their ball security has been terrible these last 2 weeks, which it's the NFL. That's why they're sitting at 0-2 instead of 2-0. Like, it's not Kirk Cousins' fault. You know, like, he was dropping it on the money. Just Jordan Addison looked good. He's had 2 straight touchdowns in 2 straight weeks. TJ Hawkinson, they gave him a buku amount of money, and it looks like that's paying off. And Justin Jefferson, he's always open. So scoring ain't a problem. It's just you got to take care of the ball. And as far as the Eagles go, like, I think they showed yesterday, even though it looks sloppy, they can win in a lot of different ways. And that's what makes a good NFL team. Like, on one drive, Chip, it was like 16 plays, 13 of them were to your former Lions guy, Swift, like, in the running game. Like, they were just saying, yo, we're just going to manhandle y'all old school style and just run it down your throats. And they did that. DeAndre Swift, 175 yards. Like, he was terrific. And then Jalen Hurts, you know what he could do with his legs. So just having all of those things you have to worry about, along with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, the Heisman Trophy winner, like, they're going to be fine. But, you know, like I said before the season, it will take a little bit for them to get used to the new play call-in with Jonathan Gannon and Shane Steichen, now NFL coaches for the Colts and the Cardinals.
Yeah. All right, Zay, it's time for us to get into our picks. All right, we're getting our feel. We're getting our feel in the football season. We probably should have been doing this from the beginning, but we're going to do it starting right now. So Zay and I are going to give you 3 games we think should be locks. And we're talking point spread here, kids. Now, hopefully these picks are for your degenerate uncle and not for your own personal cash, but we're going to do our best. You know, you have Lee Sterling on with Bucky and BK, and I'll give you Lee's picks Well, maybe I shouldn't because we're going to be competing, Zay.
Yeah, we'll wait for that.
I'll wait until we give out our picks. And Lance Taylor gives you picks on Thursdays on our show, lanceslock.com. But Zay, you want to go first or me?
You got college, right?
Well, I got
both.
I got a little bit of both. All
right, let's start with you. Let's start college. I just got NFL, and I'll feed off what you got going on. Let's get it.
Okay. Well, Cowboys fans, I know this Cowboys defense is amazing, but 9.5 points in the NFL.
It's a lot.
I know you're at home and you're playing Zach Wilson and the Jets, but I think this Jets team is going to rally around Zach Wilson. Now, if Micah Parsons turns Zach Wilson into a rag doll, then these Cowboys could be better than I think. But still, 9.5 points in the NFL is a lot. And I think the Jets defense is pretty good. So I'm going to take the Jets plus 9.5 at Dallas.
Okay. Yeah, what they were saying, Robert Saleh and that team about Zach Wilson and how they believe in him. And, you're hearing rumors about Andrew Luck and Tom Brady and all these guys that they want to bring out of retirement because the Jets just have Super Bowl aspirations, or did have Super Bowl aspirations. Well, they still do, probably in their mind, obviously. But to the nation, we think that's donezo with Aaron Rodgers and the Achilles. But yeah, they're going to play hard. Like, that defense is still stingy. I think Zach Wilson having Aaron Rodgers there as a mentor, I think that's helped. I think it was kind of a shockwave in week one. Like, nobody thought that was going to happen. Your quarterback that everybody's been so fond of, 4-time MVP, he tears his Achilles on your fourth offensive play. Like, it was hard for everybody. Like, Zach Wilson, that has to be tough. So a week of preparation as the number one, even though this Cowboys defense is deep, like, yeah, I'll take the Jets points too, the plus 9. Like, that's just those boys. That defense is good, man. I love CJ Mosley, like Quentin Williams. There was a play Quentin Williams was in the backfield, like barely before it was like even snapped, it seemed like. He was already in the backfield tackling Cook, the Bills running back. Like, that dude is an absolute monster. Sauce Gardner wasn't as good as he was last season against Stephon Diggs, but he'll bounce back and be fine. Just, can Dak really dissect that very good defense? I don't know. We'll see. This is their true test. Like, that wasn't no test week one against the Giants, man. I don't care if that's a division matchup or what. Like, those dudes, that was trash, that performance they gave. And I don't think the Jets, they have way more talent than the Giants do. So, yeah, I think it will be a little closer than 40-0.
Yeah. All right. For my second pick, this is kind of the ideal situation for me when I pick NFL games. I got the Steelers at home, coming off an embarrassing loss at home. They're a home dog against the Cleveland Browns, who just beat the Cincinnati Bengals and are feeling really good about themselves. Probably a little hard to concentrate, although starting off with 2 games in the division, they should be able to focus. I still like the Steelers to bounce back. I'm getting the Steelers plus 2.5 at home against the Browns. I'm going to take the Steelers plus 2.5.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. The Browns looked really good against the Bengals. Like, that Bengals team, they were a game away from the Super Bowl last year. They made Joe Burrow look like a third-string quarterback just trying to make a roster. And like, it's just, have they got it figured out? Like, Deshaun Watson, can he get back to what he was before the massage scandal and all that stuff? Like, can he get back to that form because they got some talent over there. You know, Myles Garrett, he did whatever he wanted. And we saw in that game with the Steelers, like, I know 49ers are really good. Their front line's really good, but Kenny Pickett, he was running around for his life. So I'd be a little nervous about just Myles Garrett just completely taking Kenny Pickett's head off. But yeah, Mike Tomlin, that dude's a winner. He doesn't have many losing seasons. I'm with you. I'll take the points for the Steelers.
You're taking the Steelers too. All right.
Yeah.
So we're picking the same game so far.
No, I got 3-2. I'm just throwing what you're throwing.
Okay. And then for my third pick, I am going to take Major Applewhite and the South Alabama, whatever they are. South Alabama Jaguars plus 7.5 at Oklahoma State. This is one of my upset alerts for the Big 12, along with Iowa State, minus 3.5 at Ohio. Watch out for the Ohio Bobcats. But give me South Alabama plus 7.5 at Oklahoma State. Zay, let's get to your picks because I want to make sure we have enough time.
All right, yeah, I'll blow through these. All right, so for the first
you don't
one,
have to blow through them.
we don't got much time, but we'll go through them a little quicker. That's fine with me. All right, so the Seahawks plus 5 going to your Detroit Lions. I think that Pete Carroll was better than what they showed. That was a division matchup that they had against the Rams, and Matt Stafford is a Super Bowl winning quarterback. I don't care if they don't have Cooper Kupp. Like, that's still a tough win if you're the Seahawks. And Detroit, that win, it has an asterisk to me. Sorry. I mean, come on. Like, Travis Kelce out.
All right, you don't need to be
out. I just want to keep it real. It's a little bit of an asterisk there. That's just a little
you
bit.
can stop at Seattle plus 5. You don't need to be
Seattle plus 5. I gotta go Seattle plus 5. Geno Smith, he'll get back to form.
I almost took that game too. So
yeah, I see. There you go. There you go.
Don't tell John Brown.
Yeah, there you go. I won't tell John either. Absolutely. Another one, Green Bay Packers plus 1.5 going into Atlanta. I don't know, man. They made that Bears team look like a Pop Warner team last week. Jordan Love, is he going to be as good as Favre? Is he going to be as good as Rodgers? Probably not, but he's off to a good start and has those Green Bay Packers fans believing. Bijan's my guy. I heard what he did, giving back $25,000 to that Austin Jaguars Pop Warner team. I'm not surprised. Bijan Robinson, hell of a dude, also a hell of a player, but Desmond Ritter's still your quarterback. And I don't know. They're bringing out the red throwback helmets and stuff like that. I'm going to go with Green Bay plus 1, minus 1.5. I mean, plus 1.5, excuse me. Like, I like the Packers right now, what they're doing. Matt LaFleur, he could coach a little bit, and I think they're going to take that same momentum into Atlanta this weekend.
All right. Jordan Love on the road. All right. What about pick number 3?
All right, pick number 3. This one's tough. This one is tough because, again, I've never seen Joe Burrow play like that in my life. Only 85 yards through the air. And I heard Bucky BK talking about it with BK earlier this week or this morning. Like, that dude's really beaten up. Like, he's not as healthy as everybody says he is. I didn't think he was going to be available for the first couple of weeks. The fact that he played last week, that's very interesting, but he could clearly go. And again, that Baltimore Ravens defense, they're very stingy too. It's -3. The Ravens playing away in Cincinnati. I think Lamar Jackson losing J.K. Dobbins, that hurts, but I think Lamar Jackson is going to be better than what he showed in week 1. So I'm going to take the Ravens plus 3.
The Ravens plus 3.
Yeah. And a lot of people say that the Ravens, like, I want to say Lance and John McClain said they got the Ravens going to the Super Bowl. So Those guys, I value those guys' opinions a lot. And yeah, I think the Ravens are going to go into Cincinnati and make life hell for those Cincinnati Bengals playing 2 straight division games.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. I mean, I like the rationale.
Oh, yeah. I'm
I'm
going to go for 3. Don't worry.
No.
This is why I don't put money up very often. It's once in the blue moon if I'm going to put some money up. I got to be feeling great to do that.
Yeah, man. No, we'll revisit. Okay, what about your pick for Texas-Wyoming?
I'm taking the Horns -28. I'm taking that, obviously taking the win for sure, but yeah, I think the Horns could cover. This is again one of those games where you're good, you're confident, and it's okay being a little cocky in this game. Like we're trying to run it up. We're trying to put 50 on those boys. You want to see those backups get in. I would love to see some Isaiah Nayor playing against his former team. Love to see Jonte Cook out there, like all those guys. Derek Williams on the defensive end a little bit more. Just guys that haven't had much playing time, especially last week. I want to see them get in. And the reason why they would get in is if Texas is handling their business and this is a blowout game. So, Andrew Peasley, I think this defense can't wait to put their hands on that dude. Like he wants to run and they're like, yo, this guy wants to run and he's not as fast as what we saw last week. Bring it on. Like this is when everybody gets to pat their stats and try to boost their, credentials when it comes to getting some awards later in the season. Like these are the games that you do that in. Games where, teams aren't playing Power 5 because again, Big 12 starts next week, and it really gets real. I know what people are thinking about the Bears, but it still gets real next week. And I expect this Longhorn team with Quinn Ewers holding meetings, being locked in, just having a different mentality that we've seen in recent years to blow out the Cowboys tomorrow.
Yeah. It's funny because I had to submit my pick to Horns 24/7 on Wednesday, and I said 37-10. And now I think it's probably going to be more like 42-3. But I said 37-10 on Horns 24/7. So I'll stick with that. But my gut says if Quinn Ewers is locked in and this defense is locked in, it'll get out of hand. So I can see that. I can see that. What do you think the score is? What's your score prediction?
I'm gonna give you 47-14.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You think the Cowboys can score 14?
Oh yeah. We're talking about fourth quarter,
like a garbage.
Garbage time. Like what we
Okay.
saw with JT Daniels and McCaffrey, that touchdown against Rice. Like it's going to be one of those.
Okay. All right. All right, kids. What a week. What a week. I mean, we put Alabama to bed, and now we are going to see what the intestinal fortitude of these Longhorns is all about tomorrow night at 7 on the Longhorn Network. Make sure you are tuned in to the pregame show here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And here to tell you all about that is our man, Trey Elling. Trey, how you doing?
I'm great. How are y'all on this beautiful, humid Friday?
I mean, we are doing great. We are excited. We are eager. We are not anxious. If we were anxious, we would have trepidation. We are eager for the football weekend.
Yeah, it's a bit of a meh college schedule, but that happens. And it's on these weekends that you also get some upsets too. So let's keep an eye out on that one. Let's see how Texas responds to that win over Alabama. Normally, players-only meetings are a bad thing, but I kind of like Quinn calling a players-only meeting to make sure everybody's focused earlier this week. And it is a good slate of NFL games too. So we are blessed that we are a handful of weeks into the football season, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. I told Zay, I want to see Quinn Ewers go John Wick on Wyoming. Just keep going John Wick every week. He did it last week. Now he's got to take out the Cowboys. Trey, have a great show. Zay, let's do it again on Monday, baby.
All right. Sounds good. Trey, you by yourself? I'll stay here with you. I don't know what's going on. Who you waiting on?
It's Jeff Howe is going to be showing up here in just a minute. So, yeah, if you don't mind hanging out for a sec, I appreciate that, my friend. And Chip, you have a great weekend and enjoy the festivities at DKR tomorrow.
Appreciate y'all. Cheers.
See you, Chip.
And just like that, we talk about him and he appears. Jeff Howe is in the waiting room now. Let's go ahead and
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Jeff?
Right. Y'all have a good show, man. Y'all be cool.
See you, Zay.
Have a great weekend.
What's up, Trey?
What is happening, man? How we doing today?
Got an animal welfare check going on at my house before the show starts. There's really a couple things I got to do before I start one of these deals. I got to make sure I go to the bathroom, go number one, because I'll be sitting here for a minute. I don't have a Gatorade bottle within arm's reach. So, that trick doesn't work. And then we got like Grand Central Station with the animals here. We've got a cat, a dog, and a rabbit. So I've got to do the animal welfare check to make sure everybody's squared away before I get going.
Who's the alpha in that threesome? Because I would guess the cat.
You know what? They're all pretty much betas at the end of the day, really. My dog, she's 14, so she's pretty docile.
Yeah.
She got I heard you and Kevin talking about this, and Kevin, I guess, didn't believe you. My dog has had the knee issues, the knee ligament issues for a while. That's why she used to chase deer. Now she just kind of stands in the driveway and stares at them and thinks about what used to be. The rabbit definitely is not the alpha. You know what? Since we let him out the other night and I caught him trying to hump the dog, he might actually be the alpha in the house.
He's definitely the alpha over that dog, unfortunately, for the 15-year-old dog.
Yeah.
I feel like that's trying to hump a corpse just about, but
well, I didn't know we were getting into necrophilia so early in the show, but good times. I'd say the rabbit. I'd say the rabbit. Because I didn't know rabbits sleep so damn much during the day. Like I had to put my finger under his nose just now to make sure he was breathing, and then he just woke up and kind of glared at me, looked all pissed off that I disturbed his nap. So yeah, it's probably the alpha. Rabbit's probably the alpha.
Pets in general are many tragedies. I think it was George Carlin who first said that one so many years ago. What is a rabbit's lifespan? I assume that the rabbit lives the least amount of time as compared to dogs and then especially cats.
I'm going to say 7-ish years.
Okay.
7 to 8 years, something like that. You know what? That's what the Google machine's for, Trey. I can look that up real quick. I want to say it's about 7 years, though.
Are you already prepared for the inevitable death speech that you have to give?
Here's let's see. Rabbit. How long do rabbits live as a pet? Thank you, Google. 5 to 8 years. So
okay, good call. 7.
We actually dealt with this with my daughter earlier this year when we put our other dog down. We had a lab that my wife and I actually had this dog before we got married. So this dog had been with us for a long time, that was awful. I hope nobody watching or listening to this right now ever has to go through putting down a dog. I've lost family members. I've lost my dad. I've lost friends. I don't know that I've ugly cried for a death the way I did when we had to put that dog down.
There's a reason why so many people have cried at the end of Old Yeller.
Yeah.
That is one of those truly sad moments in life where it's like, no, you're not crying over a scraped knee. You are crying over the loss of a life that was very important to you.
Yeah. We also, with my daughter, we went through it last weekend. Her fish died. Which this fish, we named the fish Lucky because it came with like 12 other fish, and the 11 other fish died within like a week. And this one lived like a year and a half. So Lucky pretty much was on borrowed time for a while. She was sad for about, I'm not joking you, literally 5 seconds, and then was like, so what do we do now? I said, well, we flush him down the toilet and that's it. And she's like, can I flush him? I was like, yeah. And then she flushed him and watched it go down. I said, Bug, do you need to talk about anything? She's like, no, and just went back and played in her room. I'm like, okay, so disposed of him, and it's like nothing ever happened.
I think I've seen your daughter once, but I have infinitely more respect for her because she asked to actually flush the toilet.
She wanted to pull the handle, Trey.
So you guys had a dog, or you have a dog who tore its ACL, like ours is dealing with now. One, dude, the vet is such a racket already. You're talking about vet surgeons. Like I wasn't surprised that I was getting upsold, but it was still very amusing. But in the end, even with just the ACL surgery and some of the other stuff stripped away, it's expensive, dude. Like over $6,000.
Daisy, our black lab, she had a 3-pound tumor removed on Monday. She had a stomach mass.
Wow.
8 large, Trey. 8 bills to get that thing done.
800?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
See, I would expect that to be more though, because isn't that a more invasive surgery than just going in and putting a cadaver ligament into
It was not supposed to be, but the tumor ended up being way bigger than the vet initially thought. Aggie math was wrong. Imagine that at the beginning of that deal. No. Like if you're taking your dog to a vet, chances are your pet to vet, chances are your vet graduated from A&M. So you're putting your most beloved family member, because your pets don't judge you. You're putting your most beloved family member's life in the hands of an Aggie. Just think about that. That's the sacrifice we make as pet owners, Trey.
This man only speaks in truths, and it's so expensive, dude, that I don't know if I'm actively trying to convince my wife of this, but I've dropped a couple of hints like, are we sure he isn't better off as a 3-legged dog? Because this is the dog that I am convinced that if autism exists for animals, this dog is somewhere on the spectrum, dude. I'm not even kidding. Like what he chooses to bark at, he's almost more like a cat than he is a dog. He is so anxious. And the 3-legged thing gives him a little bit more character. And I think it's also wearing him down a little bit more to where he doesn't have as much of this nervous energy.
You could get him like a sweet wheel or something to strap onto the stump.
Well, I'm not going to cut his leg off. The leg's just gonna hang there.
No, dude, you should do like peg leg or something. Get him an eye patch. He's Blackbeard all of a sudden.
He'll see himself in the mirror and he'll just be barking up a storm. Oh my gosh.
Or when he finally sees himself in the mirror, he'll be pissed at you, something fierce.
He's too dumb to
start crapping on your stuff out of spite.
Oh, he did that the other day because we had to put him on cage rest at first to see if it was just if it was like a strain or something. And he dropped a couple of Lincoln logs in the guest bedroom. It's like even stupid you has a bit of spitefulness about him. I couldn't blame him. I mean, he was locked up in prison for a couple straight days only to be let out to the bathroom on a leash.
What's funny is there was stuff going on around the house. Like we'd find, one of the dogs overnight when we had both dogs, one of them would pee by the back door, or I'd have like a food wrapper, not even like a fast food wrapper, I need like a fig bar for breakfast and just throw it in my trash can, and my office trash is dumped everywhere. And I used to blame it on the dog we still have, but I'm like, in the 3 months Molly's been gone, my office trash hasn't been tipped over and I haven't had to clean up dog pee. So I was blaming it on the wrong dog.
You think dogs realize that they're going to be able to get away with something because you're much more likely to go after the other dumber dog?
Very similar to your dog. If the black dog knew she was being slighted, she probably doesn't have a clue, doesn't really comprehend it. She's an awesome companion dog, Trey, but any kind of other, I'm talking like survival instincts, protective instincts, she has none. She's very chill.
So she's pretty much like any human under the age of, 25 in 2023.
I've been told that pretty much she's the Gen Z of old pets. I've been told that if I indulged in the sticky icky, she would be the perfect dog to hang out with while I did that.
Just because she's so chill?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I don't. So
yeah, as somebody who does indulge, I don't ever blow it into my dog's ear. Like we tried to give the dogs CBD before, especially the anxious one, and it didn't really have much of an effect. But that's not something I'm doing to the pet. Like, some people consider it to be animal abuse. I don't know if it is. I mean, does the dog like it? Does the dog enjoy that mindset? Then it's not so abusive. It's just,
it's no different than giving your dog Benadryl, right? To calm him down.
Well, that was part of the problem with the vet the other day. Like, they were trying to give this dog doggy benzodiazepine. They were trying to give this dog anxiety medicine, which is fine for like certain situations, but they were essentially encouraging us to give it to this dog every day. I'm like, this is going to scramble this stupid dog's brain that much more.
Yeah.
Like, we'll take it for vet visits and things like that, but it cannot be a daily thing. That would not be good for this animal.
We had some friends of ours that kept their dog on prednisone for years, and we're like, humans, it's not. You go on prednisone for a week or two. Pretty sure if you give it to a dog every day for years, it's probably no wonder your dog had health problems.
What is prednisone? For some reason, I'm thinking anti-acne, but that can't be it.
No, prednisone's like a steroid they give you when you have. I have psoriatic arthritis, so there would be times when I'd have like a skin flare up. They would give me prednisone for that.
So it started out as itchy skin and turned into joint pain then?
Yeah.
Wow. See,
I've got the same thing that Phil Mickelson has, the same thing that I have, which once he got skinny and wasn't fat anymore, apparently it doesn't bother him. So that's probably what I really need to do, but not as you can tell, I'm not in a big rush to start a massive weight loss program.
Fuck it. It doesn't guarantee anything, by the way. Like, I have skin issues too, and my wife has actually asked that exact question. I wonder if you have this arthritis brought on by psoriasis, or maybe eczema does it too. And I'm like, I don't know, but I'm 45 and I feel like I shouldn't be in this much pain a lot of the time.
The skin part was so bad, Trey. Like, my wife and I would go to the beach, and I would literally, because of the salt water, I would just find like a nice waist deep spot in the Gulf and just literally just sit there all day. And she's like, why are you just sitting? I'm like, because you have no idea how good this salt water feels, just exfoliating my skin right now. And mix a little sand in there. It was awesome.
Did you deal with any on your scalp? Because that's where it's really bad for me, the back of my scalp. God, what a weird conversation we're having.
I had it pretty much everywhere you can think of. I had a flare up there at one point in time.
So it's not on the scalp anymore, though, because
not anymore, though. No, I'm clear. I'm clear all the way around now because I use the injectable medicine.
Oh, is that the one that you take a shot in your gut every month or whatever?
It's like, I think now it's every 12 weeks. I think.
Oh, interesting.
I just injected into my thigh, and I'm good.
It's biologics. Is that what they call it?
Oh man. Yeah, there's some kind of fancy name for it, but I was going to say diuretic, but that surely is not it. But
man, maybe it is.
The last thing I need prepping for this show is a diuretic.
I know that's what people say that I do to them on my own just by having these conversations. So perhaps by the end of today's show. Well, Jeff, we do get to see a return of this Texas Longhorn football team on Saturday.
Yes.
I love that transition. Tomorrow night at DKR, 7:00, they host the Wyoming Cowboys. It was a little bit less than a week ago that Texas pulls off a huge upset, one of the biggest wins in program history, certainly in the regular season, that 10-point win over Alabama. And the question that has been asked most by Longhorn fans this week is, do we see a little bit of a letdown? How are you feeling right now about that question going into tomorrow night?
By the way, most notable Wyoming football player other than Josh Allen?
For me, Isaiah Nayor.
I was going to say Jay Novacek, but okay. Isaiah Nayor works.
Okay, I stand corrected. Jay Novacek. What a perfect college for that guy, too.
Yes. By the way, doesn't watch football at all. He was doing Cowboys post-game shows in the Metroplex for one of the TV stations. And I've heard this from people who were on that set with him. They're like, well, Jay, can you talk about this? He's like, oh, I didn't watch the game. Then why are you here?
Yeah, well, because it's easy money for him, at least in the short term, I guess.
But no, there will be no Josh Allen's not walking through that door. Jay Novacek's not walking through that door tomorrow. I think this could be a game, Trey, where I see Texas starting slow on offense just because Wyoming's actually really good defensively. They only give up, I think it's like about 5.2 yards a play. It's third best in the Mountain West. They're only giving up 2.5 yards a carry. So this is a team similar to Rice, just from the standpoint. I think they're better than Rice, but similar to Rice in that they just got a really experienced defensive front. They're sound. You look at penalties and things like that. They don't beat themselves. They just play a good, clean brand of football. They should have some confidence since it was at home, but they've already defeated a Big 12 team already this year. So I think this could be a game where Texas starts slow. And I know we'll get granular in this thing as we go. I just think at the end of the day, Trey, unless Texas just has a turnover fest where they're putting the ball on the ground, or Quinn Ewers is just having one of those days where he's throwing it to the other team, I just don't think Wyoming can score enough points. They're not dynamic offensively. They're really more of a kind of a bleed the clock, ground and pound, shorten the game kind of offense. And that's just not going to work. They do have one of the better kickers in the country, but this isn't a game where you can, get in the plus 30, plus 25 territory, that fringe red zone, and settle for field goals.
Yeah, that's a great point. This isn't a Wyoming team, as you mentioned, good defensively. They're not huge up front defensively necessarily, but they're very active. And it's also a very veteran-laden team too, Jeff, on both sides of the ball. Their quarterback is a 6-year guy. They've got a number of 5th and 6th-year guys now, dudes who are taking advantage of that added COVID year. And they are just trying to turn things ugly on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
And so if Texas gets caught up in engaging in a rock fight, if they insist on trying to establish a rushing attack unnecessarily when they've been so good at throwing the football, including on early downs, then we may see some issues similar to what happened versus Rice. But then again, against Rice, Texas was able to get the ball downfield, unfortunately had a couple different drives stall for unfortunate reasons, and that would be drop passes on what otherwise would be touchdowns, settling for field goals. I think Texas finishes those drives off tomorrow night, and a lot of that has to do with a continued growing belief in Quinn Ewers and where he is right now, not just physically, but also mentally too.
Yeah, you talk about finishing drives. I'm trying to see where Texas ranks in red zone offense nationally. 48th. Let's see. We're going to look at touchdowns. They've got 11 touchdowns in the red zone, but we've seen them not be able to finish some drives so far. Actually, that's red zone attempts. Touchdowns, Texas has 6 red zone touchdowns. Yes, they do need to do a better job of finishing off drives. As far as Wyoming's personnel, I know you kind of just hit on some of the macro points about Wyoming. Easton Gibbs, their inside linebacker, preseason defensive player of the year in the Mountain West, so he'll be one to watch. That defensive line, Oscar Giles is coaching that defensive line. So we know Oscar had a reputation here at Texas of coaching some really good defensive lines. So I wouldn't surprise me if they are active tomorrow and try to do some different things to throw off blocking schemes. That's when you're undermanned like that, you've got to do twists and stunts and slants and things like that to try to, if you just try to play a team like Texas straight up in your Wyoming, that's the go with God game plan and just pray and hope that things work in your favor. You got to do some different things. But Peasley, their quarterback, Trey, I don't know how much you watched of their game against Tech. I really like that kid against Tech. He's tough as hell, hung in there, took some shots. They'll run him a little bit. He's not Josh Allen, but he's just a good, solid college quarterback, kind of just a gritty, grimy guy. Really kind of the way Wyoming plays. That would pretty much describe how Peasley plays that quarterback position.
Yeah, unfortunately for Wyoming, what they're looking to do on offense is run the football a lot and then let him operate off of play action, where he throws a lot of balls to his tight ends. And there is also a slot receiver too, who, when he's out there, seems to be a primary target. They're not going to have any room to run, especially between the tackles, obviously. But I think anywhere on the field tomorrow, because this Texas defensive line is so dialed in right now.
Let me ask you this. I talked about this with Bucky and BK this morning. I feel like this could be a Keelan Robinson game because CJ Baxter, I think if there's any shredded doubt in Sark's mind about CJ in pregame, I don't think we'll see him tomorrow. So it'll be a Jonathan Brooks, Jaden Blue with Keelan Robinson mixed in. I feel like get him on the perimeter, get him involved in the screen game and try to make this defense tackle him one-on-one in space. And you think about it from a special team standpoint, Jeff Banks has been really conservative over the first 2 games. More willing to set up the return than go for the block. I wouldn't be shocked early if Texas gets an opportunity. I wouldn't be shocked if they went and tried to block a punt and get some juice on their side early, because the best thing you can do, Trey, to an opponent that you outman, that you feel like you should beat, the quicker you can crush their hope and take away their will to win, or take away that chance they think they have to win, the better off you're going to be in the long haul, because they just don't. Wyoming just doesn't. They don't have the bodies, the athletes, or the firepower to keep up with Texas if Texas gets up, 10-0, 14-0, something like that early on.
I like that thought, because Keelan Robinson obviously has a history of getting after punts and getting his hand on the ball that gets either turned into very short fields for the offense or just gets flat out taken the other way as a result. Something interesting about Texas punt return unit right now that I haven't heard talked about a ton this week for obvious reasons. It's a nitpick here, but I feel like in watching Xavier Worthy field punts against Bama last weekend, there was a lot that was left to be desired. Is that just a matter of it being Xavier Worthy and you take the seemingly indifferent with the potential good, or should somebody else be receiving an opportunity?
No, I think, are you talking about just not getting anything when he actually returns the ball, or just not, calling for a fair catch and not being willing to take a chance?
There's some curious decisions. There's times where it feels like he needs to go catch the football and he lets it bounce. It's almost like indecision there.
I feel like if they trusted Jonte Cook a little bit more, that would be a perfect role for him to get his feet wet. I just don't know how much you trust a freshman back there at this point. I'm trying to think. Jordan Whittington's another guy, but do you put him at risk? I mean, anytime you're on the field, you run the risk of getting injured. So I don't know what that matters at this point. I just think it's a way to get the ball in Worthy's hands. They know how dynamic he is. But I agree with you. Going into the Alabama game, I felt like, and it didn't come to fruition, I felt like that game could come down to, does one of these punt returners break one loose? Because both those guys, Kool-Aid McKinstry and X, they both got the ability to take it to the house. That said, to your point about Worthy, Trey, they both live on the edge. Like Xavier Worthy lives on the edge as a punt returner. Like he'll pick it up on the roll in a crowd. He'll play it off like the third or fourth hop. Just the kind of stuff that worries you a little bit. It seems like he's doing less of that this year through the first two games, which I think maybe he's almost pulled back too much. Like you gotta, when you're a punt returner, I think you gotta walk that line between being aggressive and being reckless. And there is a difference. But think about the really good punt returners you've seen at Texas. They were guys that were dynamic, but they made smart decisions.
Yeah.
Like did you ever see Nathan Vassar just make an absurdly bad decision returning punts?
So I'm thinking of an example where I feel like he caught the ball over his shoulder running backwards, but it was a great kick and he knew he had a ton of room to operate. So that wasn't a bad decision necessarily, even though it was unorthodox. That was a long way to say no.
Like Wayne McGarity, Mike Adams, Jordan Shipley was a really good punt returner. Quandre Diggs, guys that just have innate football instincts. Guys that were just really good ball players. It didn't matter what position they play. You could put them anywhere and they'll be fine. So he's not ideal to me. Xavier Worthy is not an ideal punt returner for some of those reasons. But I think if Jonte Cook had a little bit more experience, I feel like that would be a really good place to put him.
You mentioned CJ Baxter a little bit earlier, that if Sark has any doubt, he should go ahead and sit him on the bench. I'm not only in agreement with that, Jeff, like even without doubt, the fact that he has been limited like he has this week, just let the guy sit out this weekend. He runs insanely hard, and he was a part of a couple of car accidents in Tuscaloosa last weekend, and you saw him kind of slow down throughout the course of the game as well. So let him have this week off. Texas needs CJ Baxter more against Baylor, Kansas, and Oklahoma than they do Wyoming tomorrow night.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was thinking about this today, because I already hear it, the message board scuttlebutt, like we get it over to Horns 24/7. This guy injury prone already, like 2 games, and he's been hurt twice. You go through, think of any young Texas running back that you can think of throughout the years that was, that their career amounted to anything. Most of those guys dealt with some of the nagging injuries early in their career. I mean, I remember Malcolm Brown had a toe, Joe Bergeron had a hamstring. Deontay Foreman, I think, had a hand injury at one point. Jamal Charles, his sophomore year, went through it a little bit in 2006. Jonathan Gray, I remember dealing with some nicks and things like that. Hell, we saw Bijan do it. I mean, Bijan, when he had the pretty scorpion during the Texas Tech game and somehow survived that without being seriously injured.
A moment that would have literally decapitated just about anybody else.
Yeah, but there's two human beings that I've seen come out clean from something like that. One was Bijan Robinson and the other was Brock Lesnar. So that's the kind of world-class athlete you're talking about that can do something like that and get up. The rest of us would be in traction for months. Every good young running back at Texas that I can remember dealt with some of that injury stuff early on. So I'm not worried about that with CJ Baxter, but I'm more with you, Trey. If you have any doubt that he's nicked up or he's not 100%, and I wasn't optimistic before Sark's Zoom call yesterday that we would see CJ Baxter. That's why I said if there's any doubt in Sark's mind, I think he feels like you're good enough with Jonathan Brooks and Jaden Blue and Keelan Robinson to get through this game.
You mentioned Keelan Robinson possibly having a bigger role, whether it's on punt block, punt return, or I guess less so punt return, but also running the football. With CJ Baxter out, it means everybody moves up a rung. Mm-hmm. And I, for one, am interested to see Jonathan Brooks in more of that bell cow role with Keelan Robinson serving as a change of pace. Because let's remember, even though Jonathan Brooks has done some really nice things, not only on the ground, but a little bit through the air, he also does have two huge drops that would have been for sure touchdowns.
Yeah.
Now you're going to see Keelan Robinson running that same route. And if he's open like that, I feel pretty good that he is not going to suffer a similar fate.
No, and with Keelan too, I feel like he's more of a guy that you can get him involved in the screen game, especially some of those perimeter screens. Like go back to the first play from scrimmage last week, where you had a 3x2 and you kind of stack CJ Baxter and throw him a pass down the line of scrimmage. It's really like a long handoff where he can get behind blockers. Do something like that with Keelan. Sometimes some of the ways Sark uses Keelan Robinson, Trey, and again, this is me nitpicking because that was the best game Sark has called since he's been here. It's the best game he's managed since he's been here. So this is me just nitpicking. Sometimes the way Sark uses him, I don't get it. Like they had, I think it was the first red zone position they had where they tried to run him like on an inside zone. I'm like, that's just not who he is. That's not a knock on him, but his skill set's just different. He's not a guy that has he's not going to kind of be patient and see things and then hit a hole. I want to get him the ball and get him going vertical as soon as possible. And that's really not the inside zone, inside the red zone. That's really not the way to do that. So how Sark uses him tomorrow is something I'm looking at. If we do see more of him, he's been used very, very sparingly the first two games, but this is a nice opportunity to get him rolling.
Quinn Ewers has shown through a season plus now that he plays his best games when the lights are brightest. In Tuscaloosa last weekend, that bowl game against Washington in late December, the Oklahoma game, the Alabama game earlier last year. What do you think we see out of Quinn tomorrow?
I hope we see a continuation of the best thing I liked. There was two things I really liked about Sark's game plan against Bama. One was the way they attacked the edges, both with the perimeter screen game and with the run game, the way they schemed it up. And Sark tipped his hat to Paul Christ. And, Paul Christ helped scheme up some of that run game, which we talked during the offseason. Like everybody was hoping, myself included, that maybe you get some Paul Christ helping the run game, scheming it up, making it more diverse. It wasn't dynamic, especially in that bowl game. It was just real static. And it was almost, I don't know if Sark just had a bad day or he was trying to prove a point to the offensive line. I don't know what it was, but that bowl game, the run game just didn't make any sense to me. Much more dynamic against Alabama. That's the kind of stuff I want to see. And I talked about this again this morning with BK and Bucky. I didn't realize how much Sark and Paul Christ had in common offensively in terms of them speaking the same language. And that goes back to, they both worked for Norv Turner in the NFL. And when they talk offensive football, a lot of their knowledge base of offensive football goes back to Norv Turner, which you can trace that all the way back to Air Coryell, to the Don Coryell offenses with the Chargers in the late 70s, early 80s. So when I look at Paul Chris game in the run game, I like that. I like the perimeter screen game. The other thing I like too was how quickly, and this ties into the perimeter screens too, how quickly they got to the quick game. Where it's not a lot of 5-step drops, not a lot of stuff where Quinn's got to hold the ball and hope protection holds up. That was part of the reason, Trey, why everybody's like, oh man, you didn't allow a sack. You allowed very few pressures. Yeah. Don't take anything away from the offensive line for what they did, but one way to help your offensive line is insulate them by the quarterback getting the ball out of his hands quickly. Like that's what I use this example for this all the time. You go back to LSU 2019. That wasn't a great LSU offensive line. That's not like one of the best, most overpowering offensive lines we've ever seen in the history of college football. But Joe Brady understood Joe Burrow's strengths to get the ball out fast. I think Joe Burrow was getting it out right around 2 seconds after the snap. And Quinn, when he was kept clean last week, was about 2.11 seconds. According to the PFF data in terms of the time from the snap to the time he was getting rid of it. So you're getting the ball out fast. You're not giving the rush time to get to you. And again, to the point I made about Keelan Robinson, man, go see if Wyoming can tackle Xavier Worthy or A.D. Mitchell or Jonte Cook if he gets some run, or Jordan Whittington. See if they can make plays one-on-one with these guys in space, because at that point, I'll trust my guy to make the play, because I just think straight up my guy's better than your guy. So I'll trust my guy to go make a play. So the very long answer to your question, that's what I hope we see more of. The quick game with Quinn, it lets him get lathered up. It gets him some confidence early, and it makes for some plays where, your perimeter skill guys can just get the ball in their hands and go try to make something happen.
Yeah, JT Sanders is going to be a problem for Wyoming tomorrow.
He's a problem for everybody.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a defense that would match up well with him. I don't know, maybe would Georgia have somebody that could match up with him well? He's just
maybe LSU or Florida State. I don't know.
So you'd have to have somebody that has just a hellaciously athletic off-ball linebacker that can hang with him, or a bigger safety that can hang with him.
Yeah, like a Sean Taylor size safety, maybe.
Yeah, something like that. Like
those are a dime a dozen.
Oh yeah, you can find those guys just around the corner. If it wasn't for Brock Bowers, we'd be talking about, is Jatavian Sanders the best tight end in the country? As long as Brock Bowers is Georgia, we can't say that, but is he the second best tight end in the country? You can make the argument that he is.
I think the gap is actually starting to narrow a little bit. And I've just like everybody else said all offseason that Brock Bowers is the best tight end in college football and the best tight end to come through the sport in a little while now. But JT is not that far behind.
No, he's underrated as a blocker. He's underrated for, and maybe underappreciated is a better term, for how much he means to this offense when they do run the football, because he is the guy you move around a lot. Texas runs so much split zone and split flow with the tight end that he's so good at. I really like when they go to some of their split zone concepts, and he can hold the point of attack on the edge. He can handle most defensive ends he's going against. And then we see what he does in the receiving game. And the other thing, Trey, that we're seeing now, his ability after the catch. There's still some times where he'll let an arm tackle or something trip him up in the open field, but through 2 games, I feel like he's much better after the catch. And not just looking at the numbers, his yards after catch numbers. He just looks more sure of himself after the catch now than he did last year. Last year was almost like, what do I do with my hands? I don't know. Like, what am I supposed to do now? He's getting it after the catch. He's thinking touchdown every time he touches the ball.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, on that long catch and run last weekend, I thought he was going to try and make it to the corner, and it looked like he might have had the speed there, but he decided to cut it straight up field and get the guaranteed 5 to 7 more yards.
Yeah. Yeah, and that, he bowled over Kool-Aid McKinstry in the process, just to, little shoulder lean right there. A little love tap.
Send a message for sure. Defensively, this isn't going to be that big of a test for this Texas defense, if I'm being completely honest right now. Like, you're going to have to cover some tight ends, so maybe it'll be good experience for David Benda. I read that Maurice Blackwell, or I guess Sark said this yesterday, that Maurice Blackwell would be a game time decision.
Yeah, he made a lot of progress between the I forgot who the week 1 opponent was, between Rice and Alabama. And I think it's just, but again, with Mo Blackwell, Trey, hold him off until you're 100% sure he's ready, because guess what? If Mo Blackwell's not out there, that just means Anthony Hill is getting more work. So then when Mo Blackwell comes back and now you've got your full complement of guys at that linebacker position, now you can run some different looks where you've got Blackwell or Benda, whoever it is, on the field with Hill, or whatever combination you want to use there to have multiple linebackers on the field. If you want to have, in theory, like dime or quarters personnel in, but still have a little bit of size where you're not just putting, guys at that star position or extra DBs in there. So just hold him off as long as you can. He's made really good progress, but more reps for Anthony Hill. I'm not going to be mad about that.
No, that's a great point there. For Blackwell, I feel like if he feels good enough to play, you're looking to get him in there for the first time, maybe at some point in the third quarter when the game is well within hand, to allow him to get back to the speed of the game before you start conference play next week in Waco.
Yeah, I would almost not do that. I would almost just wait and just start him fresh against Baylor.
Okay.
That's just where I'm at. Because even if you decide that he's not going to be a big part of your defensive game plan against Baylor, he at least goes back to, with Keaton Crawford and Keelan Robinson being one of your top 3-4 core special teams guys. So you can put him back in there on teams, and maybe that's less special teams reps and more defensive reps for a guy like Anthony Hill. So there's some give and take there. I don't think there's one surefire way to do it, but if it's me, I would hold him out until you're 100% sure that he's ready to go.
Anthony Hill is not going to need to spy this weekend. Do you think we definitely end up seeing him a little bit more at one of those inside linebacker spots, or does he stay off the edge even on maybe some earlier downs and they're looking to have him execute some other responsibilities other than just getting after the quarterback?
No, I think he can get some defensive reps because you can put him at that off-ball linebacker position and play him next to Jalen Ford, who can kind of walk him through some things, take him through some things on the fly. Man, there's no question, Trey. I mean, we heard going back to the spring that's really where they loved Anthony Hill initially, was going to be as a pass rush specialist, using him off the edge. This is one of those weeks, and think about it. I mean, we don't know how this conference schedule is going to play out. This might be one of your last opportunities to get him some quality in-game reps. Just learning how to play off-ball linebacker, where it's not like a specialty role, but learning like, hey, this is a certain call, and you don't have to spy the quarterback. This is your certain job on this call. Just kind of learning the nuances of this defense, because at this time next year, you're going to need him to do that. So I think the more work he can get like that, the better. But I mean, unless it's a shame, like West Virginia is not on the schedule for conference play this year. I can't think off the top of my head of any games the rest of the way where you're guaranteed to get him some work.
Houston.
Yeah. Gosh, they are a dumpster fire right now.
I don't know how they beat UTSA.
But I mean, Dana Holgorsen just has that look of just like, he is a dumpster fire himself. Like come on, he's a gimmick pretty much, right?
Well, it's like his hair is on fire in terms of everything that's been singed off the top, and then just how flowing it is out of the back, whether he's going visor. I guess he's gone full baseball cap now because he realizes that he doesn't want a hole in his hat. Just his eyes.
He looks a little bit too much like the actor who played Bruce Willis's friend in Armageddon, and he was also Coach Yost in Remember the Titans. You know the guy I'm talking about? Dude bears a striking resemblance to Dana Holgorsen.
You said Coach Yost?
He was Coach Yost in Remember the Titans.
All right, let's see. Images. Oh, yeah.
There's a little Dana Holgorsen resemblance there.
Yeah, there is. I like that one. Good old Big 12 Phil Collins, man. I'm glad we get him for one more year before moving on to the SEC. He is, by all accounts, a cool dude. BK had a bit of a relationship with him.
Yeah.
Houston. I know that sounds a little bit weird. I promise it was a positive relationship. I don't know if you talked to him at Big 12 Media Days this year. I did, though, man. He's just a guy who is brutally honest, for better or worse. You know, if you ask a stupid question, he may tell you it's a stupid question. But if you ask a decent question, you'll most likely get a good answer in return.
Yeah, he kind of a more sophisticated version of Charlie Strong if you will. Like Charlie was brutally like too honest at times. Like, I don't know if I'd have said that out loud, but okay, here we are. We'll work with it. Yeah, he is, by all accounts, he seems like a good dude. And people that, I know that deal with him, guys that have worked for him, worked with him, always have good things to say about him. I don't know where it went wrong there, because Trey, 2 years ago, they had one of the best defenses in the country. They were a 12-win team. They beat Auburn in their bowl game. And it's like, it just fell off a cliff after that. And it's not like they had bad players. I mean, they've put guys in the NFL. I mean, Clayton Tune or Tank Dell, whoever it is, but they went in a year from being like that Manny Diaz decline. They went from being one of the best defenses in the country who could put pressure on people to just not being able to stop a nosebleed. And I don't really know why.
Am I remembering correctly that De'Aaron King transferred the year that Dana got there?
Yes, I believe you're right.
And Clayton Tune came in after that and played for 2 years.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's been a strange path for him. I feel the same way about Neil Brown at West Virginia, though. I liked him a lot at Troy.
Yeah.
I thought that could be a good hire for them, and it has obviously not worked out to this point, and he is at a point of just complete indifference now with that program.
Yeah. Here's a hypothetical. Does Houston fire Dana Holgerson and rehire Tom Herman?
Possible.
I've heard from enough U of H people that would not be okay with that.
Yeah, well, he didn't do himself any favors on the way out, but that's the Tom Herman way.
Yeah.
How is Tommy Knuckles doing at FIU this year? I haven't even checked just yet. Let's see.
They beat Uncle Johnny's College of the Ozarks in week 1, and Casey Thompson threw like 6 touchdowns.
Casey Thompson.
Who'd they be, like Stetson or something like that in week 1? I know Casey had a really good game.
All right, let's see. They lost to Louisiana Tech. He's Florida International, correct?
Florida Atlantic.
Oh, okay. I get my Florida Internationals in it.
Yeah, your South Florida directional schools, Trey. You need to all right, so they beat Monmouth, which I didn't even know Monmouth had a football program. Good for them. And then last week they lost to Ohio University.
41-38. So it looks like Casey probably had himself a decent game in that one too.
And then, hey, how about FAU? They get to go to Clemson this Saturday. Probably take the under in that game.
Yeah, that's going to be an ugly one for them. At Illinois after that. I heard somebody say last weekend that Illinois is decent under Brett Bielema. Is that true? That can't be true.
Well, I think they were 9-4 last year.
Okay.
Or 8-5. I think they were 8-5 last year.
All right. Maybe I'm wrong about that one. I still begrudge him. No, you're right. 8-5, 5-4 in the Big Ten.
They were really good on defense last year, but similar to Houston, like all of Illinois' problems this year seem to be on defense. Like Kansas, and granted, Kansas with a healthy Jalen Daniels is a different animal, but Kansas pretty much had their way with Illinois.
Yeah, they did. That's why I was questioning how good Illinois actually is. And look, I understand. I respect Leipold and the offenses that he calls out of Lawrence. I think it is the most innovative offense in college football right now, and Daniels is special. I like Bean a whole lot too. I think that you cannot sleep on that team this year like you may have been able to last year when Bean was forced into action. But with Daniels, they will win some shootouts against good competition. And it's one of those games on the Texas schedule that I probably wasn't putting enough stock in the preseason that I'm now looking at saying, boy, this game could be much more interesting than we want it to be. And not in a losing to Kansas a couple years ago sort of way, because they're legit. And that's the week before you play Oklahoma after what could be a very physical matchup in Waco the previous weekend.
That is the game, Trey, I've had circled when you're trying to find, okay, where could Texas slip up? It's that one, because a healthy Daniels is the kind of dual threat quarterback that you can't account for what he can do when he extends plays. And again, that Kansas offense is completely different when he's healthy playing quarterback.
Yeah, it's not one of those one read and try and tuck it sorts of things like what Texas obviously disposed of with Milroe in Alabama last weekend.
Yeah.
He keeps his eyes upfield, and he makes a lot of plays upfield too.
And Andy Kotelnicki's the kind of OC Kansas needs. Like he's he'll throw, you name a formation, you name a personnel grouping, like he'll throw it at you. They'll try all kinds of different stuff. They've Devin Neal at their running backs, probably the best offensive player in the Big 12. Nobody talks about. And the third thing with Kansas, when you start looking ahead to that Texas game in a couple of weeks, they're not going to be intimidated to come to Austin.
No,
because a lot of those guys were on the field the last time they won there. So they won't be scared of Texas at all. And plus, anytime you get your head handed to you like they got it handed to them last year in Lawrence, you should be ready to play. Here's a weird thought though, Trey. I was thinking about this. So Texas has Wyoming and then Baylor. Like, let's assume Texas wins both those games. Kansas has, I don't remember who they're playing this weekend, but I know they've got BYU. They host BYU for their conference opener. Could game day be in Austin for Texas and KU? Undefeated Texas in the top 5 against maybe an undefeated and ranked Kansas?
Well, let's go to the week 5 scoreboard, shall we?
I think you've got LSU Ole Miss that weekend. Oh, no, thank you, Jake, on the in the chat. Nevada, which Nevada's terrible, so KU should take care of them this weekend. I think LSU Ole Miss is that weekend, and I thought there was maybe something else.
There are a few different games, and one of them they may just stay posted up where they are this weekend, like Fox has been for a couple of weeks now. So the ranked matchups as it stands right now, the rankings right now, Utah at Oregon State, USC at Colorado, which maybe, Notre Dame at Duke, LSU at Ole Miss, and then that's pretty much what they're competing against. So probably not. My guess is that if Oklahoma's going to keep winning because their schedule's terrible.
Yeah.
Oklahoma keeps winning, they probably show up for Texas OU. At least one of the game days does.
Yeah. Game day probably will. I don't think Big Noon would because that's an ABC game this year. Fox does not have. Right? Yeah, Fox does not have Red River this year.
Yeah, it goes back and forth. I know we won't know about that game for another couple of weeks, but I always just assume it's going to be 11 or 12 at the absolute latest, and ABC doesn't do the 12 o'clock kickoffs anymore.
Do you which Texas OU kick time do you prefer? You like the 11 a.m. or you like the 2:30?
Oh, I like the 2:30 a little bit more.
2:30?
There is something nice about being some of the first people up in Dallas driving around and just how much more bearable and tolerable Central is if you're coming from the north. And we actually, my granddad gave us this shortcut to get to Fair Park and you pay for parking, obviously, but to park someplace that's relatively close and to get out pretty easily too. So I don't have to worry about I-30 at all, which is nice. But
paying $20 to park in someone's yard or something like that.
Yeah, something along those lines. It's just like a grass field. There's no way this is somebody's yard, but it's a bunch of different grass fields. You go past the unisex haircuts place. It's a hilarious sign that I see every year that I'm walking down. Gosh, what is that? Is it Malcolm X Boulevard?
Malcolm X, yes, sir.
MLK, maybe. It's
they're
one of
they're both down there. So
it used to be Grand Avenue, but they call it something. They call it Robert Lipscomb Way now, I think, is what it is.
Okay.
But no, I prefer 2:30 because you can just take your time. You can get in there and you can chill. You're not having to hammer beers if you want to drink beforehand.
Yeah.
Sip. You can go get good fried food. You can maybe mess with some of the rides if you want to, or just chill with your Texas homies and chat it up at the Exis Center or somewhere around Big Tex or in the front there in front of the main entrance to the stadium. I'm actually a part of the group now that I feel like BK started a few years ago of wanting to see that game happen at night.
No. Oh my gosh. God, no.
6 o'clock. Yes, just hear me out, please. 6 o'clock in the evening. I know that everybody worries about how dangerous a neighborhood it is where you are. And it used to be, and there may still be elements, but it's also gentrifying in a lot of ways. Also, there's a freaking mezcal bar across the street from the Texas State Fair now. Of course, you also have to take into account how much people are going to be drinking.
That's the problem for me. Not so much the elements around the Cotton Bowl. It's everybody getting all day to get nice and lubed up. And
it's a tough element to get around, but people are also getting nice and lubed up before the 11 o'clock and 2:30 games too. And I think we've we've gone long enough without an incident. And by incident, I don't mean little Oklahoma kids giving the finger to Texas fans.
No,
but something much more heinous than that.
That's small potatoes.
Maybe we can take baby steps towards 6 or 7 o'clock. Maybe we can try a 4 o'clock next year or even this year.
You would cross into Iron Bowl territory. Like somebody would die. There's going to be a fatality if you play. There's going to be a fatality if you play that game at 6 o'clock. I'm just telling you.
Well, survival of the fittest, right?
I'll say this. I've been to high school games at night in the Cotton Bowl. That place at night is there's something that feels extra special about that place when football's being played at night.
It's electric.
But then you put the people in the stadium with the people in the fairgrounds. You're talking about what probably at any given time between 150 and 200,000 people, 2/3 of which are probably some level of inebriated. Yeah, that's a recipe for disaster. I mean, the levels of debauchery, I can't even wrap my head around.
We're just going to baby step it to 3:30, and then we're going to baby step it to 5. And then if nothing's wrong after a couple of years of 3:30 and 5, let's baby step it to 6:30.
Then you baby step your way into some guy beating 9 people to death with a steel dill while he's wearing a Bugs Bunny suit or something like that. I'm telling you, man, that's dude, Trey, those are elements I want no part of that. Like if that game gets played at night, that's probably the year I volunteered not to go to Texas OU to cover it. I'm like, I'll watch this one from the couch.
No, I'm calling BS on you on that one. You're going to be curious. You're going to have that bloodlust, like people slowing up for a car accident. You're not going to be able to help yourself. A free ticket, and you're enclosed too, so you're not even going to have to worry about all the violence happening in the stands.
I'll just wear my riot gear from the parking lot to the press box, take it off during the game, and then suit back up.
Just hang out in the car show center. Those like 3 buildings that have all the cars in.
Where nobody ever. I don't even know what the point of that deal is. There's some stuff happens at the state fair that I'm like, you know what, this has to be lucrative to some level. Otherwise, like, what is it doing here?
The only way it makes sense is when you can use it for the bathrooms, but unfortunately the secret is out in the bathrooms now. There is no good place to go to the bathroom in the state fair other than the press box, which I have to admit that I did sneak up to at one point because it was either press box or stairwell. And well, the Cotton Bowl stairwells already smell bad enough. So I snuck my way up into the press box, said hello to Keith Moreland of all people, and then ducked into the bathroom. It was nice. I'm jealous of you.
My wife and I and my daughter, we were in a stairwell when we were in New Orleans a couple of years ago in a building in downtown New Orleans, which we went up about a couple, not even a full flight of stairs, and decided, yeah, we're not going to go in this building. That smelled slightly worse than some of the stairwells I've smelled at the Cotton Bowl. It was in the neighborhood.
Well, yeah. I mean, now you're talking about stairwells in some place akin to Houston, right? With that humidity. And that humidity, it's sticky. And that stickiness, it contains smells. Sometimes good smells, but more often than not, bad smells.
Bad smells.
It starts molding over on top of that too.
I don't want. Yeah, Jake on the in the chat says, as a DFW resident, no, don't play that game at night. Telling you, man, that blood is on your hands, Trey. If that happens.
I will smear it on my face like war paint the very next year. Then when we move it back to 2:30, I think we can test this out.
Here's the deal. Here's kind of the. I always equate it to this scenario. This is like that episode of Family Guy where Peter asked Cleveland Joe and Quagmire, "Would you rather be a hobo or would you rather be Hitler 2 years before the end of World War II?" And you really have to judge that hypothetical. Would you rather be in attendance for a Texas OU game played at night in the Cotton Bowl, or the first game when it goes home and home? You're at the first game in Norman.
Oh, I would much rather be at the Cotton Bowl
at night than be in Norman at any time of day.
Yeah, I'm going to be really disappointed if it ever goes home and home. Like, I don't want that game to go to Jerry World unless it's the two teams playing for a Big 12 championship here in early December. But I would still rather Jerry World than it go home and home for a couple of years while renovating the Cotton Bowl or something.
I mean, as long as the city of Dallas has their you-know-what together, then it'll stay there. But
yeah, unfortunately, they have made concessions in some cases, literally, but they've made renovations to that stadium to keep it relevant too, because it's an old stadium. And if you stadium like that fall into disrepair, like what was happening going back, like 15 years before they made some of those renovations and created the bowl. I can never remember which end of the Cotton Bowl is north and south. I think they made the bowl in the north end where they made the upper deck, and they have more concessions there now too. Like that is a much.
Yeah, they've got the club level is on the south end. That's where that club level is.
It's the south end. Yeah. See, I can never get north and south of the Cotton Bowl right. I don't know what that is. I'm a good directional guy too, Jeff.
But it's the fact that it's fully enclosed. So like it's like you lose all sense of direction.
Well, I still remember when they put the it's not even like a jumbotron, but they put a bigger screen up to where you could finally watch replays. That had to have been one of the last major stadiums in the country to do that.
I know that the first major renovation was before the 2008 game. And then I want to say it was 2012, 13, somewhere around there where the screens and everything went up.
2012. Okay.
Yeah. And I thank you, Jake, for the part of the Cleveland asked in that hypothetical, Trey. Am I a red state hobo or a blue state hobo?
I mean, this is such a valid follow-up question, isn't it?
Yes. And as Peter said, blue, but Midwestern blue.
Oh, God. Writing that show is brilliant. Hey, how about the Texas Longhorns breaking Jalen Milroe in Alabama? Earlier that Milroe will not be starting for the Crimson Tide tomorrow against South Florida. No, not Ty Simpson, but Tyler Buckner will be the first guy out there for the Crimson Tide.
I wonder if there's a part of Nick Saban that just wants to say, F it, just roll the dice and just throw Eli Holstein out there. Because apparently if like folks at Bama 24/7 or whatever network you're a part of, whoever you read, you see some of those scrimmage reports and it's like, dude, Eli Holstein is legit. Like he's a real deal. I just don't think I don't think Nick Saban would throw a true freshman quarterback into the mix like that when he's got some established veterans in front of him. I am talking about the guy that put Tua Tagovailoa in the game at halftime of the national championship game, but
a guy who is also blowing up practice reports, by the way, that everybody behind the scenes is like, oh, it's only a matter of time before he comes in and dominates.
Yeah. I wonder at this point how much he would seriously think about going with Eli Holstein. Tyler Buckner probably, though, right now is a better fit for the kind of offense Alabama needs to be. Like, if you're not going to design a legit quarterback run game around Jalen Milroe, then what are you doing?
I was really surprised we did not see more zone reads last weekend. It seems like such an obvious thing to me.
Anything, Trey. It's like when my favorite stat in the game is Alabama on their first 6 carries ran for 65 yards. So in the first half, or I'm sorry, on their first 10 carries, the first quarter, they were 10 for 65. The rest of the game, 25 for 42. And it's like once Texas shut down the traditional run game and Alabama realized, okay, we can't just run it down their throats. It's like they had no backup plan other than just kind of let Jalen Milroe run around, play hero ball, and hope he makes something happen. There was no plan after that. So if you're not willing to go full scale quarterback runs, then yeah, Tyler Buckner probably is. Buckner strikes me, Trey, as the safest option.
I'm surprised they're going with Buckner over Simpson because Buckner was not very good in the same offense last year for Notre Dame.
Again, I think he's the safest option. You think, okay, maybe he's got to probably is a better off. It's hard to argue offensive lines. I mean, Notre Dame year in and year out has one of the better offensive lines in the country, but you look, the skill guys around him, they got a good group of running backs. Maybe you figure, okay, it's just the talent around him. He'll be fine. He'll run the offense the way Tommy Rees wants it run. But at the same time, if you're going to make a change, why not just go with Simpson? And again, it sounds like Nick Saban has no intentions of playing Eli Holstein, but I do wonder if this goes on a couple more weeks, you already you'd say that would be a panic move. You're already making a panic move, changing starting quarterbacks after 2 games.
Yep.
So,
losing against a team that looks like one of the best in the country too, by the way, whose defense is the best aspect of their roster.
Yeah, it's not like Alabama lost to a garbage team. I think that's the most disappointing thing to me that got lost in the shuffle this week is it was, and I think if you're a Texas fan, you take solace in this. From a national media standpoint, it wasn't so much, oh man, Texas might be a national championship caliber team. It's, okay, what's wrong with Alabama?
Mm-hmm.
And trying to just unwind that ball of yarn and figure out, okay, what is the core of the problem? That it's not like they're just suddenly bereft of talent or that Nick Saban's been lazy. They're not dealing with some of the same things like Clemson is right now, where a lot of their recruiting, the areas where they haven't recruited very well for years and years and years are now getting exposed. And we know Dabo Swinney hasn't been willing to use the transfer portal to his advantage. So some of those things have caught up with Clemson. That's why that dynasty looks like it's on the decline. Alabama's not dealing with that stuff. Alabama's still, to me, very much dealing with first world problems.
Greg McElroy earlier this week said on his podcast that he thinks the Alabama dynasty is over with. And I was reluctant to go there until I heard about this move today, because this move does reek of desperation to me. On top of the fact that it's not like if you get good quarterback play, all of a sudden all your problems are solved on offense, because there is a curious lack of playmakers on the outside, but there's also things happening with them on defense too. I realize injuries is a part of that, but this is a flawed football team right now.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, even though it would have been a great season for many programs, was a down year for Alabama too. And I feel like, I don't know if luck is the right word from a Longhorns perspective, but I'm still going to use it because I think it gets the point across. I think Texas was lucky last Saturday night when Alabama sustained a drive that was close to being a touchdown, although there was a penalty, legal lineman downfield, that turned into a field goal just before the half, because up to that drive, I think it was a no-brainer for Nick Saban to try somebody different at quarterback. But because he saw that little bit out of Jalen Milroe, and it was really one play if you think about it. He saw that one play. He thought that might provide a spark, and he wasn't totally wrong either. Alabama did gain a lead in the third quarter, but ultimately Jalen Milroe was part of the reason why Alabama lost the game by 10 points.
I'll just go ahead and throw this out there. If Jalen Milroe, if he is done at Alabama, Trey, like this was his shot and he's not going to get another one, Jalen Milroe to Texas State, go play a little quarterback for GJ Kinney right down the road.
Hell yes.
Take over for TJ Finley.
Jalen Milroe just needs the right guy calling plays for him. Like he's going to have to learn on the job. And BK and I talked about this earlier. It would honestly surprise me if I see him against South Florida, or maybe if you do, it's in mop-up time. Like at this point, if you're benching the guy and it was a 3-man race, you got to go Buckner than Simpson, don't you?
I would think so. That's why the move to Buckner, to me, it just screams to me that this is the safest option that they're going to go with. Because again, at least, and I guess to me, it's not so much on the quarterback now. It's all at the feet of Tommy Rees. Like Buckner's probably the guy that Tommy Rees says, this guy can run this offense the way I want it to function. All right. Then your offense we're talking about Alabama. We're talking about different standards than damn near everybody else in the country. All right. This offense better be good enough then to get this team to Atlanta, be playing for an SEC championship.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair statement. Did you watch Thursday Night Football last night? Eagles, Vikings,
you know what?
28?
I actually did. The TV behind me, all the TVs in my house were installed by Tom McKay and the fine folks at Audiovisual Consultations. Remember that, hey, I have Amazon Prime on this TV. So yeah, hooked it up and watched a little bit of that. There's some chatter about it on the flagship message board. Like, man, would any Texas fan have thought that in the year 2023, Jordan Hicks would still be a starting player in the NFL? I mean, we're not talking about little bitty injuries. We're talking about a torn groin and a ruptured Achilles in back-to-back years.
Yeah, didn't he play 6 seasons at Texas?
Or did he only end up playing 5?
You know what, Trey? He was there for 5, 10 through 14. Yeah.
Okay. And not just is he still in the league, dude. He was really productive last night.
Yeah, and there are times where, like, if they're in a situation where they're going to be in a sub package, with their nickel or dime package, and it's end of half or something, and they know the other offense is going tempo, they'll pull him out at that point.
Yeah.
Because that's just it's weird. It's weird when you see guys like Jordan Hicks before the injuries was just an uber athletic guy, but now at this point in his career, he's more of a C gap to C gap player. That's fine. He's really good at that. But the fact that he's a player of consequence in the NFL this deep into his career, it's like we talk about, the success stories like Jordan Shipley and Bo Scaife. The Hicks deal doesn't get talked about long enough. And honestly, I know it's in the CFL, but like the fact that in the year 2023, Jackson Jeffcoat still played professional football, considering the pec tear and the history of back injuries he had, like he's carved out a nice career for himself in Canada.
Yeah, good for both of those guys. By the way, how amusing is it that the Minnesota Vikings are already showing themselves as a colossal shit show? Fun team to watch on offense, but my goodness, guys, you can't keep turning the ball over 3 to 4 times per game and expect to win against anybody, but certainly against the Philadelphia Eagles.
Man, I think I've asked you this. Did you get to watch The Quarterback on Netflix yet?
I have not seen it just yet. I want to, though. It's on the agenda at some point over the next couple weeks.
Man, I was completely indifferent to Kirk Cousins. I couldn't say I liked Kirk Cousins or I hated Kirk Cousins or I thought Kirk Cousins was a bum or underrated. I know Kirk Cousins was a nondescript quarterback. I really like Kirk Cousins after watching that documentary. He came off looking just I think to me, it's just the fact that he's a guy that just eats, breathes, and sleeps ball. He's a family man. The way he'll, interact with fans, like he's signing autographs in the parking lot for fans that are standing out in the snow after they lose the wild card game to the Giants. Just seems like a personable dude, just a good dude to be around. I don't know, man. It just painted Kirk Cousins in a light that there's no way I would have ever seen him in that light if it hadn't been for that show.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Marcus Mariota, decent dude.
Not so good for Marcus Mariota as
No?
the quarterback rolls on. I didn't come away with a good feeling about him.
Like just too Hawaiian or what?
A little flaky. I mean, when you quit on your team before the end of the year, you go Operation Shutdown, and they do get into that, by the way. Doesn't look so good. And then Patrick Mahomes, the fact that he's as successful as he is with his degenerate brother and his wife, who that's a whole different ball of wax right there. That is called success in spite of those around you.
Yeah. Yeah, especially his scumbag brother. The wife seems like, I don't know if somebody's gotten to her. It seems like she's calmed down a little bit. At least persona.
If Brittany Mahomes was your friend, you'd say she's a lot. The kind of person that you definitely have to be around them in doses. You've had friends like that, Trey, over the years, right? Where I like you, but I have to take you in doses.
Yeah.
Like I can't hang out with you like for a weekend. Otherwise you'll either come close to killing me or I'll want to strangle you at the end of the weekend. It's going to be one or the other.
Yeah. There's a scientific term for that type of person, Jeff. Ass whoop, I believe is what it's called.
Yes. That's how I
would
describe.
By the way, for anybody wondering, you saying too Hawaiian, that probably didn't sound very good. What I meant by that is very much on island time and has a very surfer bro attitude.
Yeah.
I wasn't talking about he was being hunted down by Dog the Bounty Hunter or anything.
Did you ever see the South Park where Cartman was Dog the Bounty Hunter when he was the hallway monitor?
Yes.
It's a great South Park episode.
South Park, another one of those shows that keeps chugging along. I don't know which show is still better at this point. I guess you could throw The Simpsons in there too, but
yeah,
South Park or Family Guy. South Park probably still has it a little bit more.
The fact that South Park typically nails social commentaries, regardless of what side of the political aisle you're on, I go South Park. it was the election year where they were having the school election and they were trying to decide between, what was it? Dirty douche or turd sandwich. Well, I don't want to vote for either of them.
That's good comedy, though.
That's great.
Get political, but if you're going to get political in a comedic sort of way.
Yeah.
And that's fun at both sides.
Just thinking about Cartman, his dog, the bounty hunter. Show me your hall pass. It's right here. All right, go with Christ. Oh, it's awesome.
Gosh. So the rest of this NFL weekend, if you're comparing college to NFL, the NFL has a much better slate going on. Let's start with the Dallas Cowboys.
You say that real quick. You say that.
Yeah.
Every year, the first time we get to one of these weekends, and we're like, well, it's not that great of a slate. That's usually the weekend all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, we get some upsets. So that's what I'm hoping for right now. And here in a little bit, let's maybe talk about the greatest upset potential on the college slate. But as far as the NFL games are concerned, boy, poor New York Jets. Starts out with you losing Aaron Rodgers 4 plays, into his Jets career. Had successful surgery yesterday. Congratulations on that. It was never a guarantee that Aaron Rodgers wasn't just going to try and take some South American roots to heal his ruptured Achilles. He went with Western medicine this time, so we'll see what that protocol is going forward.
Rub some guano on that thing. Rub some guano on that thing.
Look, I mean, that shit has magical healing powers, Jeff. Don't you know? But now they have to go and face this ridiculous Dallas Cowboys defense with Zach Wilson as their quarterback. I'm expecting an ugly one between Dallas and New York.
So they're rolling with Zach Wilson. That's the plan, right? That's the plan.
Do they have a backup plan?
That's Zach Wilson's probably the best bad idea they have right now. When you lose Aaron Rodgers in the first quarter for the rest of the season, your quarterback situation officially, you go to the Argo plan. What's the best bad idea we have?
Yeah.
Jacoby Brissett's name has been thrown out there. Colt McCoy doesn't have a job. Matt Ryan's doing some work for CBS. Please no more Matt Ryan in the NFL. As much as we talk about the NFL being better with Aaron Rodgers quarterbacking a team, the NFL is better off without Matt Ryan quarterbacking a team. You remember that year the Dolphins signed, I forgot, maybe it was one of the years Tannehill got hurt early, and they had signed Jay Cutler, like Cutler had retired, and then they signed him like 2 weeks into the season, and he's just sitting at that press conference wearing that polo, and he just has that look on his face like, I would rather be anywhere in the world but here right now. Like, he would rather be mopping the floors at a peep show than sitting on a dais getting introduced as the new Dolphins quarterback. Like, he had zero interest. Because that was a call where the wife's like, they're going to pay you a couple $10 million. Yeah, you're getting off the couch and going. When just wanted to drink beer and play Nintendo for a little bit. Like,
I'll give you his exact, I'll give you his exact response when she said that to him. Kristen Cavallari said that to him. Say it again in Kristen Cavallari's voice, please.
What was it? About the
what Jay Cutler needs to get up off his ass to go play football.
They're giving you tens of millions of dollars. Yes, you're getting off the couch and going to play. Fine. Like when my wife asked me to clean out the litter box for the cat.
So one of the greater joys of covering Chicago sports for WGN for about 6 years, yes, drink up, I did live in Chicago at a certain point in time, was the Jay Cutler era in Chicago, which included him getting hurt, unfortunately, in a playoff game where they had a pretty good chance to beat the Green Bay Packers. I feel like that game was in Chicago too. But also when they paid Jay Cutler more than anybody else in the National Football League, and he subsequently led the league in interceptions, and the look on his face never changed the entire season. He was still DGAF Jay Cutler. It's where the smoking Jay Cutler memes came from. And Bears fans had no choice but to try and stick with this guy. And it's like, oh my gosh, you can see just how mopey he is and how that body language has a negative reaction on the rest of that roster too. It's crazy.
Was that an NFC Championship game where he got hurt?
I feel like, yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was against the Packers at Soldier Field, right? I think that was an NFC Championship game.
Yeah, and the Bears, I mean, obviously the game is in Chicago, so they had a chance to win that one. That was one of the few times I've seen Bear fans feeling like quasi-confident about going up against the Packers.
Dude, If you look up resting bitch face in the dictionary, there's Jay Cutler right there. Am I wrong? Like, seriously.
No, you're right.
It's the world's worst. It's the world's worst case of RBF.
Dude, there were some terrible stories floating around Chicago about him too. Like Scottie Pippen has the reputation, no tipping Pippen around Chicago. Everybody knows about that one at this point. Jay was not a treat to deal with when he is out and about. And there's stories of fans like trying to say what's up to him and Jay Cutler just being a colossal douchebag in return versus somebody who shows an ounce of humility and says, thanks for being a fan.
It's weird how when the pop culture world and the sports world collide, like my wife watched The Hills and Laguna Beach and all that stuff because it was like when she was like late in high school, early in college. And she was like, yeah, she's like, Kristen got married to some guy. I'm like, yeah, Jay Cutler, he's okay. She's like, how do you know that? I'm like, because I follow football. Like, I couldn't tell you who she is. I couldn't pick her out in the lineup, but I know she's married to Jay Cutler. But they're no longer married, I don't think, right? Aren't they divorced?
No, she filed for divorce and is like, Jay Cutler is a complete deadbeat. I don't want to be around the guy. Like, he retired from football and all he wanted to do is like sit around the house. And
I'm telling you, he just wanted to hang out and have some ale and play Nintendo. Like, that's what he wanted to do for the rest of his life, which if I had that kind of bankroll, I might do the same.
I know it's hard to blame the guys. Like, I've made tens of millions of dollars here, so I literally don't have to work for the rest of my life.
Jay, you've got $40 million in the bank. What do you want to do? I'll tell you exactly what I want to do. I want to wake up when I want to. I want to drink beer all day, play a little Nintendo, hit some golf balls, polish the bishop every now and then, and just leave me alone. Just let me live my life.
He's a part of a studio show now, I believe, isn't he?
If he is, then I've got to watch it because I want to see TV Jay Cutler, what that looks like.
Well, he was hamming it up because he was a part of a reality show with Cavallari, and apparently, like, he was one of the few highlights of that show. Like, he was willing to ham it up a little bit more and show a personality that nobody in Chicago, Denver, or Nashville when he was at Vanderbilt thought was in the guy.
Let's see. What is Jay Cutler doing now?
Just douching around somewhere.
Yeah. I'll find it in a second.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it either.
Not to hell with it. All right. Anyway, it's enough Jay Cutler talk on the show today.
Yeah. Poor Houston Texans, Jeff. You figure if you're a Texans fan at the start of the season that you might have a chance against Indianapolis because they're also at a pretty low point as a franchise. Yet here we are 2 weeks into the season. Your offensive line is a complete mess. One of your starters already out for the year, a guy you spent a first-round draft pick on in the last couple of years. And that defense also not very good right now and banged up to boot. I guess Houston could win this one, but for Texans fans' sake, I hope that they lose because even though you don't have that first-round draft pick, you'll get better draft picks in the subsequent rounds.
Man, D'Amico Ryans must have really wanted this job. I know there's only 32 of them, but this one you knew was going to be, it was going to take some work. Which I'll tell you this, of the young quarterbacks that got taken in the draft this year, I think I'm going to follow Anthony Richardson probably more than Bryce Young or CJ Stroud because Anthony Richardson had the classic boomer bust factor. I'm like, this dude is either going to an extent, reinvent the position, or he's going to be drinking beer and playing Nintendo with Jay Cutler in 2 years. Like, seriously, to me, Anthony Richardson to me is never going to be like an okay quarterback. It's either going to be one or the other, which makes those guys fascinating to see how it turns out.
Yeah, he definitely needs to learn to slide. He was taking way too many shots in that first week, and he ended up injured at the end of the game as a result. I watched him enough at Florida last year that I'm suspect that he's going to develop enough as a passer.
I don't think he is
to truly be a good starter in this league. Thought the Colts really reached to get him in the top 5 like they did, and they're going to end up regretting it in a couple of years.
He got into the Kyle Bowler, Jeff George trap, which was, and Trey, I think I've talked to you about this. The one thing that I loathe more than anything during draft time when you're talking about quarterbacks. Hey, man, this guy can get on one knee from the 50-yard line and throw it through the uprights. When do you ever do that in a game? How in any way is that skill applicable to what happens during an actual football game? It's not.
Look, I can count 5 times in his short NFL career where Jamarcus Russell threw a ball 90 yards from his butt all the way to the other end zone.
Jamarcus Russell probably drank more cups of lean than he threw touchdowns in his career while he was an active NFL player, which I believe he has since admitted.
There is a strong likelihood of that. Yeah, it's the Greg Oden strategy, right? Where Greg Oden becomes a serious alcoholic during his time with Portland. Now, he was injured a lot.
Yeah.
We had a lot of free time to do with what he wanted. And unfortunately for Blazers fans, he turned that into drinky drink time.
Dude, when you're playing quarterback in the NFL is hard enough. If your leisure activities while you're trying to do it include lean just casually, you're up shit creek without a paddle, man. That's just bad business.
I don't know enough about that drug other than its impact on Houston area rap.
Yeah.
Screw. But I tend to agree with you. That point of moderation for something like that, it's a pretty tiny one.
Who was the Aggie that got busted for lean? Was it Johnny Jolly?
I don't remember that.
No, I'll go to the Google machine. I'm pretty sure it was Johnny Jolly. Johnny Jolly, who also, by the way, in the 77-0 game, Trey, you remember that when OU beat A&M 77-0? He was the guy that Keywan Jones was trying to fall down towards the goal line late in that game because Bob Stoops was giving him one of these, like, fall down, just fall down. And Johnny Jolly celebrated the tackle.
Well, that's a very Aggie moment, isn't it? Bob Stoops, they could have scored 100 that day easily. They started running.
I've got a
play in the third quarter.
Oh, this was from 2011. Johnny Jolly back in 2011 was sentenced to 6 years in prison for violating his parole due to possession of codeine syrup, or as it is known on the streets, purple drink,
aka scissor up.
Yes. So there, it's rough, man. It's rough.
And be careful about those drugs, kids. Baltimore at Cincinnati. Ravens beat the Texans last week, which means next to nothing. Cincinnati was putrid against the Cleveland Browns. Joe Burrow throws for somewhere in the 80s yardage-wise. Looks like a guy who really didn't participate in fall camp. Then again, he very rarely plays well against the Cleveland Browns, and I, for one, expect a bounce back out of Cincinnati this weekend.
Yeah, they're too good to be as bad as they were against Cleveland. The thing, I watched a little bit of that game. I mean, the fact that the Browns just straight up just punked them, just punched them in the mouth, and they didn't respond. Like, not that they had a bad response. It's almost like they just folded, is what it looked like to me, the parts of that game that I watched. So yeah, I would expect the Browns. I have no idea. I can't make heads or tails of the Ravens based on what they did against Houston. But again, the parts of that game I watched, man, it sucks that J.K. Dobbins just cannot catch a break. You know, had the injury as a rookie, then he comes back, and it looks like, and maybe he could have a big year this year. And then the Achilles, just I hate it because I know you hear this a lot, Trey. Us guys that cover recruiting or have been around recruits, like, oh, he's such a good. No, like, you go around, like, I spent a day in LaGrange with J.K. Dobbins at one time, like a genuinely good kid, like just a good dude to be around. Nobody, the kind of kid that, like, the people that could say something bad about him, like, you know, the trainers or, you know, the people that, you know, custodians or whatever, like, everybody has something good to say about J.K. Dobbins. So I that's my big takeaway from the Ravens so far. I just feel so bad for that guy.
Yeah, I wish JK could have or can catch a break at some point. Another serious injury like this, you wonder just how much longer his shelf life is in this league. But I've heard from you now and other people too that JK was just a world-class individual.
Mm-hmm.
And when he was healthy, he was special as a running back too. I mean, he showed it by getting into the end zone once last weekend, obviously. before that unfortunate injury.
But this goes back to the Jordan Hicks deal. Like, the fact that Deontay Foreman is still cashing an NFL paycheck after basically the Texans left him for dead after his Achilles injury. Running backs aren't supposed to come back from that kind of stuff. You're done at that point. And the fact that he's been, I know the Titans loved him because the year that, I think it was the year they made the AFC Championship game when Derrick Henry got hurt and missed like 2-3 games late in that year. Like, Deontay Foreman had a couple 100-yard games for them.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
He didn't miss a beat.
Yeah. He's been, he's with the Bears now. So he was with the Panthers last year. I mean, everywhere he's been, pretty much since he's been in Houston, has really liked him.
Yeah, he was productive for the Panthers too. That's not all that surprising to me. Just remembering watching him at Texas and how he was so good at finding just the tiniest crease where a hole was supposed to be and slipping through that and then turning on the afterburners. That was the most impressive thing about that guy is he could not only make himself small, but he has a speed that really took a lot of people by surprise when they saw how big he was.
Yeah, one of the rarest blends of speed, legit speed and power that you'll see at that position of the guys that played at Texas. I mean, when I think speed and power, Ricky is at the top of the list.
Yeah.
Because very few college running backs, period, have had that speed power combo like he has. And I'm not talking about like how fast the guy would run a 40. I'm talking about like, you look at Deontay Foreman, the number of 60, 70, 80-yard runs that he had in his career when you're pulling away from defensive backs in the open field, like you can run. I don't care what your 40 time is. Your long speed is good. I don't know that the long speed is there. Probably not like it used to be, but the thump is still there. And like you said, that ability to make yourself skinny in the hole and maximize runs is still there. So maybe there is hope for JK because Deontay Foreman's one of those guys that should not be playing still as long as he's been playing.
Yeah, Derrick Henry, obviously another one of those guys too. Where do you think Deontay Foreman ranks? I guess we can go with that single season. He was good the year before too. Where do you think he ranks amongst all-time Longhorn running backs? Top 5? Definitely top 10, but top 5?
Because you'd have to go, but there's some old school guys that you'd have to throw in there just because of their importance to the program. Like the numbers might not be there at this point. Like a guy like Chris Gilbert, I think he'd have to be in any top 5 you're doing.
Roosevelt, maybe.
My late father left this mortal earth, and we had knockdown, drag out arguments about my dad swore Roosevelt Leaks was the best Texas running back he ever saw.
After Ricky Williams had played here?
Over Ricky, over Earl, he thought Roosevelt Leaks was absolutely the best Texas running back he ever saw. It's kind of like Oklahoma fans, but it's a better version of how some Oklahoma fans feel about Marcus Dupree. Like he was great. He was the best, the best ever, the most talented guy or whatever. Just didn't work out.
Did you just compare your dad to an Oklahoma fan?
God, something bad's gonna happen to me because from the afterlife, he's gonna do something to me here sooner or later. If I get diarrhea tonight or something, then we'll know why. Not to go back to diarrhea plane, but you never want to wish like if somebody cuts you off in traffic or is just like an asshole to you at the grocery store. I don't like people wish, I wish that guy, got herpes or whatever. No, I just wish a good case of diarrhea on somebody that does that because you're going to recover from it. But as we saw with diarrhea plane, there's a chance it could hit you at the most inopportune time.
Yeah, but then other people have to suffer.
Yeah, but if you're seeing somebody that, they're at Whole Foods checking it out and all of a sudden you realize they've got, they're loading up on the trouser chili, then that's an unfortunate day. And you'll probably scoff at that person. You'll have a nice story to tell. You'll be the butt of the joke.
Oh, but all right. I'm surprised that story has kind of gone away. Like we found out a few more details over the subsequent 2 or 3 days, and then it completely vanished. Like somebody has to have more substantial cell phone video of this incident.
See, that's what separates us.
The person that it happened to, the embarrassment.
That's what separates us at Texas Sports Unfiltered, Trey, from all other media entities. People want the feces stories to go away as quickly as possible. We're doing our best to keep them alive, keep them in your conscience.
Look, I understand. Gross. I do. Sour, rancid, like poop is already terrible smelling, but for it to be as sour and rancid as it had to have been to be leaking out like that is vile. But I have genuine questions.
Oh, I do too.
I don't feel like the asking for those answers is all that far-fetched. We need to know these things. Was it some sort of terrible stomach virus that is now starting to affect?
I think you brought it up. Was it or was it a colostomy bag that leaked?
That's a possibility. Did she pray to her almighty Aaron Rodgers and take some ayahuasca before the flight? She was just having a serious psychedelic experience. We need to know these things, Jeff.
Keep doo-doo stories in the news cycle. Somebody get me a red hat that says that. And you think I could fit all that on a hat? Keep doo-doo stories in the news cycle. Like Dewskate at the old radio station. I'm keeping Dewskate alive. Like, people need to know. People need to know about Dewskate. People need to know about the bathroom bandit at my previous employer, who always sometime between the hours of like 9:30 and probably, let's say, 10:45 would go in that bathroom and just obliterate it to a level that you can't even imagine. When you feel like you've got to wear a hazmat suit to go take a leak, it's bad.
I'll crack the case for that one, Sherlock. I guess I'm Sherlock in this situation here. I will crack that case for you real fast. The culprit is Bob Cole.
I cannot confirm nor deny.
Look, as bad as the smells were, it wasn't even as quarter as horrifying as the sounds.
I never heard sounds, but the smell was like, seriously, I'm talking the FBI and Homeland Security should have put you on a terrorist watch list for what you did in that bathroom. That's how bad it was. No, I'm serious, man.
Yeah, no, it was terrible. And there was also some DNA left at the scene of the crime, if you will, oftentimes.
Oh, God.
I'm telling you, dude, the sounds, it's like the screams of children at night who are plummeting off of a bridge on a school bus or something.
It's not like it was during the snowpocalypse where, according to Snoop, and I kind of put words in his mouth, where they were like, the plumbing was out, so there was like just pancakes stacked in the bathroom.
How are you not going into the woods for that? What sort of person is just deciding that it's just a good place to go ahead and continue doing that business, even when the toilets don't work?
I don't know, man. That's just all kinds of wrong. Yes, CB, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Dewskate, Bucky and the dog turd. Bucky didn't smell that dog turd his whole shift.
Jeff, how old is your daughter now?
5.
Okay, so I have a 7 and 9-year-old at home. Just turned 7 and turning 9 tomorrow, as a matter of fact. So happy early birthday to Vivian. Apparently, this is the year at school that my kids are going to really start getting in trouble. Already had an incident report with my son a couple weeks ago.
Oh, for what?
He was being a little comedian with his classmates, and they were playing around, and he pulled his shorts down. His underwear stayed up, but he pulled his shorts down and did the quasi mooning. So he showed his butt through his underoos, his Pikachu underoos. Well, his classmates laughed, but a teacher saw it, and so we got a stern talking to from the vice principal. So we find out about this report.
You got a strongly worded email.
Strongly worded email, and they have the kids. I actually like this idea. They have the kids write what happened, and the teacher can either help them correct their version of events because it's greatly mistaken, or they can sign off and say, yeah, this is what happened here. And so had the incident report that he wrote up himself and was signed by his teacher. And so when he tells me this story, I'm asking him what's happening. And I'm like, all right, did you pull your underwear down too? And like you mooned him? He's like, no, my underwear stayed up. I said, all right. Did your classmates laugh? Yeah. Okay. Well, here's the deal, son. When you take chances in comedy, you have to understand your audience, not just the audience in front of you, but everybody else who may be around you as well. You kind of screwed up there, because if you're going to do that in front of a teacher, you're going to hear about it. You're going to get in trouble. So I appreciate the effort. I compliment you on the effort, while also hoping that you understand that lesson going forward. So that was a couple weeks ago. Yesterday, go pick the daughter up, or son and daughter up from school. And as we're walking away towards our car, my daughter says, I got in trouble at school today. And I said, oh yeah, what happened? She said, I want to talk about it. We can talk in the car. All right. Get in the car. My wife was with us yesterday, so she was driving, and all of a sudden this blue piece of paper is in front of my face. So I grab it. I'm like, what's this? My incident report, Dad. Okay. So let me read the incident report. Read the incident report. I'm like, all right, so what happened? She said, well, I was just standing in line. We were about to go to PE or something. And I was just standing there in line, not doing anything, not talking to anybody. And then this guy, Ben, who she's friends with, she's been to his birthday party before. He just came up and slapped me in the face. And so in return, I gave him the finger, and then I got in his face and started threatening him. And so this is what it says on this blue piece of paper that's been signed by the teacher. Ben hit me in the face, so I flicked him off, or I flipped him the bird is what she wrote, and I got in his face. And I said, so this is exactly what happened. If I were to ask your teacher, she would confirm this. He's like, yes. Or she's like, yes. I said, you know what? I can't get mad at you for this. You defended yourself, and shame on him for hitting a girl in the face, especially, I mean, regardless, but you weren't even saying anything to him beforehand. He was just a little asshole there. So good job on defending yourself. So my kids are getting in trouble, but I can't scold them or punish them any further because I don't feel like they were necessarily in that sort of some great wrong.
Specifically your daughter. That's like the incident report just be like, you know, we don't flip people off, but because your daughter's at that age where, unfortunately, as a girl dad, you're gradually going to have to start being more conscious of things like that. Trust me, I'm 6-7 years away from having to deal with the same thing. Your son, though, I thought you were going to say pulled his junk out, which I was be like, yeah, I can't do that. That's your son's is the one that I would really be willing to overlook. Like
that was
pretty harmless.
That was a saving grace in that story, because if he pulled his underwear down also, it would have been a very different conversation. But I'm like, he's naturally a funny kid. You're going to be shocked about this, Jeff. Both kids have a good sense of sarcasm and irony already in their young lives.
I can't imagine that.
Because of who their dad is. So he is fun. He's hilarious. Like, he cracks me up sometimes, and I hear him making his friends laugh. So he was just being a little 7-year-old goofball and pulled his pants down and showed his underwear, and everybody had a laugh about it except for his teacher, who told the vice principal, and then came and talked to him.
So the teacher just couldn't handle it herself. She had to go to I'm assuming the teacher's a woman.
Yes. Yeah. His teacher is a woman.
Okay.
And so it's one of those things where it's like, she probably deep down was laughing about it also, but she's like, this is inappropriate. You can't pull your pants down at school, because right now you pull your pants down, your underwear is up. And if we see it and we let it happen again, then all of a sudden the next time you're pulling your pants down and the underwear is coming down too, and you're showing your butt. And then the next time after that, again, you're showing your junk, you know?
That's what I was gonna say. That's why the teacher probably had to go to the vice principal, because if she kind of blows it off and handles it herself, and then one of the other kids goes home, and then by the time the story gets told, then it was, your kid dropped trow just completely in class and was flashing everybody. And then you and your wife have to go up there, and everybody's got to explain themselves, and no, this is what really happened. So yeah, I thought going to the vice principal might be overreacting, but you know what? She probably saved you and your wife and a lot of other people a headache by just take care of it and let's move on.
Head it off at the pass. Let me have that conversation with him. Okay, there's funny stuff that you're going to do with your friends if any adults are around. We tell them this with cussing, by the way. Parent of the Year material, I understand, but we tell them we don't necessarily have a problem with you using a word, but you better understand the context that you're using it, and understand that there are certain words that are going to get you in a lot of trouble, regardless of the context around certain people. So if my kids, and sometimes they say the F word around me, sometimes they'll say shit, or they'll cuss because something bad happens in the Texas game, and I chuckle. There's also been a couple of situations where they've said these words in front of their grandmothers. That does not turn out well for them.
Yeah. My daughter, my 5-year-old, has already dropped an S-bomb. It was one of those moments where it was almost like an out-of-body experience. Like the first time your kid drops a cuss word, you're like, did you really just say that? That's where I learned the hard way that now, like 5 is usually the age where they hear you say something and then they have no compunction whatsoever about repeating it themselves, just casually. So yeah, I gotta watch my mouth.
What was the context of her saying shit?
I think it was just, oh shit.
Oh, so she used proper context.
Yeah, because that's one of my favorite phrases, and I'll say it for stuff that doesn't really need to be like, you know, I go to the fridge and the tea pitcher's empty. Oh shit, I gotta make more tea. Innocuous stuff that doesn't really need to have a cuss word attached to it, Trey.
I've told this story more than once now. Again, Father of the Year material right here, Jeff. The first cuss word that my daughter used, good for your daughter for making it to 5. My daughter was 3, and the cuss word she used was the F word. We were getting in the car. It was on July 4th, 2017. So she was literally 2 months shy of 3. We're getting in the car, loading up to go to a July 4th party. And it's me and her at first. So I get her in her seat, and then I get in the front seat. It's, you know, it's a typical July day in Texas. So it's hot and bright outside. So I put my sunglasses on. She says, Daddy, can you please give me my sunglasses? Sure, Vivi. Why do you need your sunglasses right now? Because of the fucking sun. Excuse me? I said, what did you just say? She said, can I please? She's just the sweetest little almost 3-year-old. Can I please have my sunglasses? Yeah, what did you say after that, sweetie? Because of the fucking sun. Here's your sunglasses, sweetheart. Congratulations. You understand how to use that cuss word correctly.
Oh man, my daughter's awesome. Just she'll do something and it probably shows how much I get out at this point in my life. My daughter's the funniest person I'm around all day. Like every day, she's the funniest person I'm around. It's awesome.
Unintentionally at times, is it ever intentional?
Very. I'd say it's probably 70-30 unintentional to intentional.
Hey, that's a good percentage for 5.
Yeah. So it's awesome, man. Somebody mentioned they were on the women's basketball forum on Horns fans promoting the show, so don't scare the ladies off. My daughter, I don't know what it is, Trey. There's some sports like football. Football's neither here nor there for her. She loves basketball. So I've already made a plan. We'll go check out Vic Schaefer's team and I'll take her to some basketball games. Hey, can I answer this question about our former employer real quick? I don't know if this is if this is cool or not. It just says, are you on speaking terms with the guys that were left behind?
Oh yeah, sure.
I still do the Longhorn Blitz podcast with Rod. So yes, Rod and I are friends. So we're definitely on speaking terms. I had no problem with Ty. I don't talk. Ty's way younger than me. We didn't have a ton in common. I don't have a problem with Ty. I haven't really talked to him. And then I see Bob Cole because he still does PA for Texas football. So like we'll just pass each other and say hi. So that's about it. I don't hold any ill will toward anybody over there. It's just there's just some stories now that needs to be told now that I no longer have to worry about retribution.
Yeah, there's like a book or a booklet that needs to be written at some point about that place. I'm good with most of the folks that are still over there now too, but I'm better with a lot of the people who are no longer there.
And no, I'm pretty sure the pancake stack or anything that happened in the bathroom was not why we were off the air for a couple of days with landlord issues.
Oh no, that goes much deeper than a pancake stack. Much.
Again, with the pancake stack, that was me putting words in Snoop's mouth. I don't know if it really was, but I like to envision that it just kind of stacked up.
Okay. Speaking of pancake stacks and random piles of poo, there is a homeless shanty in Denver that is drawing some national attention that I need to let you and the people know about, Jeff. Let me see if I can get the share screen going here. All right, do that and that and that. All right, here we go. You see that?
Wow.
Okay, so this place is located in Denver, Colorado, which is underrated in terms of spots that have really allowed homelessness to overrun the general population. Everybody talks about San Francisco, understandably, Portland, Seattle. Denver has a serious issue with homelessness right now, but credit to the hobo responsible
That
for this
is
shanty on the corner of 23rd and Champa. It is a pop-up speakeasy. Can you see the bottles on
dude? That is
on the table here, Jeff?
I do. That is legit, man. Like that looks like a happening place to be, man.
It is literally an open bar with sales of alcohol happening. And despite the fact that there have been numerous complaints about this encampment blocking a sidewalk, the encampment remains. And not only is it serving as a sort of hobo speakeasy, it's a hobo brothel too.
Oh, no way.
Whoever this genius is, somebody needs to get this guy and put them in charge of their business and hope for the best. But this guy has not only set up a hobo speakeasy, but apparently he also has couches at this little sidewalk bar, like around the tent. Ooh, let me see. I think there's a picture for this one. So there's a couch right here, and there were other tents set up right around it that can be rented for prostitution. That's right, being rented out for prostitution. So it's a speakeasy / brothel, which I guess if you have a brothel, you probably do have a speakeasy as well.
I was down with the bar concept. That is legit. That's making use of resources right there. Gonna have to draw the line at the brothel because that's got to be some kind of sanitary issue, right? Like, let's
say living homeless on the street is a pretty big sanitary issue too.
Well, here's my question. It's not a concern or a knock. It's a legit question. What form of currency is used in these transactions? Because liquor costs money. I mean, you gotta be putting some money back into the business, right?
It's a combination of things. Sometimes it is money. Sometimes it's the rock. Catch my drift.
Like a nice barter agreement where like maybe here's some like jail currency, like here's 2 cartons of cigarettes or something.
I was just about to say cigarettes sometimes do serve as a currency.
Okay.
And then sometimes it's like trade for skill, you know?
Like food probably is a currency, I would imagine.
No, food is a waste of time. I'm
Really?
talking about a skill like the ability to get a shopping cart up and running again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Somebody who is not just highly literate, but also has really good all caps handwriting.
Okay. I don't know why that tickled me, but
Did you see that Lincoln Riley claimed that people tried to break into his house after he left for USC?
Yeah.
It sounds legit because I wouldn't put that past Sooners fans, but people have done some digging through police reports where Lincoln used to live, and they're coming up empty with any sort of police reports that suggest that Lincoln Riley had his house broken into.
You know, OU fans don't refer to Lincoln Riley as Lincoln Riley.
What do they refer to him as now?
TBOW. That bitch out west.
Oh. I was going to Tebow. I'm like, Tebow? They don't like him. I don't blame them either, by the way.
It is.
I'm happy he's no longer there because he continued carrying that mantle of dominance, at least Big 12 dominance that Bob Stoops started before him. But I completely understand why they feel scorned or spurned.
Yeah. That was a nice swerve there because he's like, no, I'm not going to be the head coach at LSU. Nobody said anything about USC.
Where are you with Brent Venables in year 2? Oklahoma 2-0 right now. They kicked the crap out of Arkansas State in week 1. And we're okay against SMU last week. I think they did officially cover, but it certainly wasn't a pretty affair, especially on offense.
I just wonder when they get into Big 12 play, like their defensive personnel can't be massively upgraded from where it was last year. I know they added some pieces to the portal, but it's hard for me to envision you go from, well, I mean, Texas did it. You go from having a defense that was maybe the worst in the conference to a defense good enough to win you a conference championship in a year. I just don't know if their personnel's that good. And it's one of those deals, Trey, like Venables is going to run his stuff. Like I've talked to people close to that program. He wasn't going to sacrifice short-term success if it meant not properly installing his defense the way he wanted it installed. So that way by year 3, year 4, it's up and running full speed and everybody knows it and it's second nature to everybody. So I don't know how that translates to wins this season. Also, like you said, their offense, I mean, it wasn't that impressive against SMU. And man, I guess they kind of put out that fire at the beginning of the week, but coming off of a 6-7 season, I would imagine the last thing Brent Venables wanted to deal with was being asked after a win, hey, why was Art Briles on your field wearing your gear?
Jeff Lebby had to have known that was not a good idea.
But you know, Trey, that's been the thing with that staff is there have been countless things since all that came out where you had to know you were going to get blowback for that. You had to know that was a bad look. You had to know. Well, either you're a bad guy or you're an idiot. One or the other.
Yeah,
you can't plead ignorance.
Here's the problem for me with that one. Like I understand who and what Art Briles is in the public, especially, but to Jeff Lebby, he is more than that guy because he is family, and he is a guy that Jeff Lebby sees playing with his grandkids,
right?
Probably not being as colossal a piece of shit as Art Briles had proven himself to be through Texas high school football and college football over the course of decades. And now a guy who can't buy himself a job because of what happened at the end of his Baylor tenure. And I don't feel sorry for him for that at all. I might consider feeling a little bit of sympathy as soon as he begins to own up to what he did or did not do the last couple of years that he was his Baylor. But for Jeff Lebby, it is also the grandfather to his kids. And so he probably sees a different side to Art. And so on the one hand, it's like you want to show love to a family member because he was there as part of like just a larger gathering with family.
Mm-hmm.
That Art is Art and he was in Sooners gear. Yeah, you had to have known that was going to be a bad look.
And it doesn't sound like either of his bosses knew that was going to happen, which if I'm Joe Castiglione, a heads up would be appreciated.
Yeah.
If I'm Brent Venables, a heads up would be appreciated.
Yeah.
But that's, like I said, we're talking about OU, like, can they compete for conference championship? That's got to be the last thing that Brent Venables wanted to be dealing with right now.
Yeah, it's one of those lying by omission sorts of deals. Like, you didn't think that this was a big enough thing for you to give us a forewarning here, for you to tell us about, to run it by us, to see if there's a way to do this that doesn't end up with egg on our face.
That would be like your wife has told you, look, I would really appreciate it if you didn't talk to this ex-girlfriend now that we're married. And then she finds your phone and you're just carrying on, lengthy text conversations, nothing nefarious, just like, oh, I didn't know you meant not talk at all. I didn't know that was good. What did you think was going to happen?
Yeah.
That's a mixed up analogy on my part, but you can't plead ignorance. Can't plead ignorance.
I'm really surprised Art Briles is allowed to coach high school kids again. Obviously, that has come to an end. I wonder if this.
I'm not. Have you been to some of these school board? Have you ever been to a school board meeting, Trey? Or been to small town Texas?
No.
East Texas or Central Texas, dude. there are people, some people on these school boards or in these communities that would sacrifice their firstborn if it meant winning a state championship.
But didn't he eventually
serious business, man?
Didn't he eventually quit that job in East Texas though because of the pressure? Because people in that community remained pissed off that he was in charge.
There were some that were staunchly for it, but yeah, dude, when the Canadian Football League has deemed you, hey, we can't touch you right now, that should give you a really good idea. I know I just praised Jackson Jeffcoat for his CFL career, but when the Canadian Football League is like, yeah, we don't want anything to do with you, then that probably tells you, man, it's probably time to give that thing up. Go do something else.
I am a little surprised neither of the spring leagues touched him. Because if there's anywhere that might make sense for him, it's at a level where he's no longer responsible for the lives of young men.
The XFL?
Yeah. USFL, XFL, the spring league.
Oh, no, I'm talking like old school XFL, like 2001, when like Jesse Ventura is the sideline reporter harassing coaches. That's the
Hardy
XFL.
got in trouble just prior to that league starting. He most certainly would have found a new gig. Probably would have had He Hate Me on his roster too.
I can imagine Vince McMahon at a board meeting, like, give me that Baylor coach, pal. Let's get him in here. He lives life on the edge.
We've seen an ugly side to Vince too, unfortunately, as you're well aware as a wrestling fan. That guy, he's not anywhere near wrestling rings at this point, is he?
No, he's on the board of the new. So Endeavor, the company that owned UFC, they completed their acquisition of WWE this week. TKO, I think it's TKO Entertainment or TKO. The company's TKO. It's the
Saudi fund backed
organization. No, it's the Endeavor. It's the WWE and UFC under the same umbrella. It's TKO Promotions, or I forget. But Vince is like on the board of directors, or I know Big Craig's in the chat. He'll probably correct me, but he's like on the board of directors, or he's a higher up on the TKO food chain. I think if you go by, this is what I heard, if you go by structure of the company, Vince McMahon actually has a higher position in this company than Dana White does.
Is that organization not funded by the Saudi Public Investment Fund for some reason?
No, they had done a deal with, they had done some deals for some sold shows with Saudi Arabia, and they were going over there. There was a rumor about probably a year ago that's who was going to buy the company. It was going to be the Saudi fund, the same, the Live Tour people. And what soccer team did they buy? They bought a soccer team, right?
Gosh, was it Liverpool? I think it was from the English Premier League.
Yeah. I don't follow EPL, so.
I don't really either, although I do play more FIFA 2022 now, so I'm more familiar with the players and teams.
What system you gaming on right now?
Xbox. Yeah, my son bought it with his own money. He had a $5 birthday party last year where everybody, rather than bringing a gift, just gives $5.
Dude,
so after that, yeah, it's a nice idea because you don't have to go home with a bunch of cheap plastic crap that's going to get thrown away if you're lucky in a month. And it allowed him to save up and buy something big. And so he bought this Xbox. And so we played Madden. Still need to get the new Madden game. I want to run with Bijan, but man, FIFA, video games have gotten soccer games right for a long time now. And so I'm glad that's still the case on these newest systems.
Is your kid old enough to play Mortal Kombat yet, or is that still a few years away?
He's probably still a few years away. He always wants to play Fortnite, but I understand Fortnite's maybe a little bit too much for a 7-year-old.
Hey, for a 7-year-old, you can go old school like 1992 Mortal Kombat. That's pretty sanitary by today's standards.
I guess, but there's still quite a bit in the way of blood and guts, aren't there?
Yeah, but you can play without the blood code if you want.
Oh, really?
On that Sega Genesis version, yeah. You enter the blood code at the main screen.
Did not realize that. I was not a Mortal Kombat guy back in my day.
Mortal Kombat is Street Fighter, man. It's one of the two.
Yeah, we play some Smash Brothers, which has some cartoonish violence, and there are a few moments, those close-up slow-mo shots that come really close to that line of too grotesque, but I let it slide.
Tell my gaming, when we're done here, I may go into the living room and play some Mario Kart before my wife and my daughter get home.
It's a classic. Jeff, thank you as always. Great job.
Yeah. Hey, real quick before we get out of here, do the Beavos cover tomorrow? I think it's a 28 and a half.
I'm going back and forth on this one. I feel like Quinn Ewers looks really good tomorrow, but as a result of that, the starters are out midway through the third quarter, and I think Wyoming much like with Rice, although it wasn't a backdoor cover for the Owls. I think Wyoming scores late and ends up covering through the back door as a result. How about you?
My official score prediction on the site was 38-6 Texas.
So that would be a cover then, because it's up to 30 or 30 and a half right now.
I don't think Wyoming can score enough. I don't think they can get in the end zone enough.
No, you're only going to be able to muck this game up so much.
Yeah.
Eventually the talents and the coaching and everything else will win out. Jeff, thank you so much, man. Have a great weekend.
Absolutely. You too, Trey.
Thank you to everybody for watching and listening today to Texas Sports Unfiltered, beginning at 8 a.m. with Bucky and BK. If you did enjoy any part of today's shows, please do click that thumbs up button. And as always, subscribe to Texas Sports Unfiltered if you have not done so already. Make sure to download our free app too. Just search Texas Sports Unfiltered in the Apple or Android app store. For Jeff Howe and everyone else at Texas Sports Unfiltered, I am Trey Elling. We will talk to you tomorrow at 7 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 4:30 for the Texas-Wyoming pregame show with Bucky and BK. KD and I will be taking part in the postgame show after the fact as well. In the meantime, have a great start to the weekend and hook 'em.